This novel was requested by Emperor Titus, leader of the Mormor Legion. I got a new skill every time. WNCH 101 to 141 CH 101. Is this alright, Master? In the hot, sweltering blacksmith's shop, I removed all of my clothes and stripped naked. I was not completely naked, but I was wearing only one pair of underwear, and I felt naked. What? You're not going to take that off? Please excuse me. Isn't this enough? TSK, can't help it. You have quite a beautiful body. T/N, author, why you do this to me? IT ain't BL. Ha, thank you. Can I touch you? Yo, Master's rugged hands touched my skin. Sometimes he squeezed me hard, sometimes softly, sometimes roughly, sometimes gently, and the indescribable tickle made me wince. Don't move. Be quiet. Okay. Wait, Master. Suddenly, he hugged my waist. His arms were behind my back, and his hands grabbed my buttocks. Hey, Master. That's. I told you to shut up. Hey, tighten your ass up. Like this? Yes. Put more pressure on it. Like this? Like this? It's too tight. Huh? This is the limit. You're so. Good evening, Ed. I know I am late getting here, but. And then, I turned my attention to the voice coming from the entrance of the forge, where I saw Tia frozen in place as if she had been cursed with petrification. I'm sorry. I'll be right out. Wait, Tia. Why are you trying to leave? Don't worry. I'm fine. Yes, I know. You can get into that kind of relationship when you're holed up alone in a place like this. It's not that. Didn't you listen what I just said? Hey, Master, it's enough. I get it. Well, that's certainly enough. You can get dressed now. With Master's permission, I finally get dressed. In the meantime, Tia had also entered the forge, and before I knew it, she had prepared drinks on the table. Yes, come on in, both of you. If you don't keep yourself hydrated in this hot place, you're going to collapse. My bad, Chu-chan. Thank you. You're welcome. So, why was Ed naked in Dalton Sands' arms? Well, I was examining his body. Apparently, it was quite different from what I expected. Ed's body? Yes. As a matter of fact, to Tia, who nodded her head with a glass of water in her hand, my master told her that his dream was to forge a sword that can defeat the Demon Lord and that he is going to forge that sword for me to use. So I decided to forge a sword for him. That's why I was examining his body so carefully. I get what you're saying, but is that normal? Of course not. Tia glanced at me, and I responded with a serious face. I didn't want her to misunderstand that all the blacksmiths in the world make their customers strip naked in front of their stores. If the next time I forge a sword for her, and she strips herself naked naturally, I will die, both mentally and physically. Gahaha. Yes, it's not normal. But this time, I really wanted to see it. After all, this guy is a pervert. A pervert? Ed is a pervert? Of course not. What are you saying? Don't you realize it? You're quite a pervert to be able to wield a sword of that caliber with a body that shows no signs of significant training. Thanks to that, I have to make a lot of modifications to the sword I had in mind. That's. My body rewinded every time I went back to that world, so I certainly couldn't grow muscles or anything. I understood that better than anyone else, so there was no way I could argue with him. Really, it's tough. I didn't expect you to have such a beautiful body. The formula I originally had in mind would probably be too heavy and difficult to use. That being the case, I'd have to do a few trial runs. It's annoying. Is there a problem? Yeah. As I just said, I'm thinking of changing the composition of the metals used for the sword to match it. But then, while there would be a surplus of heavy metals that were to be used in large quantities, there would not be enough light metals in stock. This becomes even more difficult when we have to do trials. However, since both of them are rare metals, they cost a lot of money, and above all, it's not like I can get them easily if I ask for them. That's why I'm worried about what happened. Material. My master's concerns conveyed to me were indeed rather insurmountable. I don't know what these rare metals were, but I guess they were called rare because they were rarely found. But I had a special banishment skill that allowed me to snicker at that. If it didn't exist, there was nothing I could do about it, but if it was just hard to find, it didn't matter. Master, may I see that material? Yes, sure. Wait a minute. At my request, Master got up from his seat and disappeared into the material storage area at the back of the blacksmith shop, and soon returned with a stone in his arms. First, this one. This one is called Darknite Stone, which is the heavier metal I was talking about earlier. This one is in fair quantity, so we'll be okay this time. The problem is this one. Of the two stones he was carrying, he removed the black one out of the way and held the dull brown one in his hand. This is a sunshine stone, a lighter metal. I don't have enough of this stuff. Once I make an alloy, of course I can't separate it cleanly, so I'd like to have 30 kilos if possible, assuming I have to run trials to find the right ratio for you. I see. By the way, what do you mean by rare? Does it come out of mines normally, but in small quantities, or is there almost no place where it is produced? Or is it refined only in the body of a special demon beast? My words brought a look of disgust to Tia's face as she recalled the time when she obtained the pumithril. But Master answered my question without worrying about it. The first one, sunshine stones can be mined from any mine regardless of the type of metal, but on the other hand, there are no veins. The reason I can't get enough of it is that I can only find it occasionally when I'm digging around in the middle of nowhere looking for new veins. I see. Then my next question is, are there any mines of those metals that we could go in and mine? That's difficult. The mines are controlled by the country, so outsiders are usually not allowed to enter. If I had to say, you might be able to get in with me. Then that's just fine. What is? I replied with a grin to my master, who had a puzzled expression on his face. It's obvious, isn't it? Me, Tia, and Master, let's go dig for sunshine stone together. If we can dig there, problem solved. Oi, did you hear what I said? I said, it's a rare metal because you can't dig it up very often, okay? Foo. I have a secret plan for that. Can you trust me and give me a little bit of your time here? As I said this seriously, Master folded his arms and thought for a moment. When he raised his face, I could see a strong determination in his eyes. All right. At any rate, I don't have any hope of getting the sunshine stone. Besides, this is my dream in the first place. I entrust the first step to you. Thank you very much. Then, for our dream, hey, don't try that shit with me. Don't forget me too. Master squeezed my hand, and Tia put hers on top of it. The first step of a dream that had grown into a 3-person dream was taken here and now. CH-102. We started working energetically from the next day to achieve the dual goals of my master's dream and my own practical benefit. Although it was for a short period of time, it took about a month, including the preparations for closing the store, the procedures for various places, and the time to travel to the destination. Finally, we were able to enter a certain mine. This place, even though it looks like it was closed decades ago, it's been properly maintained. Tia said, that's right, even though it's an abandoned mine, this place was originally a gold mine. Tia looked around the unpopular mine, and my master stroked his beard with a knowing look on his face. Right now, the mine is exhausted. But if there is some technological innovation in the future that allows us to dig further, there is a better chance of getting new gold by digging here, where there was surely gold before, than by digging in the middle of nowhere. That's why the government controls the mine, and the inside is maintained in a certain way. Well, if not, it's not a place that ordinary people can enter. Right. Agreeing with my master's words, I also looked around inside. The wood supporting the passageway was solid, and there were no broken lanterns for lighting. It seemed unlikely that any demonic beasts had entered the building. In addition, although it's quite obvious, even Master is not allowed to enter a gold mine that is being actively mined. I heard that an iron mine would be okay, but considering what I was about to do, a normally operating mine would not be convenient, so these conditions were more like a blessing in disguise. So what are you going to do now? Actually, here's what I'm going to do. Manifest Akashic Compass. I raised my outstretched right hand palm upward and manifested the Akashic Compass. Master was blatantly surprised by the appearance of a mysterious metal frame that suddenly appeared out of thin air and floated on the palm of my hand. Whoa, what the hell? It's a magical tool that I got through connections. It can only be used by me, and it has to meet some special conditions, but I can use it to search for things. Does that mean you can tell where the ore is buried? Yeah, the sensing range isn't that great, though, so we have to walk all over the mine. I replied gently to my master, who had a serious expression on his face and a low, heavy voice. If the detection range of this thing is only 1 meter, it would be enough to make the workers a little more comfortable. But what if I could locate the ore over a range of 10 meters, 20 meters, or more without digging up the ground? That would be something that the country would kill me to get, and if it were over 10 or 20 kilometers, it could even become a reason for war. So I won't go into details. I just stared at my silent master. Before long, my master let out an even bigger sigh. Okay, I'll leave it to you, Ed. Leave it to me. If my master had inquired about it in depth, I would have had to think of different ways to get out. However, my master came all the way here without asking me anything, and was willing to stay without asking me anything. I responded to that trust with action. I walked around the tunnels, using both my Akashic compass and auto mapping, and stopped at the wall of one passageway. It's right here. It's about 30 centimeters deep. Here? Okay. My master started digging with a pickaxe at the place I instructed. Then, from the other side of the collapsed rock wall, a sunlight stone about twice my fist was dug out. Amazing. It really was there. But isn't the stone a little tiny? Yeah. Contrary my master's excitement, I had a sour face like Tia. Considering the amount we need, these were reserves far below what we anticipated. But, as I was making such a disappointed face, Master slapped me on my back. Oi, why are you making such a dejected face? Normally, it would never be possible for you to find sunshine stones so easily, you know? Besides, it's not like there's only one in this wide tunnel, right? Yes, there is a response, but only if it is close to the wall that we can dig it out on our own, else it may be a little tough. For example, if we dig another 3 meters from here, we might find another sunshine stone. That would be tough. He could dig with a small pickaxe as far as his arm could reach, but he would have to dig a very large hole to get 3 meters beyond. It was not impossible, considering Master's physical and arm strength, but it would take time and be dangerous, so it was not something that could be attempted comfortably. As my master and I were pondering the new problems we had encountered, Tia suddenly approached Master. Dalton-san, are all sunshine stones roughly that big? Yeah, that's right. Of course, there may be some slight variations, but it shouldn't be too drastic. I see. Hey Ed, how precisely do you know where the stones are located? I think it's pretty accurate. What happened? I tilted my head and asked Tia, who kept asking me questions in rapid succession, but Tia started to think for a while, and then, as if she had made up her mind, she looked at me and said, Ed, sit down there for a second. Sit? Like this? No. Put your butt on the ground, stretch your legs out in front of you, and open wide. GGH? Hey? I was suddenly made to expose my groin, and I screamed in protest, but Tia ignored me and sat down between my legs, and then she laid her left hand on my hand while leaning her back on me. Hey, Tia, what? Show me! Exclamation mark. A voice that was not my own, coming from inside me. I noticed that Tia had gone limp and unconscious in front of me, and I could feel her presence instead, as if overlapping with my own. Show me the location of the stone. I'm sure I can see it clearly now. That's how it is, I get it. Understanding her intention, I pictured in my mind the exact location of the sunshine stone. When Tia returned to her own body, having fully absorbed the information I shared with her, a flowing chant spun from her mouth. The earth shakes and grumbles in the formless sea of the crumbling moon, and the claws of the spirit tremble as it shatters in the dull light of its monstrous arms. Seize, grasp, pour, overflow it. In the name of Lunarisha, manifest the, transform hollow. A round hole appeared in the rock wall in front of me due to the unleashed spirit magic. Sand spilled out of the hole, and when it eventually settled, Tia exhaled loudly and leaned on me once again. Phew. Good job. Oi, what's this? As you can see, I've turned the rock wall into sand. The sunshine stone should be flowing over here as the sand spills out, so I think a little work is all that's needed to get them out. Really? Hearing Tia's explanation, Master plunged his hand into the hole, looking half convinced. He quickly pulled his arm back, and in his hand, of course, was the stone we were looking for. Oi, are you serious? Amazing, Chu-chan. Fu-fu-un. This is nothing for me. How about you, Ed? I'm also useful, right? Huh? What are you talking about? Huh? No way. Because I can't blacksmith or do any heavy lifting, so I'm not much use to you these days. Ha, you're an idiot, Tia. I held Tia from behind and gently stroked her head as she turned from her smug expression to one of dejection. You have always been there for me. If it weren't for you, I'd probably be drying out in the forge right now, you know. Really? For real? Yeah, really. Thanks for everything, Tia. Foo-foo. That's fine. But please let's stay like this for a little longer. As you wish, Miss T/N. Cute. I kept stroking Tia's head until she was satisfied, while smiling bitterly at my master who was looking away with an uncomfortable expression on his face. T/N. My college started, so expect some delays. Romcom will be posted either later today or TMW, CH 103. After that, thanks to Tia's great efforts, we succeeded in mining much more sunshine stones than we needed in about 5 days. We were so successful, far beyond our expectations, that it took us another 10 days to get back to the town, where we celebrated with smiles on our faces. Ha, it's the best. There's nothing like a drink after a hard day's work. No, we haven't even started yet. I don't give a damn. My master, in the best mood I've ever seen, was at his favorite tavern, drinking alcohol and gulping down its contents. The contents of the alcohol were quite strong, so if anyone other than the minor tribe drank it in the same way, they would normally die. They really are amazing. Well, there's no denying that we have successfully completed the first step. Thank you, Tia, you saved the day. Really? Well, I did my best. Tia, whose ears were slightly tinted red, smiled shyly at my compliment. I think maybe because she was tired, but she was getting drunk a little faster than usual. Okay, I'm the only one who's sober. I'll take care of it. It's a shame, though, knowing it's still out there and we can't dig it out. It can't be helped. No matter how good my magic is, I can't dig tens of meters deep. That's right. We can't dig any more than that without adding more tunnels, and that's enough. So master. Yeah, I know. Take all you want. Thank you. On the way, I begged master to give me some of his surplus sunshine stones, and now I was officially allowed to do so. I have never seen this mineral in any other world, so it was worth studying along with the Dark Knight stone that would be shared with me later. I couldn't wait to see what kind of things I would be able to make with it. So, master, when will you start working on that sword? As soon as I am done eating here. But still, I'll start tomorrow. I'll keep the store closed, so come around from the back. Understood. Let's eat and drink to our heart's content tonight. One more time. Cheers. Cheers. We clanked our mugs against each other and we drank, ate, laughed, and made noise. And so, that night, we slept soundly while surrendering to the pleasant sense of intoxication. And the next day. Good morning, master. You're here. I entered the forge from the back of the store as I was told, and in front of me, my master with the face of a craftsman was already lighting the furnace. Even though he had been drinking strong liquor at such a rate that I could not have drunk water, now I could not detect even the faintest trace of its remnants. As soon as it's ready, I'll start making the sword. This will be the blacksmithing of a lifetime for me, so I can't afford to teach you how to do it. However, I won't hide or show off my skills, so you can watch and steal as much as you like. As long as you don't get in my way, you can learn how to mix the alloys and the furnace temperature on your own. Is that all right with you? I understand. That's enough for me. The distribution of the alloys of a particular metal and the temperature of the furnace in which they would be melted was information that was normally forbidden to anyone outside of the workshop. To be allowed to see all of this information in its entirety was an unprecedented condition, and not something that a novice apprentice like myself would be allowed to do. Once again, I could feel the strong trust placed in me by my master. Wanting to respond to the silent trust, my concentration naturally tensed up. Then, let's do it. Yes. Despite the excitement that filled the place, his voice was quiet and calm. My master's blacksmithing began, speaking not with words but with his arms, and I burned all of it into my eyes. Foo tilde. In front of the scorching furnace, Master was gazing into it with sweat pouring out of his body. Apparently, melting sunshine stones required a considerably high temperature. On the other hand, the Dark Knight stone seemed to need more time to melt at a lower temperature. The furnace I had been using until now was also running at the same time to process the two metals at the same time, first making small plates to check the properties of the alloy. The first day was over when we had accumulated 10 or 20 pieces. On the second day, the actual sword forging began, and again 2 or 3 slightly different swords were made. Then, 2 weeks later, it's finished. Master's hand held a single sword. It was an unusual single-edged sword, dark as the darkness of night at the back, which gradually changed color until it reached the blade, where it glowed a bright white yellow like the morning sun that had risen. I was captivated by its beauty. It was a work of art, but this sword was a weapon designed for actual combat. Hey Ed, try cutting that with this. Okay. I accepted the sword handed to me and aimed it at the steel ingot indicated by my master. The back of the sword was adjusted to be heavy, and while it required some strength to lift it up, when I swung it down, I felt as if it was being sucked into the earth. With a stomp, the blade passed through the ingot in front of me without any resistance. As I moved the sword out of the way and placed it on the table, Master picked up the severed ingot and grinned at its cross-section. Well done. Look. Wow, this is amazing. When Master showed me the severed surface with a big smile on his face, it was as beautiful as a mirror. I knew this when I did not feel any resistance, but this was an incredible achievement. The closer you move to the outside, the heavier and stickier the Dark Night Stone becomes, and the closer to the core, the harder and sharper the Sunshine Stone becomes. The sharpening process is designed to protect the blade, which becomes more brittle the more it is sharpened, as much as possible, while making it relatively easy to change the balance between sharpness and strength by changing the sharpening method. However, the slightest difference in sharpening can change the sharpness of the blade, and the blade becomes prone to chipping. It is difficult for an amateur to maintain the blade consistently, but you, with your excellent swordsmanship and blacksmithing skills, should be able to use it well. Something like that. Well, that's right. I chuckled to myself, but Master tapped me on the shoulder happily. Gahaha. Isn't that fine? If you neglect either training, you will not be able to use it. It's perfect for someone who gets carried away easily. I've never gotten carried away. Have I? That's right. I was slapped on the buttocks, and sparks flew from my eyes. Ow! What are you doing, Master? I'm just trying to cheer you up. Well then, let's try it out right away. Oh, can we do that tomorrow? If that's possible, I would like Tia to accompany us. Yes, that's right. Then you can go home for today. Really? I understand. Yeah, Master. What is it? Does this sword have a name? You can tell that just by looking at it. My question was met with a look of disbelief from my master. Well, there was certainly a name that came to mind at first glance, but there was no way I was going to say it out loud before hearing his answer. You don't mind if I say it? Sure you can. Then, the Sword of Dawn. There was no other name for a sword with a gradation in the blade that would change from dark night to morning. Rather, I looked at Master and wondered what the name would be if it were not this one. My master's mouth, hidden by his beard, turned up wide in a smile. You do get it. Yes, this is the Sword of Hope that will defeat the Demon Lord and bring morning to the world. This is the masterpiece that I have created with all my strength. There, Dawnbreaker, the Sword of Dawn. The inscription, Dawnbreaker, the Sword of Dawn, shone brightly in Master's hands. This was the exact moment when the hero blacksmith created the hero sword in this world. CH 104. The day after tomorrow. We left the inn together and met up with Master on the way to the Adventurers Guild. For some reason, people around us were in a hurry, and we looked at the request forms posted on the bulletin board. There's nothing special. Tia, how about you? It's complicated. Strong demons are only found far from the city, and my rank doesn't allow me to take those requests in the first place. While I was working on my blacksmithing, Tia was not playing around either. Of course, she was a new member of the Adventurers Guild of this world, but because she brought me lunch every day, she could not accept requests to go far away from the guild, so her rank here was only a hair above that of a fledgling. But that was not surprising. In order to show that she's not just a strong thug, but someone who can be trusted, she needs to have a suitable background. It was rather healthy that Tia, who had only been a registered member for a few months, was treated as a mere novice. However, there was no doubt that that would be a problem in this situation, but before I could think of anything else, Master pointed to one of the request forms and spoke up. Oh, how about this one? Rock Turtle? I heard it from somewhere. That hero guy. That's what I'm talking about. If it's a demonic beast that a hero couldn't defeat, Then it's a perfect test for the sword I made. My master grinned and my lips also curled up in a smile. I had no more thoughts about that hero guy, but if it was a test of the true sharpness for the master's sword, I surely felt just the right cause and effect. But, you can't take this one with my rank, right? We don't have to accept it, do we? Look, it says where the habitat is. That's true. Tia agreed with Master's words. Certainly the request form described the places where rock turtles have been sighted, and unless my knowledge of the surrounding geography was wrong, 2 days and 1 night should be enough to do it. So, what do you think, Ed? Can you do it? I have no idea what kind of demonic beast rock turtle is, but if you think I can do it, I certainly can. After all, you are the one who forged this sword. On my waist, I was wearing the Dawnbreaker, a sword forged by my master. Although the beautiful blade of the sword could not be seen because it was in a special sheath made by my master, the matte black metal sheath oozed a sense of weight and luxury that could be recognized even at a glance. Aren't you fired up? Hee hee, then all that's left is to see your skills. Alright, then, let's get to it. Hey, wait a minute. As we were about to leave, someone suddenly approached us from behind. We turned around and saw a man in his 40s standing there, who appeared to be quite experienced. What's wrong? What's wrong, you say, Dalton-san? Please refrain from taking an adventurer without accepting a request. And what is it that adventurers are supposed to do? There's no rule that says you can't hunt demonic beasts unless you're commissioned to do so. Master, who was suddenly in a bad mood, raised his voice, but the man, who seemed to be a guild employee, wiped away his sweat and continued his words. That's true, but that doesn't mean he can't stop newcomers from going to their deaths. And Tia-san is a popular person in this guild, so it's a bit reckless to ask such a person to take on something that is not even request. Oh, you are popular, Tia? Foof. Well yeah. When I whispered to Tia, she puffed out her chest proudly and then called out to the man. I appreciate your concern, but I'll be fine. This time Ed is with me. T/N. Everyone should have a Tia in life. Tia-san. Is Ed-san your friend? That's right. Ed is very strong. He can even cut dragons in half. Yeah. I was so happy to hear Tia's words as she hugged my arm, but the man gave me a skeptical look that could not have been more obvious. Not only that man, but even the adventures around us in the distance were throwing various gazes at me. Is such a wimpy little brat really so strong? Just because Tia-san is a pure and innocent angel, you're deceiving her? Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. As expected, we need to destroy his crotch. Pretty girls have to be with other girls. Strange. I think the kind of criticism I was getting was different from what I expected. Also, that female adventurer who stared at my crotch with a crazy look in her eyes was super scary. Hey, Tia, what did you do here? What? I was just going about my normal activities. I see, normal huh? If we had worked together from the beginning, this wouldn't have happened. I see, so this is what happens when Tia operates normally away from me. I'll have to do something about this in the future. No, countermeasures. Oh just shut up. Anyway, he's my disciple and the best swordsman I've ever seen. He's so much stronger than any of those mediocre heroes. So much so that I'm asking him to use my word! T. That's impossible. Then the thing he is wearing on his waist is… Yeah, it's the sword I forged. I was looking for someone to test it out today. Got anything else to say? No, number. If that's the case. I understand. Then be careful. The staff member finally backed off from my master, was glaring at him. He was mumbling something and the way he was looking at me changed again from before. If Dalton-san forged that sword, don't tell me he is a hero from some country, huh? But wasn't there a hero from the Alecto Kingdom here a while ago? He's not the same person, is he? No matter if he is a hero or not, we must get rid of the bad bugs that cling to Tia-san. Master, if we're done here, how about we get going? Here, Tia. TSK. Yeah, let's go. I urged my master and pulled Tia's hand and left the Adventurers Guild to escape the fierce cold stares. After that, we reached the rock turtle's habitat without incident, and I once again drew out my Dawnbreaker. This is the sword that Dalton-san forged. It's so beautiful, right? You get it, Chu-chan. Yosh, Ed, let's get to it. Yes, sir. The rock turtle, as its name suggested, was a large turtle with a rock-like shell about 2 meters long. Its weight made it powerful, especially the power of his jaws, which could effortlessly tear through metal armor, was astonishing, but there was no need to fight him head-on honestly. First of all, let's go. Kua, gently approaching from behind, I slashed at the right hind leg. The sword needs to be considerably sharp to cut through the thick, flabby skin, but with Master's forged sword, I was able to cleave through it with ease. Kua. Yes, too bad. Kua. The rock turtle, with its legs cut off, tried to bite me with its surprisingly elongated neck. But when I sliced its snout in return, the rock turtle screamed and hurriedly retracted its head into its robust shell. In a normal hunt, this would be a dead end. Their hard shells were not easily broken even by heavy weapons, and their high resistance to magic meant that there was basically nothing we could do. The hunt fails when adventures failed to sever its neck when it was extended. This was the reason why rock turtles were considered a powerful enemy. I raised my Dawnbreaker up high in front of it. Let me show you a blow that will cut through the night. Ha! Exclamation mark. Flash. The shell harder than steel. The thick skin underneath, and everything in between were severed with a single stroke. I saw the rock turtle, which had died without knowing why, split to the left and right, and as soon as I released my remaining strength, Tia and my master came over to me. Whoa, isn't that awesome, Ed? Amazing. Ed, you managed to cut such a big enemy in half. Foo. Well, so, what do you think, Master? It's perfect. But it's not like we will just stop here. I'd like to get a few more test cuts. Can you? Let me take care of that. Foo. Do your best, Ed. I answered my master's request with a smile, and went on to hunt more rock turtles. With other demonic beasts along the way, the sharpness of the excellent sword that was forged for me was great, and I myself enjoyed testing it, which is why when I returned to town, I blatantly distorted my expression at the sight of what was waiting for me in front of that gate. Come on, hand me that sword. Why not? Another group of knights, a group of fully armed knights and a man in robes standing in the center of the group. I was disgusted by the presence that reeked of power and trouble. T/N, for those not on Discord, sorry for not posting and stopping at a cliffhanger. My college, as you know, began and I have my mid-sems next month from 2 Jan. Yeah, my semesters were halved. I'll start posting some in January. Thank you for reading and supporting my translations. CH105. Did you just say something, huh? No, it's nothing. The man in the luxurious black robe looked at me suspiciously, and I hurriedly shook my head. Dangerous. Ordinary people don't often get involved with knights. I don't want to play the fool who says unnecessary things and puts himself in danger. What do you mean? Give me the sword. Who the hell are you people anyway? Oops, excuse me. I am Horman, the man who was ordered by His Majesty the King to retrieve the hero's sword. They are my guards, the Knights of the Kingdom. So, Dalton-sama, please hand over the sword to me according to our agreement. In response to the words of the black-robed man who called himself Horman, Master replied with a puzzled expression. Wait, I don't understand. The agreement was if a hero comes, I'll forge a sword for him. It ain't like you can just snatch any sword I forged unconditionally, you know. I know, but there is no problem. The other day, a hero belonging to our kingdom of Acta should have come here. Did he ask you to get this sword? I don't care what the hero wants. We have come to retrieve the sword that the hero should have as a matter of national policy, and that's all. Horman and Master looked at each other silently. The Master's power at a glance was overwhelming, but the enemy, too, was a high-ranking person sent by the country, and he did not seem to budge an inch. Such an exchange of gazes and spirit continued for a while. Surprisingly, it was my master who broke first. Ha, all right. Then, wait for a moment. Master? My master glanced at me when I raised my voice in surprise. Looking at his eyes. Yeah, I guess I should shut up and follow him here. If only you would hand me the sword here and now. What? Are you an idiot? We've been testing this blade, and if it's not taken care of properly, the blade will be damaged. Or what? Do you want me to hand it over to you covered in blood and grease? At Master's words, Horman slightly backed away. A knight near his ear whispered something into his ear, and Horman let out a small sigh and continued. I understand. I will accompany you to the workshop. Che, do what you want. Come on, you two, let's go. Yes. Why yeah. As Tia and I followed our master who started to walk away, Horman came up behind us with his knights in tow. The sensation that pierced my back was like trying not to let a criminal escape. "Hey, Ed, it's all right. Let's keep quiet for a while." "Understood," I responded to Tia in my mind, who laid her hand on top of mine with a slightly worried expression on her face. Soon after, we reached Master's workshop, where Master turned around and called out to Horman again. "Okay, wait here." "Why can't you let me inside, huh?" "I don't care if you go inside the store, but you ain't going in the forge, okay?" "That sounds as if there's something you don't want us to see." "Of course there is. It's a craftsman's workshop." "Or do you want me to disclose my knowledge and skills as well?" "If you demand that much, I'll break the contract right now, even if I have to pay a penalty." "I understand." "Hey, you guys, guard the area around the store. Don't let a single mouse escape." Che, let's go." As the knights surrounded the store, Master led us into the store. Then we made it to the forge, where he finally relaxed and complained loudly. "Ugh, what a pain in the ass." "Hey, Master, if you shout that loud." It's fine, it's fine. This is a forge, you know. You can't see anything from the outside if you shut everything, and you won't hear anything even if you shout out loud." "Yes, it's always quiet outside when I come here." "Oh, really? I've always worked here, so I didn't realize it, but I see what you mean. Blacksmithing is very noisy." I thought the reason we didn't get any complaints from the neighbors was because they were so understanding, but I guess he did have noise reduction measures in place. "But what's up with those people coming out of the blue and saying, 'Give me the sword'? So disgusting." I'm sure that the movements of the hero must have been reported to the country, even though he was acquitted of all charges. However, how did they know about the sword? "I have a permit from the government to mine sunshine stones." They must have known that I was going to forge a sword different from the ones sold in stores. As for how they came to know exactly about it, perhaps that adventurers guild yesterday. The story leaked out from there and those guys who were standing nearby came to retrieve the sword in time. So they were staying nearby? I guess so. "I'm sorry for the trouble. Ed, give me that sword." "Why yes." At my master's request, I removed their Dawnbreaker from my waist by its sheath and handed it to him. Master immediately begins to clean the sword, and the beautiful blade was further polished to be even more beautiful. "Master, what are you going to do now?" After the first trial cut, I talked to the master, who was checking the blade in detail. "What do you mean?" "The sword. Are you going to give it to them?" If this was a threat from a thug in town, I could just punch him and be done with it. But if it was an official request from the government, it would be difficult to kick him out. People like me and Tia without any background could handle it, but my master who has settled in this town would not be able to refuse the request. "Yeah, I'll give it." "Well, I see. Ain't that too easily?" "Is it really okay, Ed?" "There's no such thing as good or bad. There's no way we can break through their surveillance. And escape with the sword." At Tia's questioning look, I chuckled and shrugged my shoulders. If I had to say whether or not I could do it, I could easily do it, but if I did, I would be putting both ourselves and my master in a very difficult position. If a person's life was at stake, we have no choice, but if the master himself does not want to go that far, we can't. "Yes, but is it okay with you, Dalton-san? I mean, you put all that effort into making this sword for Ed, huh?" "Hey Joe-chan, are you misunderstanding something?" "Huh? Misunderstanding?" "Yeah, I did say I am going to give them a sword, but I didn't say it will be the Dawnbreaker, right?" Huh? What are you talking about?" "Ah, you mean handing over another sword?" "No, master, no matter how much you want to. Wouldn't that be immediately obvious?" This was the master's store, so naturally there were a number of swords struck by him. However, the items sold in the store and their Dawnbreaker are two different. We only showed the scabbard, so we could probably cover it up on this occasion, but if they examined it properly later, they would soon find out that the sunshine stone that we had permission to dig out was not used. The materials used for the swords sold in stores are completely different, aren't they? Even if it's your sword. Hey, Ed, don't you get it? There's a sword made of the same material. And no way. That's what I meant. What? Why do you two look like you know something? Don't leave me out. Foo. This is going to be interesting to watch. Yeah, he. There's that evil face again. Tell me about it. Hey, Ed, with Tia frantically tugging at my arm, Master and I had wicked smiles on our faces. CH 106. Well then, okay. TSK, just take it. Horman, with a disgusted smile on his face, took the sword from Master's hand and left the store. Normally, that would be the end of it, but I fear that won't be the case. Fortunately or unfortunately, my prediction came true, and 3 days later at noon, we were eating lunch when we heard a ghastly yell from the store. What the hell is going on? Come out, Dalton. What? Oh, it's you. What do you want? I left my half-eaten sandwich on the table and followed my master, where I found Horman, accompanied by 2 knights, staring at my master with a red face. What's wrong with you? What the hell is this, huh? What do you mean? Don't try to play dumb. What the hell is this shit? With that, he took the sword, given to him a few days ago, from the knight behind him and slammed it on the counter. Considering how it was being treated, it was probably because Horman had come to the conclusion that it was not a valuable item. How dare you give me a fake sword? Do you take the kingdom of Acta for a fool? You're the one making a fool of me. Why do you say it's a fake? For 2 reasons. Horman stared at me as he said this in an angry voice, not hiding his frustration at my master's words. First reason, you bastard went out to test the sword again. We know that you left town with the sword and that man had a sword on his hip that looked just like this one. When I heard that, I rushed to have this sword tested. But what do you think happened? No matter which of our country's elite knights I put to the test, they could not cut anything properly with this sword. That is the second reason. That means that you have presented me with a fake sword and have hidden the real one for that man to use. Now, tell me. Seeing Horman banging on the counter and threatening him, Master let out a long, loud sigh. Then he turned his head toward me and gave me the planned instructions with his mouth in a way that only I could understand. Hey Ed, draw your sword and hold it at the ready. And that knight over there, give me your sword. What? What are you doing? You are telling me that the sword I forged is dull? Then why don't you try it and see which one is better? Now, give it to me. But, Horman-sama, fine, give him. Just so you know, we still have other knights posted around the store. Okay, that's not important. It sure is a nice sword. As expected of a state-issued sword. While he picked up the sword on the counter, Master appraised the sword given to him by the knight and muttered to himself. Then, after confirming that I was ready, Master lightly tossed the borrowed sword towards me. Cut it. I swung down my dark sword at the knight's sword that was flying in the air. Then, with a hard king sound, the blade of the sword borrowed from the knight was sliced in half. My sword? So, you still think this sword is shit? Master said with a smug look on his face, but Horman was panicking. No. Yeah, I heard that the sword is quite sturdy. I just let its firmness get the better of me and you smashed it. Are you an idiot? Putting it aside, if it's fixed somewhere, I don't think it's possible to break a sword thrown into the air. If you can do such a thing, it's rather amazing. Hey, knight, how's that cut? It's been cut cleanly. Right? A sword that can cut through steel is a joke. But when our knights used it, that's just because you're not good enough. Even the best sword is nothing more than an iron rod if the wielder lacks skill. That's what I told that hero when I refused to forge him a sword, you know. Horman gritted his teeth with a frustrated expression as my master agitated him. But apparently, he still hasn't given up. I get it. I'll admit that this sword is worthy of being the sword of hero. But what do you mean there is another one? Isn't it just one piece? The equivalent of this guy is here. So saying, Master took out 2 additional swords from the counter. Horman's eyes widened in astonishment at the 3 swords of the hero lined up on the counter. TH3, Y3, and they're all a little different? Yeah, their weights differ depending on the user, like its center of gravity. If you don't like the one I gave you last time, you can take another one. Okay? What? Then give me all 3. Are you sure? There are 3 heroes in this world right now. That's why there are 3 of these swords. If you insist on taking them all, I'll tell the heroes of the other kingdoms when they arrive that the kingdom of Acta has taken them all. Okay? But then only our country will be ahead of the rest of the world. So, what are you going to do? I don't have time for this. Decide quickly. In front of Master, who was grinning while urging him on, Horman was frantically thinking about something as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. After that, the 2 guards picked up the sword and practiced with it, and in the end, they only took the first sword, which we gave them the first time around, and stood in front of the shop. I am sorry for being so disruptive this time. Now, I will take this sword according to our agreement. Yeah, take it and get the hell out of here. If you say anything more, I won't deal with it anymore. Excuse me. We're leaving. With a face covered in anger and humiliation different from when he came in, Horman left the store with the knights in tow. After that, when we saw that the knights' presence had disappeared cleanly from around the store, we looked at each other and laughed heartily. Gaha. We finally drove them back. Even so, Master, you're quite a shrewd man, aren't you? I didn't expect you to hand over a prototype. Oi, I didn't tell a single lie, right? Well, you're right. Master said that he would hand over the sword, but he didn't say that he would hand over the finished product, Dawnbreaker. When asked by Horman about the other sword, he did not mention the finished product, but simply said that there were 3 swords that were equivalent to the one in front of him, that is, 3 prototypes. He certainly didn't lie in any way. I mean, it's a prototype, but it cuts perfectly. I was a little nervous, thinking that I might have to secretly help out in case it didn't work. Even if it's a prototype, just because it's not designed for your body doesn't mean it's sharp, Ed. If I had to cut a rock turtle with that thing, I'd have a pretty tough time. But I can handle a steel sword. But then Ed, I don't know what they're going to do with it, but I don't think they can use it properly. But I can't really say anything for sure. Having shown them by cutting steel in front of their eyes, Horman and his team know that that sword can really cut. However, it was not possible for them to reproduce that sharpness. Then what they're going to do to prove that the sword they brought back is real? Well, none of my business. Anyway, thanks to them biting the bait so quickly, the trouble is over. I also showed them that I have more than one sword, so they have no reason to complain if Ed is wearing it from now on. Now, let's eat and get back to work. Yes. If Horman had not accepted the invitation, we would have had to engage in endless and needless trial tests, but we no longer had to worry about that. Now that I could finally devote himself to blacksmithing, I was more enthusiastic than ever. What should I do? Maybe it would be fun to watch Ed work once in a while? Don't you have your work as an adventurer? You know this girl I know. The way she looks at me lately is a little scary. I don't think she's a bad person, but, there are so many things that come to mind that I won't go into it any further. It was much easier to deal with a government bigwig than it was to deal with people like that. I don't mind you visiting, but please don't get in the way, okay? Alright, let's resume work. Master, with a big mouthful of sandwiches, stood up from his seat in high spirits. Thus, the noisy days of peacefully striking iron have returned to my daily life. CH 107. What do you think? Master was staring at the sword I had forged. I've experienced this many times before, but I always get nervous at this moment. Not bad. Another so-so. Thinking I had received the same response as usual, I shrugged my shoulders again today and decided to work hard from tomorrow. I was prepared to do so when I heard an unfamiliar word, and my body stiffened. Master? You said it's not bad now. Yeah, it's not bad at all. Yay. It has been a few months since I graduated from the Iron Sword and started forging steel swords. I was so pleased with the recognition I received for the first time that I let out a squeal of joy. I even stood up on the spot and struck a gut pose with all my might. Finally, my master gave me an evaluation other than so-so. Just to be sure, it's not like it's gotten any worse, right? Yeah. Do you not even realize if your skills have improved or not? No, you see, there is a difference between self-evaluation and other people's evaluation. You think you're growing up, but there are things that can go wrong, right? Well, yeah. Even if you think you are moving forward, it does not necessarily mean that you are moving in the same direction as the rest of the world. Just a slight tilt of the toe can easily cause the front to turn sideways, and you may even find yourself moving backward. Relax. Your arms have grown properly. Really properly, just like normal. Master? Suddenly, Master's expression clouded over. As I was feeling uneasy because I did not understand the reason for this, he let out a small breath and slowly began to speak. Hey Ed, do you remember when we first met? Yes, of course. I asked you to be my apprentice, and I showed you my sword. Yes, that's right. When I saw that, I thought you were a genius. I was so scared inside that I wondered if such a young guy could forge a sword like this. But, in fact, it seems that the skill of the guy was raised considerably by some strange ability, but even with that, your skill was still quite impressive. If you are 20 years old now, that means you haven't wielded a hammer for 10 years, right? If you're that good with a hammer, you're a genius. No, but your growth since coming under my supervision has been normal, to say the least. It's not like you're a genius who's stagnating because you can't break out of your shell, nor is it like you've exhausted your talent and you've hit the ceiling. It's the same as a blacksmith who is not blessed with any particular talent, but whose skills grow through honest effort. To be honest, I don't get it. How did such a person become so skilled at that age? You should have been able to achieve the level of proficiency equivalent to someone who has been swinging the hammer for more than 10 years in just a few years, so why are you only growing normally now? I had no answer to my mentor's question. The reason for this is simple. I have spent decades honing my blacksmithing skills, but my body was constantly rewinding to the state of a 20-year-old, but if I were to tell him that truthfully, he would not believe me. Like a child being pointed out for cheating, I gritted my teeth as he pointed out the truth, or rather, the truth exactly as it was. Then, perhaps misunderstanding my attitude, he hurried to follow up. No, I get it. You swing the hammer diligently every day, so you are not at fault in the slightest. If there is anyone at fault, it is me. It is my fault for letting you grow to an average level. That means my skills were not good enough to bring out your talent and let you grow to your full potential. No way. That is absolutely not true. For me, my master is the best master. Those were undeniably my true feelings. Thanks to my master, I had grown not only in my blacksmithing but also mentally. If I had not met my master here, if I had traveled around the world in the original order, I feel I would have made some fatal mistake. What my master taught me is a treasure for me. I am grateful to have met you. There is no way that I will ever regret it. Che, what are you trying so hard to do? It makes my ass itch. As I desperately appealed to him, he turned his back to me. He was not drinking alcohol, but his cheeks looked a little red, and it was not only because of the furnace. Hey Ed, what are you going to do now? What do you mean? So, are you going to stay here and continue blacksmithing forever, or are you going to somewhere else? Master, how? I revealed my surprise at his words. It has already been half a year since I came to this world, so if I could see some kind of growth, I would set off on my journey. After that, I had decided that, but I never dreamed that he would be able to see through it. However, seeing my surprise, my master continued to speak with a wry smile, saying, "What are you doing now?" Of course I know that. If I don't know that much, how can I teach you? I'm your master, aren't I? Master, if you stay here, there are still many things I would like to teach you, including that strange ability. You could be a blacksmith on par with me in 20 years. But you won't choose that, will you? Yes. It was a clear word of farewell, a willingness to reject someone who expects more from you. I wonder if all the people who expelled me felt this way. Did they send me off, overcoming such feelings? And yet, on the first round, I acted incompetent, betrayed expectations, threw everything away, and was kicked out of the world. I was running away. Ha, I don't know what to do. A self-mocking smile appeared on my face as I instinctively panicked and got down. I'm glad he turned his back on me. I couldn't let my master see my face like this. But then I feel a gentle tap on my shoulder. Master, what are you doing? Shut up. You deserve to be hit for being such a pussy right now, you know. What's with that kind of a response? I was grabbed by the shoulder and forced to lift up my face, and suddenly I was hit by a strong fist on my cheek. I was blown away and my head was spinning, and in front of me was the face of my master, who looked annoyed but warm in some way. There are two kinds of worries, the worry to make a decision or the worry to escape from something. And in my life experience, most of the troubles of the people who look like you now are usually troubles to run away from something. If you're my disciple, don't make that face. For youngsters like you, it's not about what you should have done, it's about what you're going to do. Answer me, Ed. What are you going to do now? My cheek was still throbbing in pain from the beating I received with no restraint. It would be easy to heal it with Regenerate, but there is no way I'm letting go of this pain. Master's love. I want to be a person who doesn't feel ashamed of those who sent me out. What? You mean that? Then I'll be the first. You're my pride and joy, Ed. You're my proud disciple. Thank you, very much, Master. I stood up slowly and bowed my head deeply and profoundly under the weight of the tears that welled up in my eyes. I couldn't see the face of my master, who was probably witnessing the most pathetic face of the most pathetic disciple. But I could clearly imagine his shy, sour face in my mind. Ch 108. After that, I went about my day normally. I worked and ate normally, laughed at silly things, got slapped on the back, the daily routine that had been going on for the past 8 months. So 3 days later, Tia finished up the work she had taken on, and when it was finally time to go on our journey back to our world, she didn't do anything special. See you are, good luck. After an exchange that sounded like we were going shopping, we said goodbye to this world for good. Phew, we're back. I opened my eyes to see a familiar white landscape. Tia, who was holding my hand, spoke softly to me. Hey, Ed, that was pretty easy. Is that okay? Yeah, it's fine. We've said our goodbyes. Yeah, I hope so. Foo. What? When I tilted my head and asked Tia, who smiled softly, she slowly walked forward with her smile still on her face. I'm kind of jealous. I was really just an afterthought to Ed this time, you know. Dalton-san was nice to me, but we didn't get to know each other that well, so I thought the relationship between the two of you was great. Is that so? He. Tia turned around and said to me, and I scratched my head with a wry smile, feeling somewhat embarrassed. No, while I'm happy, this is really embarrassing, isn't it? The atmosphere here. Right. Hey Tia, can you give me my sword? Yeah, sure. At my request, Tia used their single bank to retrieve a single sword from my stranger's box. My equipment was restored to its original state when I arrived here, so I couldn't retrieve it myself since I couldn't use my banishment skill here. Here you go. Thank you. I received the sword, put it on my waist, pulled it out of its scabbard, and held it up in front of me. The dawn that was born in a world that had been completely white was so beautiful that it awakened the eyes. Really, it's a beautiful sword. Oh, by the way, you said before you were going to do some blacksmithing here. Are you going to do that? No, that's on hold for a while. When I left this place, I was certainly full of motivation. However, now that I have met my master again and have been shown how inexperienced I am, I don't think I could make a sword more powerful than this no matter how much time I spend on it. I'm going to go around the world more, collect materials and stuff. And then we'll see. Really? So you won't even practice here? Practice? Tia's words make my head go blank for a moment. Practice? Practice? Well, it's not just to make the best swords that I do blacksmithing. Isn't it normal to train here to improve my blacksmithing skills? Or rather, there's no other world like the 048th world where I could devote yourself to blacksmithing, so I guess I have to practice here. I'm sorry, Tia. I withdraw my previous statement. Do you mind if I do some blacksmithing? Why are you being so servile all of a sudden? Of course it's fine. I've already bought all the furniture and stuff while I was working. Tia, smiling, took out beds and other things one after another from the black holes in the space. I hurriedly helped her, and in no time at all, a luxurious and comfortable living space appeared in a corner of the white space. How is it? It looks pretty good, doesn't it? It's good, but you bought a lot of stuff. Furniture was not cheap, or rather, good quality furniture was clearly expensive, at least not the kind of furniture that Tia, a new adventurer by background if not by ability, could afford to buy with her earnings. She probably purchased them from the money she had earned in the past. I didn't know how long you would be in this world, so I thought I'd just prepare everything I could think of. You know, I bought some tasty preserved food, too. Oh? I unintentionally raised my voice at Tia, who nibbled on the dried meat with a nice color. This is... well, it's still okay, but... what? There's also your share, you know? No, that's not what I mean. I told you this world doesn't make you hungry or sleepy, right? Yeah, I know that. But if we're going to spend a long time here, it's easier to lie around and eat good food and... Wait, hear me out. If you're not hungry, that means, for lack of a better word, that your organs aren't working or maybe something like that, right? What do you think will happen if you eat something in that state? T/N. Okay, this is a good question. At my words, Tia looked at the dried meat in her hand with a surprised expression, then rubbed her own stomach. Does that mean the food I eat will stay in my stomach forever? I don't know. I've never tried it because I couldn't use my banishment skill here. It's possible that since it's such a strange place to begin with, it doesn't matter how much we eat. But if the food we eat stays in our stomachs, if we eat at our usual rate, we'll be full of food in no time, right? The dried meat slowly left Tia's mouth. Her complexion is obviously pale. Oh, but I must add an additional explanation for my even more heartless prediction. Well, there is a possibility that the amount of food you eat is digested normally. But in that case, in this world, it probably won't return to the soil, so it might stay there forever. After that, it could be that the moment you land on the next world, you start throwing it all at once. In that case, it would be like a jab, or a bang, or something like that. At the moment you transfer to the other side, I won't eat. I will never eat or drink anything. Tia shot dried meat at the black hole in the space with the force of a smack. I was used to that kind of problem when I was a mercenary or an adventurer, but that doesn't mean I don't have a sense of shame, so I guess it's a reasonable decision. Ha ha ha, I think that's wise. Then, let's set up the furnace right away. Well, before that, let's check over there first. With Tia looking sullen and pouty, I walked toward the white table that had been there since the beginning. There, again, a new book appeared, and after confirming the presence of Tia, who had arrived at some point and was peering at me from behind, I slowly turned the pages. We read the journey of my teacher. The contents of the book, however, were all about how he was devoted to blacksmithing, which was very different from their result books we have been reading up until now. I was fascinated by reading it, but when I looked to the side, I saw that Tia had her eyebrows furrowed. I know he's been working very hard, but I honestly don't understand how he's improved his blacksmithing skills, even if it's written so meticulously. It's almost a technical book. It's hard to read this unless you're experienced. Alright, let's skip a little. Since it was not something that could be read only once, I skimmed through the page. Then, in no time at all, I was at the last chapter of the book, which was quite thick. The final chapter, Sword of the Hero. In the 006th world, records of the hero's story. 30 years after his apprentice left his nest, Dalton, the hero blacksmith, put everything he had into the forging of a sword. He named the sword, Twilight, Sword of Dusk, and retired as a blacksmith. He died of old age at the age of 143. An average lifespan for a member of the mining tribe. With the death of the great blacksmith, the battle for Twilight intensified. There, test of the sword, a test left behind by Dalton, which until then had only been allowed to be attempted by heroes recognized by the countries, was now open to all, and people from all over the world came forward to challenge it, but none of them were able to do it. 300 years have passed since then. The former master craftsman had become a legend, and there, Twilight, was enshrined in a shrine built in the town, as it had become a tourist attraction and no one challenged their test of the sword, except during the annual festival. Some experts speculate that by imposing a trial that cannot be achieved, Dalton may have wanted to convey the message that we should not easily challenge the Demon Lord and threaten the current peace. While that was becoming commonplace, a certain girl finally completed the test of the sword. While the whole world was in an uproar, a young girl set out on a journey to defeat the Demon Lord alone, holding their Twilight, which did not have a trace of rust on it. It is said that she carried a sword similar to Twilight on her back. Ch 109. I see, I muttered as I finished reading my master's records of the hero's story. There were a few unpleasant developments in the middle of the story, but if this is the end, it is safe to say that master was rewarded. If I was allowed to be greedy, I would like to know even if my master's sword really defeated the Demon Lord. But this was only the heroic tale of my master's. The blacksmith hero. It was inevitable that the best sword would end up in the hands of the right person, so it was an unattainable luxury. I wonder who the girl at the end is. It's also strange that she has a sword that looks like the hero's sword. If we're told that a girl appeared in the world where we haven't spent even a year, 300 years later, it's hard to imagine. Besides, I don't even know what kind of sword is Twilight, let alone something resembling it. From the name, it looks like your sword, doesn't it? Tia's gaze turned to my waist as she said this. Certainly, Going by their names, Dawnbreaker, the Sword of Dawn, and Twilight, the Sword of Dusk, there seems to be a connection. It's possible that Twilight is a further upgraded version of my Dawnbreaker. But if that's the case, then maybe it's the word that we gave to the hero of the Kingdom of Actor. That sword was probably treasured as a sword similar to Twilight, so perhaps this girl who has it was a princess from other country, or a descendant of the hero from that time. Not possible. There are too many things I don't understand, like the world after 300 years. Well, let's just be happy that Master's will didn't end up being twisted into a shitty interpretation. That's true. Then, what are you going to do now? You read what I read, and now I want to build a furnace for blacksmithing. So, I'm sorry, but can you help me? Of course. Do you want me to get your equipment out for you? Or will you do it yourself? I'd rather do it myself. Okay. At my words, Tia went to the bed she had just set up and lay down, and she held out her hand to me in the elegant manner of a noble young lady. Come on. All right. I grabbed her hand reverently and the strength drained from Tia's arm. As I gently put her slumped hand back on the bed, I heard Tia's voice inside me. You've been very courteous to me, haven't you? Great. Great. Isn't it obvious? Don't play tricks on me just because I can't move, okay? I won't. No, I'll do it if you want. Do you want me to draw something on your forehead? If you do that, I'll sing loudly and continuously, you know? I'd hate that. While chatting idly, I put my hand into the stranger box, which opened without any problem, and took out the contents one after another. First of all, of course, the iron furnace, which was the center of everything. Due to legal problems, I couldn't buy a new one, but I found a used one in good condition, so I took it out on the floor. Next was a large quantity of bricks to surround the furnace. The bricks made by miners, not dwarves, have a much higher heat resistance than those used in general construction, so you can actually make a rather good furnace just by assembling these bricks. Well, in this case, I was only going to use them as they are supposed to be used to avoid burns and to increase the thermal efficiency of the furnace. After taking out a set of other blacksmithing tools, such as an anvil, I grimly turned my shoulders and walked toward the bed again. There, I took Tia's hand, and Tia, whose body shook with a jerk, slowly opened her eyes and let out a small exhale. Fu, are you done? I've got what I need for now. I'll take care of the rest of the assembly, so you can get some rest. Tia, I just slept, so I'm not tired enough to rest, but… that's right. Tia jumped up and walked over to the table where we had been, and placed her hand on the crystal ball that was glowing on it. Then she returned and seemed to be in a good mood. Oh, did you get any good skills? Fufafu, secret. It's a secret again. You didn't tell me the last time either, you know. Is that still a secret? You didn't notice? I've already used that one, and I'm sure you have felt it too. Huh? That's a lie. When did that happen? I have no recollection of Tia doing anything special or me doing anything special. I was surprised and Tia gave me a mischievous smile and poked me on the cheek. Oh well, I put in a lot of effort for nothing. Effort? GGHH, I'm sorry. It's fine. The last one I got is called a Pinch of Love Cookpot, and it says that when I cook a home-cooked meal, the flavor improves according to how much I like the person I'm cooking for. Really? Certainly. Among the lunches that Tia brought, there was a homemade dish that she mixed in with it. It tasted delicious as usual, but I don't remember it being particularly delicious. Maybe you don't like me that much. What makes you think that? I don't know the details, but seeing your reaction, it seems like it won't become especially tasty and go beyond if it's cooked normally with normal ingredients. Then what is the use? You know, when we went to test out your sword, you praised the soup I made in the camp for being delicious, right? Actually, it was just a simple soup made from rehydrated dried meat. Huh? Those words reminded me of the taste of the soup I drank that day. It wasn't amazingly good, but it was pretty tasty for a camping soup. I thought Tia had put a lot of time and effort into it, using lots of spices and stuff. Oh, so it's a skill that raises the lower limit, not the upper limit. I guess the point was not to make complex food taste better, but to make even the most basic of dishes taste better. For those of us who spend a lot of time out of town, with exceptions like this one, this is a pretty useful skill. From what I've tried, it looks like you're right. Good for you, Ed. From now on you won't have to eat the not-so-delicious food when we're encamped. I'm honestly grateful for that. But then what about Tia herself? That's fine, because I like myself. Ah, that's good to hear. Well, is it also affected by the creator's liking of themselves? Then it seems that Tia herself wouldn't feel bad no matter what she eats. Hey Ed, did you just make fun of me a little bit by any chance? No, I didn't. I just thought it was great that you could be so straightforward and self-loving. Really? If you hate yourself, I don't think you'll have any fun every day. That's true. If everyone could truly love themselves, the world would probably be a much happier place than it is now. I can't judge whether that would be good or bad, and to be honest, I was not particularly interested in it. If my partner in front of me was smiling happily every day, that fact alone was enough for me. Well, I guess I'll just go ahead and assemble these. Now that I'm back in shape, do you want me to help you? Nah, it's a bit of a technical job. I see. Then maybe I'll just enjoy the softness of the bed for a while longer. Smiling at Tia, who buried her face in her pillow, I checked the materials I had taken out again before piling bricks around the furnace. The process of joining the bricks, which were different from ordinary bricks and whitish in color, with special clay, was a simple but important process. Place bricks, apply clay. Place bricks, apply clay. Pile bricks on top of each other. Apply clay. Put the bricks on. What is this? Suddenly, I felt a knock and a light touch on my finger, not unlike a brick. I grabbed it and brought it in front of my face, and what I found in my hand was a blood red jewel the size of an adult's index finger. CH-110. Shining in my hand was a red jewel that I don't remember taking out. Although I was puzzled by its obviously out-of-place presence, I had no doubt that it had been in my stranger's box. That's right. In most worlds, language and money were still usable, but in worlds where barter was preferable, or to prove that I have a lot of money, I have a number of precious metals and gems tucked away in my stranger's box. Moreover, this gem looked vaguely familiar, so I'm guessing it's not something that Tia, who recently learned single bank, put in there, but something I bought in some other world. How it ended up rolling around here, I wonder. Did it get caught in a brick or something? Oh well. Hey Tia, it's a reasonably sized gem, so it would be a shame to leave it lying around and lose or destroy it. Then I turned around to quickly put it away in their stranger's box, and I hastily stopped myself from saying anything when I saw Tia sleeping peacefully. Well, even if you don't get sleepy, it doesn't mean you can't sleep. I'll probably have to keep Tia here for my own reasons, so it's simply good news that he has so many ways to pass the time. If that's the way it's going to be, I guess I'll do it as quietly as possible. I shoved the jewelry in my hand into the bag at my waist and resumed bricklaying. After spending about an hour preparing the furnace, the next step was refining. This time, however, refining was in name only, and the purchased iron ingots were directly melted down for use. If one is concerned about quality, one should do it oneself from the ore refining stage, but ingots bought in miners' towns were usually of high quality, so it's rather better to use this one if I don't use Master Smith. As it is, foo-fa-foo, it's in good shape. After checking for heat leakage and the melting of the steel, I nodded in satisfaction. From here on, it's the forging process, so it won't exactly be quiet. Is it better to wake her up beforehand rather than startle her with a big noise? Hey Tia, wake up. Ed. Good morning. Good morning. Well, I don't know if it's morning or not. Oh, yeah. Tia's face, which had been sleepy for a moment, quickly cleared up. The ears, which had been drooping slightly, were now stretched out, a sign that she was fully awake. Wow, it feels strange. I was not particularly sleepy, but when I lay down and closed my eyes, I fell asleep, and the moment I realized that I was awake, I lost all sleepiness. Hey, that's how it feels. Besides, I'm going to start forging now, so it's going to be a little noisy. Nah, it's fine. Good luck. Yee. Turning my face back from Tia, who was sitting on the bed, smiling and waving, I switched my attention to the forge and began to work. I haven't used one heart engage, so all I had now was this one arm that I trained under my master. Then that is exactly what I will do with all my strength. I read the flames, faced the iron, swung the hammer, and questioned my 5 senses and experience about what Master Smith would tell me if I used it. I identified the slight errors I made. That would not have occurred if I had used my skills, and swung the hammer down with more skill and force than before in order to return it to its proper alignment. Hit, fix, alter, pile, and finally, when it was all finished, Tia's voice came from behind me. Are you done? Yes, that's it. What do you think? Looking back at Tia with the newly made sword in my hand, Tia, who was staring hard, tilted her head slightly and said, normal. Ha ha ha, right? I chuckled at her honest impression. Yeah, I guess that's it. This is my real skill. Of course, if I were to start with proper preparation, I could make a better sword than this, but I was still a long way from being a real blacksmith like my master. But that's okay. It was enough for now that I was able to strike a sword that was neither excessively praised nor mercilessly dismissed, and that someone would pay for and judge it worthy of entrusting their lives to it for a fee. Now that I've got some closure on things, it's time to move on. Oh, you're done? I'm still fine, okay? It's okay. It's not very good to get too deep all of a sudden, and this is, well, it's like a break. My master's teachings were firmly alive in me. The sword I forged was a good sword, if not a great one. It was a great confirmation of this. But I was a little short-handed to continue. Maybe I should get the right minerals and ores before I continue forging. I want a little more practice. My stranger box contains dark night stones and sunshine stones given to me by my master, as well as pumithril lumps that I obtained in the first world. However, it was difficult to purchase large quantities of metal. If the quantity bought did not match the quantity made, the government would suspect that I was smuggling weapons. So I could not do anything reckless in the previous world. It was possible to buy new armor and immediately melt it down and turn it into material as a subterfuge, but this was an insult to the craftsmen who made them, and I would not want to do it unless I was in a situation where I had to. Whether it's a noble or an outlaw, as long as I get a hero it should be resolved nicely. That's a great choice. I'm not saying never, but don't do anything too reckless, okay? Don't look at me like that. I'm not going to do anything reckless. We've been through this before, haven't we? Well, that's true. I'm not going to do anything that would make my master or the guys I've met so far embarrassed, and I'm not going to do anything that would make Tia sad. We may get a little bit of attention from the state authorities, but I'm not going to do anything wrong, just something suspicious that would draw their attention. So, let's go. Yes. My dear Bed-chan, please wait until my next return. I stood in front of the next door, hand in hand with Tia, smiling as she left the bed regretfully. We put our hands on the knob of the door, which was inscribed with the number Row07, and it turned around without any resistance. If you're that reluctant to leave, how about we go get some more sleep before we go? That's a tempting suggestion, but I'm afraid it would make it less special. Since I've just bought a luxury bed, I'd like to look forward to enjoying it for a longer time. I see. Surely a bed where you only sleep once every 6 months is pretty special. Right. I'm a genius after all, to be able to look forward to going to the next world and coming back from it. Yes, Tia is a genius. I feel like I'm being made fun of again, just a little bit. It's just your imagination. Our bodies disappeared behind the glowing door as we exchanged idle chit-chat. Now, let's see which world will be the next one, and hope for Tia Sense's great luck. I've opened it. CH-111. World transfer complete. I landed in the new world as usual and immediately checked my surroundings. It was noon, and there was no sign of anyone but us on the open plain. What is that? Tia put my inner surprise straight into words. What was in sight was an extremely large town, and beyond the towering chalk walls stood a huge statue of a man soaring to the heavens. A big stone statue? How did they carve something that big? They say it was a miraculous work of God. God? That's right. In response to the prayers of believers, God sent down stone pillars from the heavens and carved them into the shape of himself by a rain of thunder. Therefore, there is only that one statue of God in this world, and the place where it stands is the Holy Land, and the place that surrounds it is revered as the Holy City. Was it? Of course, it's a myth, so I don't know if it's true or not. I see. But you remembered right away this time, didn't you? I guess it's because it's just that distinctive. A 300-meter-tall statue of a man, or rather a god, with a rich beard, dressed in some kind of fluttery clothes, holding a book in his left hand and a thunderbolt in his right hand. There was only one world in my memory that had such a thing. This is the 086th world. I see that person's world. Hey Ed, if you remember, can I ask you about this world? Or do you feel like it's better if I don't know this time either? No, it shouldn't be like that in particular. It's quite a distance to the town, so we'll talk while walking. As I stepped out to lead Tia, I slowly told her about this world. Well, first of all, we're heading to the holy city of Arlene, the largest religion in the world, and we'll meet the saint there. A saint? Not the hero? It's a difference in terminology. We may call her a hero, but in this world she is called a saint. Well, that's all there is to it. So if we just join the saints' party and go with them on their journey to defeat the demon lord, we'll be fine. It's easy to understand this time. Then I can play an active part. Haha, I'm counting on you. In fact, there is nothing difficult this time. In fact, the first time around, I also sold myself as a scout who could play Vanguard and was recognized for my abilities in a very ordinary way and was able to join the saints' party, not the hero. I was able to do so, but Ed, what's wrong? Tia looked into my face from the side as my expression clouded as I recalled the past. The innocent look on her face made my chest darken with self-loathing even more. Just the way I was banished back then. Seeing and talking to my mentor again made me realize exactly how badly I'd done things. Seeing and talking to my master again made me realize exactly how badly I've done things. But if I have to do the same thing, I can't afford not to explain it to Tia. Showing competence to make people trust you and hiding competence to make them lose trust in you. As I talked about this self-serving exchange with self-mockery, Tia, who had finished listening to everything, began to think with a difficult look on her face. What's the matter, Tia? Did anything bother you other than the fact that I'm a helpless piece of shit? Don't say that. No, there's something I don't understand. What? If it's absolutely necessary to be banished, Ed's way of doing things. I wouldn't say it's good, but I think it can't be helped. But at least as long as I've been touring the world with you, we didn't have to be banished so harshly, right? I mean, it was just a normal goodbye, right? Tia's words made my mind go blank. It's not right. It's not right. No, it can't be. That, in the first round. It was always a cold stare directed at me as I left the world. Throwing out the incompetent, kicking out the useless. I received apologetic looks, sympathy and pity, but none of the heroes banished me with a smile. But what about the second time around? With the exception of the very first world, Alexis world, didn't everyone after that send me off with a smile on their faces? Waffle kicked me out, dumped out by Rebecca, by Miguel, by Toby, and by my master. Ed. Suddenly, an excruciating headache hit me. Ouch, ouch. The pain was so intense that I thought my head was physically cracking, and I collapsed on the spot, sprawling on the ground. Ed, what should I do? Medicine. But there's no injury. It hurts. It hurts. No. Don't think anymore. Let go of your thoughts, cast off your doubts. Don't think, forget, and don't forget. What's in front of me is always. Tia, Ed. From the other side of my hazy consciousness, my will catched up with me. I looked up vaguely and saw Tia's face, her jade green eyes filled with tears. Oi, what are you crying for? I lifted my languid arms and reached for Tia's cheek. I wiped the tears away with my thumb, and Tia hugged my head tightly. What you ask? You suddenly screamed and passed out? Did you know how worried I was? I'm sorry. Given my current position, it seemed that I was lying on my back with my head being held by her. I put strength into my back muscles to support myself, and I extended my hand, which had been touching Tia's cheek a little more, and gently stroked her head. Then, after Tia had calmed down and released my head from her arms, I stood up on my own. Hey, Ed? Standing up suddenly like that. It's okay, it's okay. It's really nothing. I mean, what was it? That's my line, isn't it? Hey, are you sure you're okay? Aren't you pushing yourself? I'm fine. Look, this way. When I moved my body, my rewound 20-year-old body moved very smoothly. Well, it's great to be young, isn't it? No, physically, I'll always be the same age I am now. I mean, right. Hey Tia, how long have I been asleep, huh? Let's see. Maybe not more than 10 minutes. I see. That's no problem at all. However, if we take too long, the saint will go on a trip, so let's go to the town soon. Okay, but you're sure you're okay with it? Yeah, I'm fine. Tia looked straight at me, and I looked straight back at her and nodded with a smile. In fact, my head felt clear, and I didn't feel sick. If I had to say, the unexplained headache itself was a cause for concern. But since I don't know the cause, there's nothing I can do about it. Well, okay, even if it's not all right, the townspeople will be able to deal with it. All right, let's go. Yi, I cheerfully replied to Tia, who was still looking slightly doubtful, and we proceeded on our way to the holy city. Well, this time I thought we were off to a smooth start. Stay here and be quiet. How did this happen? In the dark, cold iron bars, I was left with a headache of a different kind. T/N. Happy New Year folks. CH 112. It's strange, how did this happen? Cold stone walls surrounded me on three sides and sturdy iron bars in front of me. Lying on a hard bed, looking up at the sky through a small window, I was troubled by the absurdity that had befallen me. It's no surprise, but being thrown in jail like this was not the way it was supposed to be. So why was this happening? It all started when we arrived at the gates of the holy city. There's a lot of people here. Well, it's a big town. At the entrance to the holy city, we saw a line of people waiting to be screened to enter the city. As the holy city of the world's largest religion, it was not surprising to see a line of about 30 people waiting to enter the city, as it was visited by a large number of people every day. And the guards inspecting them were also accustomed to this process. The line was smoothly handled without any problems, and soon it was our turn. Next person. Present your name and ID. And this is Tia. Neither of us has any identification. No ID? You look like a traveling mercenary to me. Ha ha ha, I'm doing an imitation, but I haven't registered. I was told that I had no talent. But even so, I couldn't give up on my dream of becoming a priest of the Arlene religion someday. I see. As I said this with a wry smile, the man at the guard's side scribbled something down in a ledger book he kept on the side. Probably my name and a brief description of my face was being recorded. Incidentally, traveling mercenaries were almost the same as so-called adventurers, but the reason why not registering as a traveling mercenary was related to the priest's dream was because there was a rule that a person could not become a priest if they were engaged in a profession related to combat, such as a traveling mercenary or a guard. If I were to go into why such a rule exists, it seems to be a complicated situation involving doctrines and interests, but I don't have complete grasp of the situation. Anyway, it was enough to know that a person is not allowed to take up such jobs if they are involved in the Arlene cult, not only as a believer but also as a follower of God. Certainly, putting aside the girl with you, at your age. No, but at that level, is there still hope? I understand what's going on. Now let me examine your belongings one last time. I understand. Since there was nothing suspicious, both Tia and I went through the physical examination with an open mind. Then the inspection was over without incident, and we thought we could enter the town. Well, what? The moment I stepped over the white line drawn under my feet, there was a tremendous sound and a red light lit up around me. As I scurried about in my haste, nearly 10 guards immediately came and thrust their swords at me. Don't move. Stay where you are. Ed? What are you people? Wait. Tia. It's all right. Just stay put. Okay? If Ed says so. Tia was about to go berserk when she saw swords pointed at me, but I tried my best to talk her out of it. I have no idea what's going on, but I'm sure it's a bad idea to lash out against the guards. But how did this happen? What the hell? Shut up, you bastard. You're showing signs of contaminated magic. Let me examine you again in detail. Contaminated magic? Just put your hands above your head and don't move. If you try to resist, I'll have you killed. You understood? I had invoked invincible, just in case, so my body would not be harmed even if I were to be cut down to pieces right here and now, but that assured my safety, not my innocence. My body was more carefully examined than before, and the bag on my waist was removed, and all its contents were taken out onto the table. A wallet full of silver coins, preserves, knives, and other familiar travel items were laid out in a narrow space. This, or you, what's this? That's. The guard man pointed to a red jewel about the size of an adult's index finger. Which reminds me, I had forgotten to ask Tia to put it away. What should I say? Jewelry? Don't screw with me. There's a tremendous amount of contaminated magical reactions coming from this stone. There's no way this is just a gemstone. That's not what they told me. As for me, it was really just a gem, so I had no way to answer if they said it shouldn't be here. However, Tia, who was also being held against me with a sword, looked at the jewel and made a startled expression. Huh? Why are you holding that? Does Tia recognize this? What are you talking about? You were the one watching it. Look, it's Toby's. Huh? At Tia's words, I dredged up the events of nearly a year ago, from my perspective, from my memory, and finally remembered. This looks just like the Heart of the Demon Lord that we were working on sealing at the time. Huh? Why is the thing here? Maybe you brought it with you, Tia? Of course not. Gug. She yelled at me rather seriously, and I subtly choked up. But seriously, if Tia didn't bring it, how did this thing end up in my bag? No, I put it in my bag, but why was it in there, stranger box, before that? Oi, you bastard. You know what this is, right? Tell me, what is this? No, it's. Now that I knew the answer, I frantically swept my gaze over the stone and pondered. There was no way I could honestly say that the stone looked just like the gem that contained the power of the Demon Lord of another world. Or rather, if the contaminated magic power has been detected, then there was still something in it. If not the power of the Demon Lord. If such a thing were to be brought into the holy city, there was even a possibility of public execution in front of the statue of God. No joke. Why is this happening? Did I unknowingly invoke, copy and fake? And even then, since it only looks exactly like it can't emit any contaminated magic. I've had enough of this. Hey, take these guys to the jail. In the back. Separately, of course. Following the guard man's words, the other guards put me and Tia in shackles. Tia appealed to me with her eyes, but my only answer was to shake my head. I couldn't see a future where things would get better if I resisted and ran away at this point. So here we are. The bag on my waist, as well as their Dawnbreaker, just entrusted to me by my master, have been taken away, and I was spending a quiet night in jail. I had already removed my shackles, so I was able to secretly use their Akashic compass to confirm that Tia was safe, but it seems that at least she was not in this cell block. What should I do? I thought to myself as I gazed at the white crescent moon in the night sky. If I was the only one to get out, I could easily do so by using their Mirage Shift banishment skill. But I have no intention of leaving my luggage. At least the Dawnbreaker, and I have even less intention of leaving the Tia alone. But the chances of us getting out of here quietly were even slimmer. A little research would quickly reveal that we had no history prior to coming here, and the fact that I had the Heart of the Demon Lord in my possession was irrefutable. A suspicious person with an unknown background who brought in a dangerous object would either be executed immediately or tortured and executed. If I had to say which, it would probably be the latter. Worst case scenario, I'd go berserk, but then it would be hopeless to join the hero's party, and we'd be stuck in this world. Still, it's better than dying. But burying my bones in this world as a wanted criminal was also this way. Yes, that's right. And while I was thinking, I heard the voice of a strangely nervous guard and a woman's voice that gave me the impression of being somewhat cold. The two footsteps gradually approached me and you are an iron cage dividing our positions. Looking across it, I saw a woman a little older than me, with flowing golden hair and a white vestment covering her voluptuous body. Nice to meet you. I am Rul. Saint Rul smiled at me as if she were a close friend. CH 113. I'm sorry. Could you please leave me alone with this gentleman? Hey? No, it's Ara. Is there a problem? I'm not even trying to enter the prison, and above all, to the guard's dismay at the sudden request, Rul flashed him a chilling smile. Do you think it is possible that I could be harmed by him? It was absolute confidence, an unshakable fact. To doubt the power of the saint was to doubt the will of God, and the guard who was asked that question became speechless as if overwhelmed. And then, eventually, he became tired and conceded. I understand. I will be standing by the door, so if you need me, please let me know. I can't hear you talking, but if you shout, I'll be able to reach you. Thank you. The guard left the place after being seen off by Riel, who bowed. When I confirmed that the figure had disappeared behind the door, Riel spoke to me once again. I apologize for keeping you waiting. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Riel. I am known in this world as a saint. Quite polite. My name is Ed. I'm imitating a traveling mercenary. But I'm not registered. Yes, I have heard reports. I understand you are interested in becoming a priest of Arlene? Yes, I am. If so, this is perhaps fate. If all goes well, I will see to it that Ed-san's talent as a priest is recognized. Oh, that would be an honor. Thank you very much. No, that's fine. It is the mission of those who serve God to guide those who wish to serve him. So for that purpose, let's get the troublesome things out of the way first. With these words, Riel took out the gem from the pocket of her vestments and showed it to me. I'll be blunt, what is this? Where in the world did you get this? I have already answered the guard, but I will repeat my response again. To me, it is just a piece of jewelry to be exchanged for cash. And if you ask me where I got it, I don't know either. You don't know? How is that possible? I shook my head helplessly and continued to speak. I can understand why people would be suspicious. After all, it is a gem that could be sold for a very high price. But really, before I knew it, it was in my hands. It's a very troublesome thing from what I hear, so I can imagine the possibility that someone shoved it into my bag. But whatever the case, it doesn't change the fact that I don't know anything about it myself. Well, I see. You certainly haven't told a lie. Oh, you can tell when someone is lying? Foo-fa-foo, I am a saint, so I can tell if someone is lying, or if they are deliberately avoiding saying something so that they don't have to lie and can cover it up. And it seems to me that you really don't know why you have this gem in your possession. Why yes, that's because it is the truth. I felt a chill in my soul at the sight of Riel's slightly disappointed appearance. Her intuition was so keen that it could truly be described as a miracle of God. It should not be something that is completely unexpected or beyond the scope of intention. But even so, the ability to obtain answers to questions with considerable accuracy is perhaps similar in nature to my Akashic compass skill. This would be bad in various ways if she changed the way she asked. Well, I don't think she'd be able to come up with anything related to the other world, so I'm sure it'll be fine. Then, do you mind if I destroy this gem? I was thinking about this when Riel asked me this question as she held the red jewel close to her face. She still had a smile on her face, but the pressure that oozed from it combined with her power would make you agree whether or not you wanted to. Break it? Yeah, this is a very dangerous thing, and I would like to destroy it without a trace right here and now if possible. Is that all right with you? Huh? Well, I don't mind. Are you sure? For some reason, she was a little surprised at my carefree response and asked me to confirm it. What is it? As for me, I'd be more than happy to have you destroy such a dubious object. Phew. In front of my perplexed gaze, she yanked the collar of her vestments open and dropped the gem into it. Immediately, Riel's breasts, which had been hidden behind her vestments, began to glow with a faint light. Well, yeah, to put it simply, her boobs were glowing. I'm really going to destroy it, okay? Is that really okay with you? It is. Then, with palms on either side of her glistening boobs, Riel squeezed them closer together. Then there was a crack and a small sound of something shattering, and a few seconds later the light disappeared from her breasts. How is it? How? Even if you ask me how? Well, I thought it was amazing! That's not what I mean. It's Ed-san's physical condition. Are you in pain, suffering, or feeling lost or tired? Her smile faltered, and instead, she asked me with a slightly blushing face. What's that so cute? But my physical condition? I am fine. I moved my body, but I didn't feel anything out of the ordinary. I didn't have any nausea, headaches, or anything like that, and I was perfectly healthy. But seeing me like that, for some reason, Riel pondered with a complicated look on her face. It doesn't have any effect? Surely there must have been a connection, but that can't be. Can I ask you one thing? There's something that's really bothering me. Okay, I'll answer. That gem is. No, it's not that. Why did you destroy it by squeezing it inside your chest? I just couldn't help it. I know there were other things I should be concerned about, but something inside me was screaming to ask that as my top priority anyway. T/N, I said. Then, In response to my question, she quickly averted her gaze from me and began to speak in a low voice, which was a complete opposite of what she had been till now. As you already know, as a saint, my body is protected by the blessings of God. In other words, once I enclose anything in my body, no matter how evil the power is, I can extinguish it without leaking it to the outside world. I see, so you surround it with your strongest shield and crush it. But then, wouldn't it be okay to use other parts of the body? Oh, other parts? How erotic. Erotic, isn't that right? Sure, it would be nice if it were a place where I could wrap it completely, but I can't put enough pressure with my thighs or armpits to crush that thing, and then the only place left would be my buttocks. How could I possibly lift up my vestments and put jewelry between my buttocks in front of a gentleman? It's preposterous. You should be ashamed of yourself. Only the buttocks? I do not know. Riel's fist exploded on my face, as I was moving closer to the bars. The fist, protected by God's blessing, struck my nose with a thud, and I fell on my buttocks. You animal! You pervert! What are you? Saint Sama. I heard a loud noise. What's wrong? Nothing. Nothing happened. It's just that Ed-san here is the incarnation of eroticism beyond belief. What in the world did you do to us, Saint Sama? I did nothing. Why did this happen? I just wanted to know why you didn't just wrap it up in the palm of your hand and break it. Don't get too agitated. I'm fine. Just a little. Ed-san let his young body overflow with the eroticism. Oh, what a vile thing. No, I really didn't do it. I kept shouting, no, while desperately dodging the spears that kept slamming into me through the cracks of the prison. It seems that the dawn of the prison was still far away. Ch 114. After that, we managed to clear up the guard's misunderstanding through my and Riel's desperate pleas. In the prison, we were alone again, and Riel bowed deeply to me. I am truly sorry, Heartilda. Well, yeah, I'm glad we managed to work it out. Well, on to the rest of the story. Continue. Huh? No way, my butt. No, no, it's not that. Anyway, let me talk, or rather, ask you a question. As long as it's not a row, go ahead. GGHHH. I clenched my fists involuntarily, but I managed to suppress my emotions. That Riel had such a clumsy side to her. I'd traveled for 6 months with her and I had no idea. Let's leave that aside for now. So, once again, what is the nature of the gem, or rather, the contaminated magic it was emitting after all? At my question, Riel's expression, which had been gloomy, suddenly tightened. While I was slightly perplexed by her sudden change from warm and friendly to cold and imposing expression, Riel slowly opened her mouth and began to speak. Contaminated magic is, as the name implies, magic that has been contaminated. You know that all people in this world, not just people, have mana in their bodies, right? Then what do you think happens when they use magic or otherwise consume mana? If they are consuming it, it decreases. When I was asked a question that didn't make sense, I answered in a dumb voice. But Riel quietly shook her head. No, it's not. When most people think of mana, they think of it as a leather bag filled with water or blood that circulates throughout the body, but in reality, mana is like dropping a die called oneself onto a large lake. The world is full of mana, and by being born into it, one dyes the surrounding mana in one's own color. Only the water thus dyed is the mana that one can handle, and the used mana loses its color and returns to the original water again. After that, over time, the surrounding water will again be dyed in one's own color. So the limit of how much water can be dyed in this way is the upper limit of a person's mana. In other words, mana does not increase or decrease, but is omnipresent and circulates throughout the world. T/N. This is an interesting take. Is that so? I exclaimed with great admiration, having never heard of this concept before. Whether it was true or not, or whether it was true only for this world or for all worlds, was something I had no way of knowing since I couldn't use magic in the first place. But I see, this is a new interpretation. But the problem there is the contaminated mana that I mentioned earlier. This mana does not naturally return to environmental mana, nor can it be dyed back into one's own mana. In other words, the world is effectively losing that amount of mana. No matter how huge the world is, if pollution that cannot be removed continues to spread, eventually all the lakes will become contaminated. And even if it does not go that far, if the minimum mana necessary for survival cannot be secured, all life on this land will be lost. I'm sure you can understand how frightening that would be, can't you? Yeah, well, that sure is a lot of work. Listening to her story, I could tell how dangerous the gem I had brought in. Of course I would be immediately detained, and there was no way I could be beheaded without being questioned, even for a horrendously serious crime. Then why were you so concerned about my health when you broke that thing? That is because there was a path of that contaminated mana from the gem connected to Edasan. This is a secret, but if you carry contaminated mana in your body, you can become stronger for a short term. Of course, there is a heavy price to pay for carrying more power in your body than a person can handle. Hey, is that okay? No, it's not. That's why I asked Ed-san, is it really okay to break it? I thought that if you're self-aware and accepting that contaminated mana, you'd somehow stand your ground to keep the gem from being destroyed. That's what it is? But nothing special happened? Yeah. It's very strange. I'm not saying that it's not impossible to get your hands on a source of contaminated mana without being aware of it, so I had made arrangements to treat it immediately in that case, but I never imagined that you would really be fine. What in the world is going on? That's probably what I'd like to hear the most. I gave a wry smile, and Riel also tilted her head with a puzzled expression. Yeah. What is it? Why am I having health problems without knowing it? Right, Tia. Is my companion okay? The source of that gem was still unknown, but if it was in their stranger box, it could have affected Tia. As I raised my voice in a panic, Riel softened her expression a little and answered me. Are you worried about your companion? I think she's fine. There was only one path extending from that gem. Well, good. It doesn't look like you brought the dangerous item intentionally, so that means it really was forced on you somewhere, but by any chance do you have any idea where? Sorry, but I really don't. It was in another world, but as long as I cannot prove it or find it, there was no point in talking about it. It would not be called just a falsehood at that point, but it would also deepen suspicion in a bad direction, such as memories being tampered with by some means. Of course, if I could solve the problem by simply saying I don't know, I wouldn't be here. As I bowed my head lightly, Riel's furrowed brow deepened as she said, Fuo. I'm in trouble. I'm really in trouble. The only source of contaminated magic in this world is the Demon Lord. That is precisely why we must be absolutely certain of the source of that gem. Demon Lord. As I expected, it was just a small slip of the tongue. I was a little careless because we kept talking in the middle of the night and also because I had lost my mental fortitude to some stupid thing along the way. I blurted out, and Riel's eyebrows rose again. As expected? What do you mean, as I expected? Is there something that you haven't told me about yet? No, that's Eda-san. She gripped the bars tightly and brought her face close to the bars. As a result, her large breasts were also squeezed into the gap between the bars and... No, that's not important right now. Now, speak. I won't do anything bad. That's not what I'm worried about. Then why are you hesitating? You don't want to sell out your friends? Or are they holding someone close to you hostage? Or I get it, if it's just a little requests. No, don't do that. No need to be shy. Please enjoy the eroticism of rubbing me to your heart's content. If you know the secret concerning the Demon Lord, I'm willing to sacrifice myself. Stop it. Let me go. Seriously. Riel grabbed my hand and pulled it close to her chest. I was resisting rather seriously, but the god's blessing that she had made it impossible for me to remove the restraint. What are you doing, Ed? Suddenly, I heard a familiar but unheard voice from the other side of the prison. With all my strength and determination, I turned around. And there she was, my partner with a very nice smile on her face, looking very healthy. CH 115. Tia-san? How? Why are you here? Why, you ask? Because I've been called. Smiling, Tia had wooden shackles on her hands, and next to her stood another guard, different from the one who had just arrived. Saint Sama, I brought the girl. Thank you. You may leave now. How rude. Che, damn it. So the only three people left in the room were Riel, who was trying to get me to rub her breasts, me, who was desperately fighting against it, and Tia, who looked at me like I was horse-dung on the side of the road. Someone kill me. Ha. Yo Tia, how have you been? Yes, thanks to you. Looks like you are doing quite well, too, Ed. No, No, Oiral. No, Sanat-sama. What the hell is this? I had talked to her before, Ed-san. I told her about the contaminated magic and the gem, but then she said she was really worried about you. So I had asked to call her here after I broke the gem. The reason it wasn't right after I broke it was because I didn't know what kind of reaction I would get from you, you know? I didn't think it would be nothing, though. Hey, is that so? Yeah, I was so worried about you, Ed. Well, from the looks of it, looks like I was worried for nothing, right? No, it's not. I'm telling you, I can't remove my hand. Please let go of me. Even though I was pulling on her arm quite seriously, not only her body but even her thin arm did not seem to budge. It seems that the blessing of God, which says, no one can harm, no matter how strong they are, cannot be countered by me. But if you tell me a secret in exchange for rubbing my breasts. I didn't say that, you know. You assumed that on your own. All right, anyway, let me talk it over with Tia first. Consulting. I understand. But not alone, together, right here, okay? That's fine. Let me go. Okay, then. The hand that was holding my wrist was suddenly released, and I fell backwards, slamming my ass into the hard floor. I was in tears, and my partner, Tia, looked down at me through the bars with a disappointed look on her face. So, why is this happening? Haha. I wonder why. With a wry smile in my tired voice, I told her the story of what had happened so far. Then Tia quietly approached me by the bars and plunged her own hand into the prison until it was just barely blocked by the shackles. That's right. Hey Ed, I really want to hug you right now, but this rude iron grid won't let me. So can you at least hold my hand? Yeah, sure. Immediately sensing Tia's intention, I gently grabbed her hand. Then, as expected, Tia's voice echoed directly inside me. I understand what's going on. So you're saying you can't convince her unless you tell her the whole truth? That's it. But we can't do that, right? That's why. Then why don't you just tell the truth? Wow. I let out an involuntary squeak, and Tia squeezed my hand. The way we stared straight at each other across the bars was like two lovers, but what was spreading in my head was not such a sweet atmosphere, but endless questions. If I talk about it, she'll just think I am crazy. If that happens, I might as well join the hero's party. That would be the normal case, but things are different now, aren't they? If hiding it won't make things better, I think it's better to talk about it. For the proof of another world, in addition to so much knowledge and information that can't be just brushed aside as delusional, you have Stranger's Box, that cannot be obtained in this world, right? Yes. There may be. Of course, the knowledge of the 86th world that I have is too limited to be absolutely certain, but there is a high possibility that the Dark Night Stone and the Sunshine Stone, for example, which we have just obtained, are substances unique to this world. And in the first place, something went wrong when your bag contained Demon Lord's heart, which we only saw in another world. If there's a cross-world problem going on, I think we'd be better off explaining it to them and asking for their help. What do you think? Oh, or is there a rule against explaining it, similar to how you can't leave the world without being expelled? Her jade green-colored eyes stared at me and I was racking my brain. It's only about my banishment skills that I've told a little about, but until now I've never told anyone that I've traveled through countless worlds while being banished. Really? Why didn't I? Because, as I told Tia, you can't build a proper relationship if you talk such nonsense. Really? And there was no need to go out of my way to tell them until now. Where's the point in making statements that disrupt the loop when there's no need for it? There is no reason to do something that has no benefit and only carries a disadvantage. Really? Then what about now? By explaining that I've been crossing over to different worlds, I might be able to explain how the Demon Lord's heart came to be in my hands. It's worth explaining to get us through this. It would also prove that we have no background in this world, so we should rather explain. We should explain. Are you sure? Yes, because there is no rule that prohibits me from explaining that I'm from another world. If that's the case, I should tell the truth to the saint in front of me. Will it be really okay? The common sense that had built up inside me dammed up my intention to continue. But where does this common sense begin? What is it protecting? Or what is standing in the way? Ed? What's wrong? Are you feeling sick perhaps? No, I'm fine. It was a short silence, less than 10 seconds. However, From my perspective, I felt a heavy fatigue, as if I had been thinking about it for hours. Oh, I'm tired. My head is burning hot, but my body is freezing cold. I feel as if my existence is floating around unsteadily and helplessly, while the very foundation of my being seems to be submerged in deep, dark waters. Everything is crippled, everything is uncertain. If there is only one thing in this place that I can say with absolute certainty that I believe in, it is. Tia's hands are warm. Wow, what's with you all of a sudden? Hee, it's so warm. If I moved my hand, I could feel the warmth of her hand. I felt as if the warmth of this hand was the only thing that was keeping me in this place right now. That's why I said those words. Hey Tia, do you think we should talk? I have always thought and decided for myself what I should do. I have always been the one to make the decisions. But now, for the first time, I'm putting it in someone else's hands. But Tia's answer will be, why don't you just do what you think is right? Yeah, that's right. That's what Tia would say. My thoughts were once again clouded. So my answer is, I'd like to say that, but no. Isn't that obvious? I wouldn't push away a younger boy who looks like he's about to cry like that. My body was pressed against the iron bars as my clasped hands were yanked tight. Then Tia quickly chanted a magic spell to break her own shackles into pieces and put her arms around me from the other side of the bars and hugged me. Don't worry, Ed doesn't have to carry the burden alone. I'll carry it too. Anyway, let's get this person involved. Let's tell her everything. Everything we've ever done. T/N. I shed a tear. Smiling, Tia gave off a gentle scent like a fresh green forest. CH 116. Am I correct in assuming that you've come to an agreement? Thanks to you. So where shall we start? Tia, who had released me, answered the question from behind me by turning her body toward Real. I see. In that case, the immediate problem is that Lunarisha-san broke her shackles. Well, they are wooden shackles after all, so they can be broken inadvertently. I will not question you about that. Thank you very much. Tia replied to Real, who smiled, with a bitter smile on her face. The saint is quite shrewd, making sure that I owe her for this situation. Well, in the current situation, it would be preferable to have a debt. So maybe she even calculated that much. The most important information I want to ask you is the origin of the gem. How did it get into your hands and how did it get here? Please tell me all about it. Alright. It's a long story, okay? It's fine. The night is still long. Tia slowly told Real, who was probably prepared to stay up all night, about us. That we have been to many different worlds. That in order to get out of there, we have to meet the hero, join their party, and then be banished. And in one of those worlds, we came across that Demon Lord's heart. Real listened silently to the story, and eventually, when Tia finished speaking, she looked at us with a serious expression on her face. I see, the power of the Demon Lord of another world. Do you believe me? I have no reason to believe, but I also have no reason to doubt, because, for now, if we don't talk on the premise of I believe you, nothing will move forward, right? At least, nothing equivalent to the gem brought by Ed-san has been found in this world. In fact, if there were more than one such item lying around, the world would be destroyed in an instant. I knew it was a dangerous thing, but is it that dangerous? Of course it is. A gem that unrestrictedly emits contaminated mana without consuming anything in particular is like an offshoot of the Demon Lord existing in the world without being known to the public. If left unattended, contamination will spread from that point. But if someone unknowingly picks it up, the person will also be contaminated, and if someone other than myself destroys it, a large amount of contaminated magic will erode the entire surrounding area. It is not an obvious threat like a mighty magical beast, but as long as it irreversibly advances the destruction of the world, it is the supreme threat to all living things in this world. It's dozens of times worse than what I imagined when I heard the story earlier. It is so bad that I honestly don't understand why I am simply in jail without restraints. At any rate, I'm glad that Ed-san and his partner have an accurate understanding of the dangers of that gem. The only problem is that the information is you know what we don't know. If Ed-san and your partner brought the gem, that's one thing. But if you were in possession of a duplicate without your knowledge, then what's the problem? You've already destroyed it, so that's it, right? Tia tilted her head, But Real shook her head with a serious expression. No, it isn't. The fact that we don't know why you had it means that the same thing could appear in the hands of you again. Frankly speaking, it has become impossible to both of you because of that single suspicion. As long as I don't know when and where that gem will appear, I can't let it out from under my watch. That's only natural. Despite Tia's surprise, I nodded my head with a mixture of resignation and understanding. If I were in the opposite situation, I would demand the same thing. Ed, are you sure? It's neither good nor bad. Heck, that matches our purpose. Did you forget? Rule, the Saint's armor. Ah, hero? That's right. In any case, we need to work with the Saint. Then it's rather convenient for us to be together. I see. As long as the two of you stay in this world, we will be working together whether you want to or not. At least for 6 months. Right. Yes. I've heard it's okay to be expelled earlier if we have developed a deep relationship with them. But I can't see how long it would take for that to happen, so I think spending 6 months is the best way to be sure. T/N, you correct me if I am wrong. I don't remember the other criteria except 6 months. Then it's settled. It cannot be immediately, but I will release the two of you from the prison, placing you in my custody. After that, you will go on a journey with me to defeat the Demon Lord. I look forward to working with you. Thank you. Real bowed politely, to which Tia and I replied with a smile. I thought this would finally be the end of the long night, but apparently Real still had more to say. It was a tough day for a lot of reasons, but I guess I can say it turned out well. I never thought I would be able to add someone who succeeded in subjugating the Demon Lord to my party. I see. Come to think of it, Tia, you did defeat the Demon Lord with Alexis and the others, right? I had never paid attention to this until Real mentioned it. But it is true that Tia has defeated a Demon King. Sort of. Oh. But it was Alexis who actually defeated the Demon Lord, you know? I only assisted him. That's still impressive enough. Lunarisha-san? What exactly was the Demon Lord like? Tia is fine. Demon Lord. I don't know how to describe it. But just it was the Demon Lord. That's not even a single piece of information. I can't help it. It's something that can only be described as the Demon Lord. It's something black and terrific. I slightly furrowed my brow at her childish comment. It seemed that Real felt the same way, and with a slightly troubled look on her face, she further questioned Tia. Do you have any more specific information? How big was it? How many arms and legs did it have? Or if I had to say, what kind of magical beast did it resemble? It was. Tia, I'm sorry. I don't understand. Tia, with a furrowed brow, tilted her head while twitching her ears constantly. But how is that possible? Sure, from Tia's perspective, that would have been more than a decade ago, but that doesn't mean that the memory of the Demon Lord, with whom she risked her life in battle, could have been lost? Demon Lord. Demon Lord. No good. I can't remember anything. If we go that far, does that mean there is some kind of cognitive inhibiting force? Maybe. All I know is that we fought and beat them, but nothing concrete. I myself have never met a Demon Lord, so I can't even imagine what the truth of the matter is. But if he were a Demon Lord capable of destroying the world, it would not be surprising if he were capable of making his own existence ambiguous. I don't get it. What's the point of doing that? I don't know. Well, if it's said that's the kind of creature they are, then that's that. When I met the Demon Lord, I was surely very surprised, very angry, very sad. And finally Alexis plunged his holy sword into the Demon Lord. Oi, Tia. Suddenly, tears began to spill from Tia's eyes. I hurried to reach out my hand, but I couldn't reach Tia's face because of the iron bars. Why am I crying? Listen to me. Or rather, that's enough. You don't have to force yourself to remember. I agree. It is impossible that the battle with the Demon Lord was quite painful. I apologize for asking such an impolite question. As Tia continued to shed tears with a completely unconcerned face, I quietly clenched my fists, feeling a sense of frustration that I couldn't put into words. T/N. Goddamn, this is getting interesting. CH 117. We all had indescribable feelings, and yet, 2 days later, we were somehow released from our cramped quarters. Looking down on the bustling streets of the holy city through the window, Tia and I were facing each other in a room at a luxury inn that Real had secured for us. Now, as promised, the two of you will accompany me on my journey. As a prerequisite, Please Ed-san, check all of your belongings at least once a day to make sure you are not carrying anything strange. Also, please refrain from traveling separately if you must do so. Please be sure to consult with me in advance. Okay? Yeah, no problem. I'm just glad I'm not locked up, to tell you the truth. Well, it couldn't be helped. I nodded my head in agreement with Riel's suggestion. The reason I was speaking casually was because Riel asked me to do so since we were going to be working together as companions. The first time, I was speaking formally all the time, so I felt a little uncomfortable, but the atmosphere that Riel wore was very different from the first round, so I'm sure I'll get used to it soon. Well then, after some preparation, I think we should leave as soon as possible tomorrow. Any suggestions? Huh? Aren't you going to look for other companions? I asked as Riel's words caught me off guard. It's a completely different story from the start, so memories of the first round were no longer useful except as a reference, but I should still at least ask about the companions I traveled with at the time. Other? Is it about the world of Ed-san's memories? Yes, that's right. At that time, Tia was not with us. Instead, we had an old warrior with a big sword on his back and a sorcerer who specialized in offensive attacks. I think both of them were trusted compared to my shitty attitude back then, and I thought it would be better to have them in the group, if we have to leave in the middle of the trip, right? Looking back, I realized that Riel's attitude toward me at that time was a mirror image of my own attitude toward Riel. It seemed somewhat cold and harsh because that's how irresponsible I was. Riel, who was seriously trying to defeat the Demon Lord with her life, and me, who was acting irresponsibly to be banished. There's no way we'd mesh and there's no way I'd be accepted. Thinking that they would be able to cover for the hole I had left behind in the end was nothing more than an excuse for self-satisfaction. The cold, sad look in Riel's eyes at that moment is still stuck in my soul as a needle of ice that won't melt. Then I must not repeat the same mistake. I would sincerely do my best to cooperate with her, but that would not change the fact that we would be leaving during the trip. That was why I suggested this. But she shook her head with a serious expression on her face. No, it is not. There are two reasons. One is that if we invite other people, we have to tell them about the situation of both of you. Since we are companions who entrust our lives to each other, it would be insincere to conceal the situation only from the new invitees, and such a relationship will soon break down. However, we can't tell them our secret. This is not only to ensure the safety of Ed-san and the others, but also because we cannot let them know anything about the Red Gem. Of course those people may be trustworthy, but even so, we do not want to increase the number of people who know about this fact, even if it is just one person. Considering the possibility that the secret might leak out in some way, I would rather not increase the number of people who know about it. I see. Well, that's certainly one choice. There. Demon Lord's heart, I've had for some time, was a high-grade dangerous item that deserves such excessive caution. If this was either it will never appear again or it will definitely appear again, then we could think of appropriate responses for each, but it is an uncertain situation where it might appear someday. I think it is right that it is better for no one to know about it. Then what's the second reason? Foo-fa-foo, that's, I want you two to defeat the Demon Lord together with me. T/N. Finally, huh? I did my best to sound dumb when Riel said it with a look of pride on her face for some reason. No, wait. I mean, didn't I tell you? We don't fight the Demon Lord and we don't defeat him. Otherwise, the existence of a hero. I heard that from Tia-san. I mean, I was listening to Tia-san's story yesterday, and I was thinking. Would you care to hear my conjecture? Oh, I was wondering why you didn't show up yesterday. So, you were talking to Tia. But Tia's story ... What is it? Fun. Well, just ask. Well, I'll ask you ... Then, go ahead. I glanced at Tia, who also turned her chest and showed me a nice smile. I felt a little sad that I was the only one who was left out of the group, but when I urged Riel to go ahead, she started talking again. Yes, I understand that you need to be expelled from the Heroes Party in order to return to your original world. And if the Demon Lord is defeated, the Heroes Party is forcibly disbanded at that point, and that's why you always have to leave in the middle of it because you don't know if you can fulfill the conditions of banishment. But, let's see, was it the records of the hero's story? According to Tia-san's story, in the case of a hero who defeated the Demon Lord, his or her subsequent activities were also listed in the book, right? Doesn't that mean that even if the Demon Lord is defeated, A hero is still a hero and the concept of a hero's party still functions. T/N. O. Okay, I didn't think that. I was greatly shocked by her words. If their records of the hero's story was a record of the hero's life, and if it continues after the defeat of the Demon Lord, then the hero will be a hero until his death, and that guess certainly seems correct. But if that's the case, I also felt that the conditions for banishment were quite loose according to Tia-san's story. In other words, I judged that the conditions for Ed's group to return could be met by defeating the Demon Lord and then disbanding the group after completing their role. What do you think? Do you think I am wrong? And no. That's it made sense. It was a realistic enough inference, given my experience traveling with Tia during the second round. But even before accumulating highly reliable information, I had thought of something similar, and those concerns are still unresolved. Sure, it might work, but what if it doesn't? In fact, once the Demon Lord is defeated, the authority of the heroes is gone, and even if we are banished, we can't return. It's my life and Tia's life itself that's at stake. Are you asking us to throw away a surefire, precedent-setting method and risk everything we have on an element of uncertainty? It's alright with me. Hey Ed, remember how I met you again? How? That's and no way. Yes, the ability I was given before we came here is called Home Point, and it seems to allow me to transfer to a place I recognize as the place I should return to. Of course, it consumes a lot of mana. I am willing to make up for the mana that is needed. As a saint of the Arlene cult, not to mention my own strength, I offer my help to all the believers, and I will probably be able to do so for 10 years. Even taking into account a margin of error, I believe that I will be able to provide the necessary mana for around 15 to 20 years. Ho, is that so? When Tia once crossed the world to come to me, she paid a tremendous price in terms of her lifespan. Compared to that, it was certainly not such a bad deal to just stay in this world for an extended period of time. Aside from Tia, 20 years is a long time for me, an ordinary human being. But if I go back to the other world, my physical age will be rewound. So to be frank, it's not a big risk unless it's so long that I fear I will die of old age. So, if that is the case, can we defeat the Demon Lord? Yes. Hey, Ed, let's defeat the Demon Lord together. The shortest distance to the greatest ending I was never allowed to dream of, even after crossing 100 worlds. I could not help but make a stupid, dumbfounded face at the miracle that fell before my eyes. T/N. Wow, I like this arc. Ch 118. Defeat the Demon Lord. That's the question I've always avoided. When a precipice appears in front of me on a journey of go as far as you can and then turn back, I don't think it was wrong to choose to turn back rather than considering ways to overcome it and risking danger. But now, a bridge had been unexpectedly built on that precipice in front of me. Moreover, it was a stone bridge, not a ragged suspension bridge that looked as if it might fall down at any moment, but a very solid bridge. With such an arrangement in place, there was no way I could turn away from the end result. That is defeating the Demon Lord by choosing to cross the valley. That's why my hands couldn't stop shaking. I couldn't easily grab the two hands that were held out in front of me. Why bother taking the risk when there's no problem if you're just banished in between the journey like you always have been? The Demon Lord is strong, right? Can you really win against such a thing? Shouldn't the affairs of this world be left to the people of this world? Isn't it a bad idea for us, outsiders, to get so involved? In just a few moments of hesitation, countless negative thoughts flow through my head. I don't have to. I shouldn't have to. The torrent of willpower became a storm, blowing around trying to blow me away, not letting me take a single step forward. I frowned and slumped down, even though there was no physical wind blowing. What jumped into my field of vision was a sword swinging at my waist. My dream is to forge a sword that can defeat the Demon Lord. Master, I heard clearly. In my ears the voice of my master, who was not here and already dead in the world beyond the door. I have earned the right to pursue my master's dream, which I thought I would never be able to fulfill. But if I run away, I will get my ass kicked by my master. There is no guarantee that we will make it back alive. Are you okay with that? Yes, that's what I want. I mean, isn't that what I, who has defeated a Demon Lord before, should be asking Ed? Defeating the Demon Lord is the long-cherished wish of everyone living in this world. I myself have no hesitation in doing so. I understand. Then let's do it. Yeah. Yay. My hands were no longer shaking. As I laid my hand on top of the two offered hands, a smile naturally broke out on my face as the three resolutions became one. With a vigorous call, I had finally become a true member of the Heroes Party. The days that followed were the same mundane and common adventures I had experienced many times before. We went to various towns and villages to gather information about the Demon Lord, and to acquire weapons, armor, magic tools, etc., to strengthen our forces. However, there were some differences from the past. I used my banishment skills and memories of the first round without hiding them. We went around to places where problems might occur later and dealt with them in advance. We easily obtained magic tools, the location of which would not have been known without going through several countries to gather information, and by continuing to make the first move, we were able to minimize the damage brought about by the Demon Lord and keep the situation in our favor. Why does a mere mortal have such high defensive powers? That's because I can see through all of your tricks. In the corridor of a castle, I appeared from behind a pillar with my companions, laughing and pointing a finger at the Demon Lord's army leader who failed to attack the minister of that country after defeating the enemy. The minister, who had been stunned by the first attack, stood up and took Rul's hand with tears in his eyes. Oh, thank you, Saint Sama and your friends. I was skeptical when I first heard your warning, but I never thought we would really be attacked by the Demon Lord's army. This too is God's will. God is watching those who do righteous deeds closely. Please continue to strive for a good government and help us defeat the Demon Lord. Of course, we, the Kingdom of Aldruin, will fully support the saint. Tia approached me, who was watching from a little distance in front of the minister, who said this in a voice filled with enthusiasm. Is this going to be enough for this country? Maybe. If the minister has not been captured, the country will not be disturbed, and they will support us with their national power. Even if they use the same tactics, they will probably take countermeasures when something like this has happened once before, so it won't be so bad. Thank you for waiting, Eda-san. And there, after talking with the minister, Rul joined us. From what I had overheard, she had been invited to a dinner party, but apparently she had successfully turned it down. Thank you for your hard work. I'm sorry, Rul, we need to hurry for the next one. That's fine. Where to next? It's a nameless village on the frontier of a neighboring country. There, a plague breaks out. Its true nature is a curse disseminated by the Demon Lord's army. If misunderstood and persecuted, the power of the curse will brew and cause considerable damage, as well as complicate relations with the elves who live nearby. But only if we know the species from the start. Yes, if you need a curse lifted, leave it to me, please. Well, in that case, I'll lose the chance to get involved with the elves, but you can bring Tia to greet them. Oh, that's right. Yeah, leave that to me. At my words, Tia thumped her chest and said, if the relationship is not strained, it is unlikely that a visitor accompanied by a kindred spirit will be rejected. If we then solve the problem those elves are having, that is, the sacred tree in the middle of the village is weakening because of the magical beasts gnawing at its roots, they should be much more willing to assist us than they were in the first round. But then again, Ed, you look like you're having a lot of fun, right? You get it? Well, I'm having more fun than I thought I would. Being able to help people without having to worry about detailed excuses and stuff. I think I'm going to get addicted to this. The more ridiculous our demands were, the harder it would be for them to believe us. If Tia and I had gone directly to the castle and told them that there was a Demon Lord's army trying to kill the minister and replace him, they would not have taken us seriously. Or rather, how do you know such information? And we ourselves would be detained. In that case, the Demon Lord's army would realize that the information had been leaked, and in the worst-case scenario, we would be caught and punished, which could very well lead to a terrible end. It was only because of Rul's reputation as a saint that we were able to reverse this situation, and it was only because we were able to gain such Rul's trust that we were able to prevent the incident from happening. An environment that I could not have wished for before. With such a setup, it should be possible to break most of the currents that should have greatly disturbed the world. And, in fact, the effort has paid off. So we are finally here. You are, that looks like the real deal. This Demon Lord's castle. It had been about 8 months since we left the holy city. Around the same time that we should have been banished halfway through our journey, We had arrived in front of the Demon Lord's castle, fully prepared. CH-119. A deserted castle town with shattered, pitted cobblestones. At the end of the street is a large castle with black stuff all over it. I have no idea what that black stuff is, but I'm pretty sure it's something bad for you. But then again, demon lords really do live in castles, huh? Did the demon lord that Tia fought live in a castle too? Yeah, that's right. But there was a small island in a black swamp, and on top of it there was a spiky castle. A spiky castle. Swamps aside, what is a spiky castle? Is it something with a pointed roof or a tangle of thorns? Well, I don't get it, but it's a demon lord's castle. As I told you before, this was once the capital of a country called the Duchy of Twick. I believe the townscape and the castle are exactly as they were then. I see. If the demon lord's army is desperately doing civil engineering work, it's a little interesting. No, it's not interesting. If they had the ability to build, they wouldn't have been able to attack this far. The reason we were able to talk so carefree in front of the demon lord's castle was, in part, because the human side's power had hardly waned as a result of us crushing the demon lord's army's operations. Not only have we not been weakened, but the allied armies from the various countries have been in high spirits, saying, "Don't forgive the demon lord's army for using despicable means." They have become a large army of 100,000, and even now they continue to attack the demon lord's army with an unprecedented sense of unity. The equipment was maintained by the dwarves, who had ample supplies due to the normal operation of the mine, and the number of casualties was surprisingly low due to logistical support by the elves who did not fall out and recovery magic by the Arlene believers whose power was not reduced by the conspiracy. As a result of throwing away our own weight and doing everything we could to save the world, the Demon Lord's army no longer had the strength left to deal with us. It was all thanks to you, Eda-san. I'm really grateful to have you as a companion. Well, it's because Real believed in me that we were able to come this far. Oh, and Tia, of course, right? We wouldn't be here like this if any one of us was missing. And that too will be over soon. Real, understood. Real took a few steps forward on the spot and used the power of the divine blessing she carried in her body to make a hole in the warding covering the castle large enough for one person to pass through. As soon as we quickly passed through the hole, she herself slipped inside, and the hole was closed the next instant. Are you all right, Real? Yes, Tia-san, I'm fine. At Tia's question, Real replied with a smile and a little sweat on her forehead. Even the Saint Real could only open a small hole for a short time, which is why people are unable to defeat the Demon Lord with an army, and that's why the Heroes Party exists. Then, let's go when Real's breath is in order. It's unlikely that there's anyone inside. Still, don't let your guard down, okay? Ara, who are you talking to? Certainly not me, who has experienced subjugating the Demon Lord and is Ed's wonderful older sister, right? Fufu. Yes, I'll be careful. I nodded with a smile, and with renewed vigilance, we proceeded through the castle. But strangely, there was no enemy to be seen even inside the castle, and then we arrived at the Great Hall. I've been waiting for you, hero. Who are you? Standing alone was a single being, his entire body encased in pitch-black metal armor. The voice sounded like a man, but it was highly doubtful that inside the armor, which was leaking black smoke, was a humanoid. I was one of the 4 generals of the Demon Lord's army. Galgados of the Collapse was, at the somewhat self-mocking words of the other, who introduced himself as Galgados, Real tilted her head slightly and asked, "Yes, that's right. The Demon Lord's army is on the verge of collapse and no longer has a military structure. The only one of the 4 remaining generals is me, and I can't possibly make a name for myself. I'm already a defeated soldier. And this is all your fault." Hero of reading time, Ed. What, me? No, I'm not the hero. She's the hero here. Shut up. I tried to clear up the misunderstanding, but Galgados shouts abhorrently. The black smoke leaking from his armor billowed up for a moment, but it was only for a moment. Phew. Yes, indeed, the hero who avenges the Demon Lord is probably this girl there. But it was all your skill, wasn't it, that drove the Demon Lord's army to this point of destruction? Do you think that the existence of you, the abomination who has destroyed all of our plans, is not known to us? Even you think that? I honestly think it's overrated. The knowledge of the first round I had was already dismissed about 2 months ago. Therefore, if we were forced to retreat here and the Demon Lord's army re-emerged, we would no longer be able to stop the plot from happening as we have done in the past. If that happens, the tragedy that should have been prevented will once again befall this world as a daily occurrence. In short, we are not only chasing, but also being chased. We have an overwhelming advantage, but we are also the ones who have no choice. Nonsense. If it weren't for your ability to read ahead, this wouldn't have happened. Why would someone like you appear apart from the hero? Even if you say that, isn't it just bad timing or bad luck? I mean, it's all about how you conduct yourself on a daily basis. Cuck. Ha ha ha. You preach to me, a member of the Demon Lord's army, about my daily conduct, that the abominable vanguard of God has punished us for not pleasing him. Very well, pay for that insult with your own body. I will not allow that. I drew my sword and clashed with Galgado's. Masters, Dawnbreaker, caught Galgado's sword perfectly, and in fact, sliced the blade off. Gather and spread water, on the white and freezing blue moonlit night, reflecting the dim light and the breath of the diamond dice spirit. Spread, harden and freeze, under the name of Lunarisha, manifest, freezing area, freezing type. Do you think something like this will even work on me? In the meantime, Tia's spirit magic was activated, and a world of glistening white ice spread out around me and Galgado's. However, Galgado's didn't seem to be hurt by the white ice sticking to his black armor, but rather, my body's movement became worse when exposed to the cold air. Ha ha ha. You'll die because of the magic of your friends. Eat this. Come. I tried to catch the sword as it swung down at me. Then, just before Galgado's sword struck me, there was a flash of silvery white light, and his sword did not even graze my clothes, let alone my body. What? I won't let you. Even if only for a very short time, she can lend that blessing to someone else, a believer or not. That was the result of Riel's training, and because I believed in it, I could swing my sword in a deadly place without fear of death. This is the end. A horizontal line. I swung my Dawnbreaker, and sliced Galgado's armor in half. But the opponent was a mysterious being. I remained vigilant, not letting down my guard, considering the possibility that he wouldn't die from that much. Brilliant. I was a defeated soldier after all. A black haze was rapidly billowing out of the armor that had been cut. The voice echoing in the room lacked the strength of the previous one, and we could hear that its life was coming to an end. But don't forget, the Demon Lord is a completely different being from us. No matter how much wisdom you may have, you are powerless in the face of his overwhelming power. We will be waiting for you ahead in the land of the fallen losers. The rising haze vanished, and with a clatter, the armor crumbled, and even the armor quickly turned to dust, leaving nothing behind. Futilda, I am sorry, but I don't think we are going to go there, right? Yes, we will not lose. We will defeat the Demon Lord and survive. That's right. We still have a long life ahead of us and a lot of things to do. Right, let's go. With our backs turned to the enemy, who left only a name and a word, we looked at the door at the end of the hall, the black ivy-like covering the luxurious pattern. It was ahead of us. Over the course of more than 100 years, I have traveled across the worlds more than 100 times. The time when I will face the Demon Lord for the first time is almost here. CH 120. Now, we have to open this door to see the face of the great Demon King. Is it fine to touch this? The large door that separated us from the Demon King was a double swing door, and the handle to pull it from this side was also entangled with black ivy. Up close, it looked somewhat sticky, and to be honest, I was a bit hesitant to touch it. If you're asking me if it's fine or not, it's not, but with a door of this shape, we can't open it without touching it, right? Shall I do it then? I have God's blessing, so I think it will be fine if I touch it. I don't mind you doing it, but I don't think you can open it with your arm strength, he said. But I don't want you to use your strength for something like this, so I'll just choose a suitable stick for now. Just as we were about to stick a stick in the handle hole to try and pull it, assuming it would break, the door slowly opened without us doing anything. The overwhelming presence leaked out from the gap as if overflowing, and the tension that should have been somewhat relaxed was suddenly brought to a state of alertness. Oi, this again. I muttered to myself, cold sweat pouring down my forehead at the sight that lay on the other side of the open door. The white polished stone floor was about the size of a dance hall. It was a little cramped for dozens of people running amok, but it was big enough for the three of us to fight on. In contrast, there were no walls or ceilings at all. Yes, They did not exist. Outside the floor was a pitch-black space, and even goblins could understand that it was not an ordinary place. What will happen if I touch that black part when I'm pushed to the side? I don't even feel like trying it out. And in such a peculiar space, there was only one chair that looked like a throne, framed in gold. The person sitting on the chair directly in front of us, probably about 30 meters away, was no doubt the person we came to defeat. Is that the Demon King? I wonder. He looks more ordinary than I thought he would. The Demon King was sitting on the throne, his whole body covered with a larger amount of black miasma than that of Galgados, whom we had just defeated. Thanks to this, I wasn't sure what he looked like, but judging from his hands and feet protruding slightly from the edges of the miasma, he was probably about the same size as me, an average human male. I had imagined a more incomprehensible creature when I heard the name, Demon King. But as long as it had the same humanoid form, there were plenty of ways to fight him. Kiki kiki kaki kiki kakakakakaka T/N. It's in raw. I don't know its alternative in English. Ggh. It was probably the voice of the Demon King. We involuntarily held our ears as dozens of cacophonous sounds, like metal scraping against metal, echoed through the air. Just now? No, it was not an attack. He simply said something. I see. We can't understand each other. Tia. I know, I'm fine now. Tia's invoked spirit magic gently enveloped our ears. Now we were no longer bothered by his voice, but the battle had not even started yet. Now that we can hear properly, just to confirm, are you willing to have a discussion or something? Kiki kiki kaki kiki kakakakakaka. At my words, the Demon King rose from his throne. When the black miasma rumbled and his hand went to his waist, he pulled out a long, rotting sword from it. It was a cheap, rusty, and shabby sword that looked as if it would break at any moment, but when the black miasma gathered there, a black magic sword was born in a flash. In other words, the opponent was ready to fight. Well, that was expected. I'll attack, you two cover me. Leave it to me. Understood. At a glance, even though he looked like a swordsman, the Demon King's means of attack were completely unknown. If that was the case, it was better to act in such a way that we can make the best use of our own position, rather than the other party's position. I ran normally up to the halfway point, and then activated the Hermes Dash, in the last 10 meters. There, Dawnbreaker S surprise slash, enhanced by the super acceleration, was however easily blocked by the sword in his hand. What the hell? What's happening? One was the sturdiness of the Demon King's defense. There was definitely a rationale in the way he carried his sword, and it was not due to his natural ability to use the sword. And other was the physical hardness of the black sword. With such a rusty, ragged sword at its core, I couldn't cut through it with the Dawnbreaker that my master had forged. Then it was highly likely that the black miasma clinging to the sword completely nullifies physical force and can only be broken through by magic. Our attacks won't work if we don't remove the miasma with magic. I'll aggro him, you two cover me. Roger. So you'll have to play with me for the time being. Kiki kiki kaki kiki kakakakakaka. I still didn't know what he was saying, but it didn't matter much. I just kept on cutting and dicing with the Demon King, while Tia and Real's magic kept on chipping away at his miasma. His base physical strength was quite high, so my personal battle situation was somewhat disadvantageous. However, I was able to withstand the Demon King's attacks with my skills, and even if I was injured, I could still fight because Real's recovery magic would arrive instantly. Release, Wind Edge. Holy Ray. Kakakakikikokokokoko. There. When the magic of the two of them had thinned the miasma out, I put all my strength into slashing with my Dawnbreaker. Then, for the first time, my sword felt the response of a proper cut. It was proof that my guess that a physical attack would be able to injure him if the miasma was thinned out with magic was correct, and it was a solid confirmation that we could hurt the Demon King if we worked together. Alright, let's go. Keep it up. With confidence, I exchanged sword blows more vigorously, and Tia and the others' magic hit the Demon King, who was focused on dealing with my attacks. After repeating this several times and when the miasma faded, I used their magic as bait and drove my sword into the Demon King. That perfect coordination definitely continued to inflict pain on the Demon King. There was no way to know how much was left, but we were sure that we had the Demon King cornered, and as we continued to fight on with all our might, The miasma that the Demon King wore suddenly trembled loudly in front of us. All-out defense. Quickly jumping away from the spot, I dashed towards Tia and the others behind me. The moment I reached them and we were enveloped by the silvery white wards that Real had created, a black ripple surged through the battlefield accompanying a shockwave, and at the same time, a black miasma rose up from the Demon King's back at a tremendous rate. Oi, what is that? The rising miasma took the form of a man's upper body with wings, and in his hand he carried a black sword that matches his enormous physique. In other words, the blow just now wasn't a last desperate attempt when he was about to lose. Heartilda, looks like the real battle starts here. We'll win. Kakakakakakaka. How convenient for you to start all over again, huh? Oi. I held up my sword again, swearing heartily at the winged giant that sprouted from the body of a small man. T/N. I'll go with Demon King from now on instead of Demon Lord. CH 121. I guess we can't defeat him just by cornering him once, but that's a Demon King for you. However, I advanced undaunted towards the Demon King, who had sprouted a huge upper body from his tiny body, like a fairy tale of a demon god coming out of a lamp. Then a huge sword, matching his physique, swung sideways at me. First of all, this guy? Get down. I intercepted his sword with the back of my Dawnbreaker, a single-edged sword, while shouting behind me. However, the power of the 5-meter sword was just as fierce as it looked, and my small body was easily knocked away like dust in the wind. If I let myself go with the momentum, I would go off the stage and crash into the black wall. I hurriedly thrusted my sword into the stone floor and stayed just in time, immediately activating the Hermes dash to get to Tia and the others. In the meantime, the Demon King was about to deliver a devastating slash to Tia, but just as it hit the target, a silvery white light scattered, and the Demon King's sword was lightly flicked up. Thanks. Are you okay? Yeah, somehow, but it's difficult to do it in a row. If it's only me, I'll be fine, but their blessing, I granted to Tia-san, would be shattered by a single blow. Roger. I'll go on the offensive, and Real, you take care of the defense. I understand. Without waiting for Real's reply, I stepped in front of the Demon King again. Then he swung his sword again to slice me. Or rather smash me, but I don't intend to repeat the same mistake twice. His slashes came pouring down on me like a storm, and I intercepted each and every one of them with my Dawnbreaker. My whole body was making an unpleasant sound, but I didn't have time to worry about it. I don't know what you're saying. While complaining about the mysterious cry, I endured the Demon King's aggressive but half-hearted attacks. The main body of the Demon King was probably that small body that I was fighting with just a moment ago. The upper half of the body that grew out of it had an opening due to its enormous size, and honestly, if it were just me, I could run in and attack the main body below. But in that case, if the two people behind me were to be attacked, I would have no way to protect them, and more importantly, I alone would have no way to deal with the black miasma that the Demon King wears. Therefore, endure, for now. Because the opportunity will soon come. Manifest, Star Tia, the only one who had been chanting the entire time, completed her magic, and the storm-clad star pierced the Demon King's huge body. But the gurgling black miasma converged towards the large hole in his chest, and in no time at all, the Demon King had regained his original form. Not good enough. I think the top is not the main body. I think his power has been reduced, but it's impossible to defeat him without hitting the bottom. Looks like it. Okay, I'll prepare myself. Tia then took out a bow using her single bank skill. The particular one that was given to her when she saved the village of elves was a powerful magic tool that could carry the power of spirit magic on the arrow that it launches. Well, I'll do my best to. Roll, please. I understand. The pain disappeared from my body with the restorative magic. I can't get rid of my fatigue, but it's too late for that. Hey, you little balloon bastard. I'm gonna play with you some more. Thrice I stepped forward, and a giant slash poured down on me from the Demon King. This time, at the same time, his wings flapped and countless feathers pierced the floor, and seconds later, they exploded one after another. Is it necessary to use it now? Well, fine by me. If there were more people or if the party members were dispersed, it would be one thing, but I don't think no attack would be effective with only 3 people in 2 separate roles. So is it possible that he is changing his attack method based on the damage he takes, rather than thinking about it? It's somewhat concerning, but it's a big help to me because the frequency of attacks with the sword were slightly reduced because of it. Hey, what's wrong? You're not putting your back into it. However, the situation was actually not good at all. In the first place, his sword strikes were too strong to be received by a human body, or at least a shield, but I was receiving them on the back of my long sword. Thanks to the foresight of my master who gave me the single-edged sword, Dawnbreaker, I've been able to keep up for now, but I was approaching my limit slowly. Goo. Ah. Not yet. A nasty buzzing sensation informed me that the blood vessels in my arms and legs have been severed. I could neither see them nor had time to look at them, but under my clothes, I was sure there were dark stains spreading all over my body. Then Riel's recovery magic, but it wasn't enough to keep up. And it seemed that the exploding feather attack, which I thought was pointless, was exquisitely cutting down on Riel. Blessings. That side was out of my control, so it would be arrogant, not to mention extravagant, to ask for more. It's hard for all of us. And finally, a move to break through this painful situation was completed. Manifest. Star Hastur. Tia's spirit magic was activated again. In conjunction with it, I ran forward, but holding his hands in front of his chest in a defensive posture, the Demon King's huge body blocked Tia's magic. The Demon King's victorious blow landed right on top of my head. Ed-san, with a screeching voice, Riel hurled a blessing at me. It did indeed bounce off the Demon King's sword, but at about the same time, countless feathers fell densely on me and my surroundings, causing a huge explosion. In the midst of the billowing smoke, I was shocked by the lethal blow. That's why I grinned and shouted, Tia. A silver light arrow was shot out from Tia's hand. The silver spirit sword, which was strengthened by imparting spirit magic, was launched as an arrow, and it became a flash that pierced through everything and pierced the Demon King's main body. The silver spirit sword that pierced him shattered, but the black miasma that the Demon King wears also disappeared. Of course it immediately began to heal itself, but I was faster than that. During this trip, I never once used my combat banishment skills, assuming that everything was known to the Demon King, and making him think that my true strength was only this much. But now, I nullified the attacks with invincible, healed all the wounds with regenerate, and using the impact of the feathers from earlier with orbit reflector. In conjunction, Hermes dash, I jumped out of the way. Flesh and bone ripped and bones shattered, the whole body a mere sack of blood, yet the sword pierced straight through the Demon King faster than sound. Koki, with an unexpectedly hard response, my sword, Masters, Dawnbreaker, pierced through the chest of the Demon King. At the same time, the black miasma that the Demon King was clad in suddenly dispersed into the surrounding area, finally revealing the Demon King's true form. Someone's voice. But all of us shared the same feeling, echoed softly. The black miasma had been removed, and the Demon Lord was about the same size as an average adult male, with a human face that could be found anywhere. He was about the same height as me, about the same shape as me, and Ed.san. What the hell? The Demon King had the same face as me. T/N. Ch122. What if the enemy you were fighting with all your strength against had a face just like yours? Of course you would be surprised. You would be surprised, but that's all. Like Mikigami, who used to train Waffles, enemies who imitate our appearance are rare, but they do exist. Considering that, it was not at all surprising that the Demon King had the same kind of power. T/N. It was Mikigami, right? Correct me if I am wrong. Therefore, I was surprised only for a moment. I immediately put all my strength into my arm and tried to slice through the Demon King, but the sword, which was firmly embedded in his arm, did not budge even if I pushed or pulled. Then, the Demon King reached out his hand toward me. Normally, I would have immediately taken my hand off the sword and jumped away, but right now I held in my hand the Dawnbreaker, the sword of dawn forged by my master. I felt the slightest hesitation in letting go of my master's dream, and that naivete made the Demon King grab my arm. Ed-san. The Demon King's arm tightened like vines, and I screamed out at the pain inflicted. That's strange. Why does it hurt so much? Why? Invincible ... is not working? Gah ka. No, not just invisible. Even regenerate was also not invoked on the part of the arm that was grabbed and bloodied to the point that I thought it was going to be crushed. Damn, I didn't think my skills would be disabled. I was kind of expecting it. But right now, let go of Ed. With Tia's voice coming up behind me, a slender sword stabbed the Demon King in the face from diagonally below, grazing my neck. It was aimed directly at the Demon King's eyeball, but the tip of the well-made steel sword shattered, and he was not affected in any way. No way. Even after stripping off his robe of darkness, Tia gave such a fancy name for that black miasma. No, now is not the time to be thinking about that. But something. What is this? Something different from pain is getting inside of me and... No, or is it being sucked out of me? Eat this, Demon King. Divine Aura, and... Holy Ray. A pillar of light rained down from above the Demon King's head due to holy magic from self-enhancement. However, the Demon King, who was pierced through the brain by it, still did nothing. Is he smirking? Kaka. The Demon King swung his right arm and I heard a scream from behind me. I couldn't move my body, even though I wanted to check on the two of them right now. If only my stranger box would open, I could pull out my spare sword, slash my right arm where it's grabbed, and just take off. Shit. Get off me. Get the fuck off me. If you did anything more to Tia and Rul, you are in for a world of pain. I noticed that my right arm, which was turning black, was no longer transmitting any sensation. I kicked him in the groin and head-butted him in the nose, but the Demon King's face didn't change from a smirk. I never thought the day would come when I would hate my own face. Kaka. Found you, caught you. At last. The time has come. Huh? That language, the cries of the Demon King, which had been nothing but a cacophony of countless overlapping sounds, were unified into a single sound, and with a richer expression, human words were spun out. Seeing my surprised face, the bastard was smiling happily. That's right. I am you are me. The one crushed by that annoying god, the 100th Demon King. I don't know. Tia, do it. I'm sorry. In response to my call, Tia swung down her thin sword that had been cut in half. The Demon King, who knew that such a thing would not work, did not react, but it was not the Demon King that Tia was aiming at. Gah! What? It's not that, you idiot. My right arm, which had been held by the Demon King, was cut off from the base of my shoulder, and after being freed, I kicked with all my might at the hilt of the Dawnbreaker that was still stuck in the Demon King's stomach. Gah! Me. Why do you reject? I hate to break it to you, but I ain't gonna be friends with someone who looks the same. It's confusing. For such a reason? Of course I didn't mean it, but for some reason the Demon King was shocked. I dashed to take advantage of the situation. Ora. I took this opportunity to slam my fist into the hilt of the Dawnbreaker. Although my fists were all messed up because I couldn't use my banishing skill for some reason, it didn't matter because of the adrenaline rush. I didn't feel any pain. Wait, stop it. After going through thousands, tens of thousands, even billions of cycles, a miracle has finally arrived. That's why, like I said, I don't know. Or rather, who the hell are you anyways? I am. The Demon King's body cracked, and red light leaked out from the cracks. Though he was in human form and moved like a person, his body was like a stone. Soon this body. Alright then, if you are going to reject me to this extent. Now. I will give you the truth. Now, remember. It's over. The Demon King grabbed my ankle as I kicked with all my might. At the same time, something incomparable to when my arm was held entered me all at once, and it's me. Poor me. Ed. The one who's been stripped of the name at the end, the one given the role of clown. Ed. Remember that reality. Your name is Pakian. The Demon King's body, having exceeded its limits, shattered into a red jewel. The hand that was holding my leg was gone, and countless pieces rained down on me as I fell on my buttocks, but strangely enough, they did not pierce my body, but all disappeared as a black haze. Ed, are you okay? Ed-san, I'm treating you now. I can't regenerate your arm right away, so I'll just stop the bleeding and start with your hand. Yeah, thanks. Seeing me, Tia and Real rushed over in a panic. Tia stood in front of me, wary of the shadowy Demon King, while Real's restorative magic healed my knuckles. Jawuk. Because your nerves are healed, that's why you are feeling the pain. Here, keep this in your mouth so that you don't bite your tongue. Fuga. While my mouth was stuffed with a piece of cloth and the pain was about to burn through my consciousness, I could feel another presence inside me, another person who was calmly watching me. Oh, I see. Is this what it is? It's a memory that I had lost, that was gone. It's not me, Ed, who was given a personality by a god to a soul that had its power and memories shattered to 100 pieces. It's the past of the strongest Demon King who possessed the power to end everything. T/N, god fucking damn. I see, you're definitely me. Damn, you're pushing me into something troublesome. The Demon King of the Demise. Credits roll. With the future and the past rolling in an unexpected direction, I was bitterly thinking about what to do from now on. T/N, from 20th March. Got my NSEMS at the start of March. CH 123. At last it's over. Yeah, it sure is. After that, we ran out of the Demon King's chamber, which was rapidly becoming unstable, and we evacuated to the outside of the castle. At about the same time, the protective wards covering the castle disappeared, and the majestic castle was transformed into rubble just like the surrounding townscape. Feeling moved witnessing this, Real once again bowed deeply and called out to us. Thank you very much, Ed-san, Tia-san. Thanks to the two of you, I was able to accomplish the feat of defeating the Demon King. As a human being living in this world, let me offer my heartfelt thanks. It's fine. Right, Tia? Yeah. We fought together, and it feels quite lonely if you treat me with such respect. Is that so? Fufu. Alright then. Real smiled softly at us, and we smiled back. The sky was blue and clear, as if to celebrate the new beginning of this world. Incidentally, the arm that was cut off by Tia had already healed. It would have been difficult with only Real's magic, but since I was able to use my banishment skills after his death, I was able to regenerate it by regenerate. I had never healed an injury this large before, and to be honest, it was a little scary to see the flesh rising up from the amputated surface and becoming an arm. I was convinced that this was indeed the power of the Demon King. Let's return to the present. Besides, it's not completely over yet, right? There are still remnants of the Demon King's army. Yes, that's right. But the majority of them are already gone, so it's just a matter of time. Well, it wouldn't take long for 100,000 soldiers. If we had that many reinforcements at that time, then I'd be wondering how I was ever going to get expelled. I chuckle and get on board with Tia's joking statement. If a similar coalition force had been formed in that world, what would really have happened? I know, right? If we had managed to get to the Demon King this quick at that time, it would have been difficult to even leave the party with an injury on purpose. Worst case scenario, I could peek in on you changing just like I did the first time. Ednoichi, huh? Tia slapped my nose and puffed up her cute cheeks. So Ed-san really is a pervert after all. But now that he has defeated the Demon King, I may at least offer you my body in return. Ednoichi, GGHHHH. Tia's fist exploded on the tip of my nose in front of Real, who swayed her hips with her cheeks stained. It was 3 times more painful than before. Isn't that unreasonable, Tia-san? HMPH. I have no mercy for the enemies of maidens. I'm sorry. It's my fault. It's not Real's fault. No, it's Will's fault. Let's leave it at that, since thinking about it too deeply doesn't seem to do any good. But now that we've defeated the Demon King, it's time to say goodbye. What? Real's eyes widened in surprise at my words. But that reaction was also a surprise. Why are you surprised? We've defeated the Demon King, so our journey ends here, right? But, we could at least have a victory celebration, or at least a report to everyone in the world that we defeated the Demon King. And I'm sure there are plenty of people out there who would love to see the two of you as heroes. No, that would make it difficult for us to return home. If the banishment fails, so be it. But if not, now is the best time. Me and Tia fought the Demon King, but during the battle both of us died and not even our corpses were left behind. It does make sense, right? That's not true. While she looked at me condemningly, Real kept her mouth shut. She was not just a saint with a title. Because of her power, she has taken countless lives, and her youth and beauty have been used politically beyond the Arlene Church to which she belongs. Then, of course, I know what will happen when we return. Naturally, we would be cheered by the general public, and with the cooperative relationships we have built with various countries, we would not be treated so negatively. But the closer the relationship is, the harder it will be to sever. We are simply leaving this world, so it can be said that it doesn't matter. But for all who remains here, it would be different. If we were to suddenly disappear one day, it was inevitable that inquiries would flood into Ral as our comrade who helped us defeat the Demon King. Is my position or existence dragging the two of you down? That's not wrong either, but the root cause is the fact that we defeated the Demon King in the first place. Well, in life you meet people and you have to say goodbye. It's no use worrying about it. So, you have to do it. Are you sure? Yes, please. Okay. Seeing me and Tia gently holding hands, Ral folded her hands in front of her chest as if she was praying and looked straight at us. Through the power of these brave warriors from another world, the Demon King of this land has been vanquished, and peace has been brought to this world. For your courage and humanity, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you. And goodbye. As long as I live, I will never forget you both. Pycon. Conditions met. 10 minutes remaining until return. I heard the usual voice in my head as I heard Ral's words, as if she was forcing a smile. Oh, it worked. Does that mean that you were able to banish without problems? Yeah, right. Suddenly, Ral jumped on my chest. Her arms were firmly around my waist, and her eyes were filled with tears. Why are you getting banished? Even though I am so grateful to you. Am I not even allowed to send you off wishing for your happiness? Haha, thanks Ral, but that's okay. I can't do anything about the concept of banishment itself. It's a lot of progress just to be allowed to expand on this stupidity. And now, thanks to you, we've taken it a step further. We can now go home after defeating the Demon King. That's right, Ral. Thanks to you, I'm on track to leave the world after doing what I need to do. So thank you. You are the catalyst that will allow us to save all the worlds we will visit in the future. You are definitely a saint. Tia-san. Ral, who had just left me, now embraced Tia. Tia's face as she rubs Ral's back was ever so tender, like a holy mother holding a saint in her arms. Tia. It's about time. Yeah. Tia, who had moved away from the groggy Ral, held out her hand to me as I called out to her. Then we held hands, and I called out to Ral for the last time. You know, Ral, thanks to you, the Demon King has disappeared from this world. Even if I had to do it all over again, no Demon King would ever be born in this world again. Be proud. You saved this world forever. Eda-san. Yes, I understand. I had a great time, Ral. I know we won't see each other again, but we will always be friends. Tia-san. Of course, but don't say I won't see you again. I'm sure I'll get to see you both again, based on that skill. Fufu. Really? Then I look forward to seeing you again. Oh, but don't be reckless, okay? I won't forgive you if you shorten your lifespan like I did. Understood. I might end up becoming an auntie or an old lady. That's fine. See you. See you. 3.2.1 World transfer commences. For the first time, while seeing someone off. For the first time, while being seen off. The bodies of Tia and I, holding hands, turned into light and were banished from this world. T/N. Man, this goodbye hit hard. CH 124. I am so tired this time. After safely returning to the white world, I stretched out on the spot and took a deep breath. We were there for a period of time, but most of all, it was too different from what I had done before, and the end result was so different that it filled me with an indescribable sense of completion. Good work. I'd like to have a cup of tea. But I guess it's not possible. Ha ha ha, I can't drink it. But you were able to subdue the Demon King, so why not try that too? Hey, I'm a little interested, but I think I have too much to lose. Mew mew mew. At my words, Tia wrinkled her brow and started to worry. Even for me, I'd be interested to see what would happen if we ate and drank here. But, no, can we do anything now? I guess I won't. More than that, Ed. I know, records of the hero's story, right? Now, no, not that. Tia stopped me with a serious look on her face as I was about to walk over to the table. Hey Ed, what were you talking to the Demon Lord about? What is the reason behind the Demon King looking like you? Are you curious? Of course I'm curious. I don't want to force you to tell me something you don't want to tell me, but I'm going to make sure you know I want to hear it. Besides, I have something on my mind too. Well, what is it? It was subtly predictable, but I still asked Tia. But unfortunately, my hunch at times like this was rarely wrong. You know, I just remembered when I fought with Alexis and the others. The Demon King at that time looked exactly like you, Ed. Ah, yes, correct answer. When I made a slight scowl at the most unpleasant correct answer in the world, Tia continued. That Demon King was covered in black miasma at first, too. But when Alexis cut through it with his holy sword, he found. Well, yes, it was the same as this time. Of course, I knew right away that it wasn't Ed himself. But I was definitely surprised, and more importantly, Alexis was very angry. He said, "How dare you mock our comrade who gave up his life to pave the way for us? Heroes are not so naive as to get upset just because you look like them." After that, as you know, we defeated the Demon King, and somehow I seem to have forgotten about it, but when I saw the face of the Demon King just now, I suddenly remembered. That's what happened at that time. If it was only in that world, it could still be explained, but if even the Demon King from the other world had Ed's face, then there must be some connection between Ed and the Demon King, right? T/N, man Alexis, one of the best heroes. Well, yes, there is at least a strong connection. It's a long story, it's not interesting, and it might make you feel awful to hear it, but do you still want to hear it? I didn't want to willingly talk about it, but I couldn't avoid answering the question if asked. If I ignore it here, the question will remain in Tia's mind forever. If I choose not to tell her, my relationship with Tia will slowly break down. Rather than clinging to it and turning away from the rottenness, it would be better to come clean here. I was ready to make my decision, but Tia took my hand with a smile on her face. Yeah, tell me. I'm sure I'm here to know that and carry it together with you. I see. Man, why is Tia like this? How can she be so ready to take on my personal crap before even listening to me when I have no intention of letting her take on any of my personal shit? She is a bottomless idiot, the ultimate softie. But I'm willing to talk to the elf lady in front of me if she asks for it. Then let me tell you a story. The story of the Demon King and God who were once born somewhere in the world. The story of Ed and the Demon King, who are still in the middle of their journey. Once upon a time, there was a Demon King who had the power to end everything. And God was very fearful of the existence of such a Demon King. After all, if he had the power to end everything, he might be able to end not only the world he had created, but even God himself. Although the Demon King was neither hostile to God nor engaged in destructive activities, God, who could no longer stand the fact that there was an existence that could threaten him, challenged the Demon King to a battle. After a long and bitter battle, God finally defeated the Demon King. However, although God was able to defeat the Demon King, he was not able to destroy him. This is because their power to end all was the power of the Demon King, not God's power. Therefore, God extracted the power and memories from the Demon King's soul, shattered it into 100 pieces, and scattered each piece in a different world. Then, the soul of the Demon King, which has lost its will and power, was sealed in eternal white, where not even time has passed. However, God was still not relieved. The soul and power, which were originally one, were drawn to each other, and one day, they might even cross the boundary of the world and return to their original state. Then God thought, if the Demon King cannot be destroyed by me, I will dye his soul with despair so that one day, when he regains their power to end all, he himself will wish to disappear and be gone. Once such a mechanism was created, the Demon Lord would destroy himself without doing anything else. God carried out such a wonderful idea without any hesitation. God then implanted false human memories in the soul of the ignorant and innocent Demon King, gave him a fragile human body, and imposed a test on him for the sake of his plan. That was, if you want to return to the world where you were born, you must visit 100 different worlds and be banished in all of them. The Demon King's instinct to return to the original had been replaced by a nostalgia to return home, and the Demon King's soul, processed into a clown doll, desperately wandered across other worlds and was harshly banished wherever he went. He was humbly accompanied by a hero who went to defeat a fragment of his own power, but the soul of the Demon King, who lacked not only the ability to fight but even the common sense of that world, was shunned, disgraced, and cursed in all worlds, but he still continued his activities with the single-minded desire to return to his original world. And when the soul of the Demon King, finally banished from 100 other worlds, passes through the door with false nostalgia and thoughts of a nostalgic home that does not exist, there was a clown doll with all memories erased and returned to its initial state. Yes, it was an eternal circle, a tragedy and a comedy that will never end, given to the Demon King who had lost the power to end all. The soul of the Demon King continued to be rejected and banished by human beings for a period of time so long that the world born of stone will return to stone again, and for repetition that was even more numerous than the number of stars. Memories disappear, but the dark thoughts that have stuck in his soul will not disappear. At the end of a long repetition, the power that leaks out of the world and accumulates little by little each time a fragment of its power comes in and out of the world of existence eventually comes to fruition as a crystal ball in eternal white. It was the power to make any wish come true in the form of an end for anyone who touched it. If the soul of the Demon King, tired of being here, wished for its own extinction, everything would be as God intended. But the soul of the Demon King did not wish for that. The soul of the Demon King, who had been endowed with a personality that prevented him from being driven by anger or revenge, was therefore moderately kind. The Demon King's soul, which not even the gods would destroy, exceeded his expectations slightly in terms of its resilience. The soul of the Demon King did not wish to escape from the painful reality or to disappear from his uselessness, but to become strong enough not to bother anyone and to help those who helped him. Thus, the soul of the Demon King put an end to his powerlessness and became able to use a portion of the power accumulated in the crystal ball as his own. And from that day on, slight cracks began to appear in the perfect plan of God. Ch 125. Now, being able to use the Demon King's power accumulated in the crystal ball, the clown doll that housed the Demon King's soul had become a little stronger. However, that it was far from enough to deal with the infinite loop created by God. There, eternal white. In addition, every time it looped, it lost the power it had acquired along with its memories, and as a result, there was not much difference between it and the previous state. However, by repeating such a state for thousands or tens of thousands of times more, God's calculation went wrong again. The power stored in the crystal ball was directly used and consumed by the Demon King's soul, and the power of the crystal ball, which should normally only fill up after the banishment from 100 worlds, was shifted slightly, and to my surprise, it showed its power right after a new round of the looping had begun. This time, too, the Demon King's soul, which had thought that its memory had been erased and brought into an incomprehensible world, was astonished by its existence. It was only natural that, having been subjected to an unreasonable ordeal, a means of ignoring it all suddenly existed in front of him. As a result, the Demon Lord's soul wished to go home now and finish that lap to enter the door from which it had just emerged, and a new lap began immediately after being stripped of almost all its memories and powers. However, that was exactly how the collapse began. When the soul of the Demon King who entered the next cycle was banished from the first world, the power of the Demon King, which had not been consumed in the previous cycle, was doubled and flowed across the world into the eternal white. The torrent caused a fissure in the narrow road that connected the world, and the road widened rapidly with each subsequent lap. Once that happened, the change was rapid. With each lap, the power that the Demon King's soul gained grew, and even the concept of banishment from the world became more lenient as the path widened. Because of the tampering of memories and consciousness, the soul of the Demon King himself had been unaware of this for a long time. But now the arc of the time created by God was full of holes. In such a broken world, the Demon King's soul finally stabbed the finishing blow. With the power of the crystal ball accumulated 3 times, he wished, "I want to carry over all my memories and powers and start over." T/N. Oh, so that's what happened. It was a forbidden and fatal wish to end the laws that supported the very foundations of this world. Finally, the soul of the Demon King, spiraling out of the eternal circle, deviated from the path laid down and forced by God and began to live as it pleased. And, well, something like that. I exhaled after finishing my long story. In a normal world, I would be thirsty after talking this much, but in this place, it didn't happen. And it was the same for Tia. She listened intently to what I had to say and twisted her head with a difficult expression as she tried to digest it in her own mind. Let's see. So that means Ed is the Demon King, right? Oh, yeah. If she didn't even understand that, I would be tempted to hold my head, but I guess she wasn't that dumb. Good, good, good. So, in all the worlds, including ours, there is a shard of Ed's power in the form of the Demon King? You're right. I'm sorry, but I'm not the one making them go wild, so take your complaints to God. And for Ed, you're saying this isn't the second time around? I guess so. I see. Tia, who had been sitting on the floor listening to the conversation for some reason, stood up and came to my side and held my head tightly to her chest. I'm sorry you had to go through that. Haha. This is nothing. My memories were as hazy as the other side of a sandstorm, but I certainly had painful and sad memories. But even as I recalled them, I still felt no bitterness toward the heroes who had treated me so ill. Because, you know, right? An amateur who doesn't even know how to hold a sword forcibly joins a party of hero for some reason. It's only natural that they would be angry and kick me out. Of course, I had my own reasons for doing so, and I was desperate to do so. But it was of no concern to the heroes. I don't remember. But did we ever say anything bad to Ed? Of course, it was terrible, but it was the truth. Even if you try to force your way along like that, nobody will recognize you as a member of the heroes party. That's why you won't be able to gain any fame. Furthermore, real allies are being put in danger just to protect you. Be aware of your own uselessness and disappear already. Again, I don't hold it against you. Okay, I was acting like a piece of shit at the time, and I deserved to be told that. But I had no other way out of the world, so I was forced to do what I thought was best for me. I'm just thankful I didn't get cut down. Ed, the arms holding my head tightened. Tia's chest was quite thin, so it honestly hurted a bit, but I wasn't wild or brave enough to point that out in this atmosphere. The Demon King of the End can read the atmosphere. That's all? I was thinking you might say, you're the enemy of mankind, and you've been deceiving us all this time. Or how can a puppet created by God pretend to be human? I wouldn't say that. Because Ed saved me. No, not just me. Alexis and all the other heroes of the world, you helped us all. Or do you suddenly want to destroy the world now that you remember you're the Demon King? Nah, that's not it. Besides, I never wanted to destroy the world in the first place. It may not be very convincing since the power that was shattered seems to be causing chaos, but no, I believe you. Because the current Ed is the Ed I know. The words, so honest, soak into my heart, penetrated into my soul. I couldn't see it because she was hugging me, but I'm sure that Tia's eyes were now filled with overflowing trust. But I am a personality created by God, right? I ain't a decent human being to begin with. Remember? Even if you say so. Since the last time you lost your memory and became the current Ed, you've been alive for over 100 years from your subjective point of view, right? Yes. The first round. Or was it before the first round? I'm taking over the memories from that time, so that's how I'm feeling. Then there's nothing wrong with that. No matter how it started, you've lived a normal human life since you were born, Ed, so that's Ed now, okay? I see. Although it varies from world to world, the average lifespan of a normal human being is roughly 60 to 80 years. There are very few special people who live longer, but excluding those special cases, I now spend more time as myself than I did in most of the world before. Then, I don't think it's too exaggerating to say that it is indeed the development of an individual personality called myself. It would be rather unnatural to live 100 years and not develop even a single individuality. Well, then, what about my body? My body wasn't born normal, okay? I don't know if I should be saying this now, but every time we come back here from another world, our bodies are rejuvenated, or rather, rewound, right? So is my body the same as my original body in the first place? I can't say that my body is the same as a normal elf's. Oh, I had never thought about whether my body was normal or not, but now that I think about it, it's hard to say that I'm normal. Even if you take the Demon King out of the equation. I'm not an elf, and the fact that I've maintained the body of a 20-year-old for 100 years was certainly abnormal. Then is that okay? I swallowed, and Tia patted my head lightly before releasing me from her arms, looking me straight in the eye and smiling. Of course it is. I don't care if you're the Demon King or not, Ed is the Ed I know. Nice to meet you, Ed. Nice to meet you, Tia. It was accepted so easily, as if it were a matter of course. And I returned her smile with a smile, feeling so discouraged that I wanted to cry. T/N, just finishing this arc. Will post its last chapter whenever I am done with it. Next arc from 20th March. Ch 126. Well then, let's read the records of the hero's story. Yeah. With a renewed spirit, I led Tia to the table. There, I found their records of the hero's story, and as usual, I picked up the book and opened it. No. Don't read it, Ed! What's with you all of a sudden? You cannot breach a maiden's privacy like this, Ed Noichi. When I was reading about Real's life when she was a young maiden, all of a sudden Tia took the book out of my hand. In front of my bewildered face, Tia was snorting, her ears twitching. What is it? You didn't care about it when it was Rebecca. Did you say something? No, nothing. Tia stared at me, and I hurriedly turned away and whistled. After a few moments of awkwardness, Tia finally put the book back on the table. Yes, you can read it from here. What the hell was written? No, you have to hear this from the person herself. If you try to sneak and read it behind my back, I'll scribble Incarnation of Eros on your back, okay? I don't want that. Okay, I'll not read the previous pages. Trembling at the incredibly terrible penalty of being socially obliterated, I looked at the part of the book which I had been given the permission to read. It was just after we had defeated the Demon King, and it was also the last section of this book. The final chapter, Peace and War in the 007th World, records of the hero's story. The hero Real and her party defeated the Demon King, but the two companions who had fought with her had died in the fierce battle against the Demon King. The people of the world mourned for them, and together with the Saint Real, they were recognized as saints of the Arlene cult, and their names and figures were passed down from generation to generation. The loss of their common enemy, the Demon King, combined with the large armies that they organized to defeat him, led to several wars, but under the command of the hero Real, the followers of the Arlene faith united. The scale of the wars was suppressed by their efforts to maintain security, and for the next 50 years, the world was able to enjoy a degree of peace and tranquility, while keeping tensions hidden behind the scenes. When peace was finally won through the shedding of a great deal of blood, people desired the blood of others so that they will break it themselves. It is said that in his later years, Real sarcastically remarked, "The Demon King I know is much better than this," but she never told whether it was true or not. This girl. After reading the contents, I had an indescribable look of reluctance on my face. I see, if the human side was too enthusiastic, after defeating the Demon King, there would be a surplus of military power and war would ensue. But then again, it would be better to have strong reinforcements to defeat the Demon King. However, it's not right to secretly manipulate the army after defeating the Demon King. I can think of things to reflect on right away, but I'm not sure how to reflect on them. Well, this is what it is, isn't it? It's the choice of those who live in that world, so it's arrogant to think that we're responsible for it, isn't it? It's not exactly satisfying. But yeah, I guess so. We were strangers to that world, and it would be presumptuous of us to take responsibility for the state of the world after we left. But, keeping in mind that there will be such things in the future, it might be a good idea to leave a little advice before we leave. Well then, all that's left to do is to the new ability. Yes. Hey Ed, you said earlier that your banishing skills are the power of the Demon King, right? Why would a power so similar to that be available to me? Yeah, why is that? I turned my head to look at Tia, who asked me why she could use something similar to my banishment skills. I couldn't think of any reason why Tia would be able to use something close to the Demon King's power that I've regained through my banishment skills. To wield the power of the Demon King, you need his soul. If that was the case, it would not be possible to lend the power to anyone else, and since there was only one soul, in effect, no one but me could use it. Then why was Tia able to use it? The most likely possibility is no, that's not right. I don't know. Did you come up with something? It's not like I thought of something, or rather, I had a flash of an absolutely impossible possibility. What? Tell me. To use the power of the Demon King, you need the soul of the Demon King. The soul of a person cannot mix with the soul of the Demon King in living state. The only time there's a chance of mixing is when the soul leaves the body and when it inhabits a new body. that is, when it dies and when it's born. And since we're both alive, that means the only inevitable possibility is if a new life is born between me and Tia. Ednoichi, Gaka. Tia's fist, her face bright red, exploded at the tip of my nose. I felt sparks coming out of my eyes. But even so, Tia's fist didn't stop. Idiot, pervert, don't tell me you did something weird while I was sleeping. Ow, ow, ow. No, 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 no. That's not true. This is the only possibility I can think of. But I noticed a contradiction in it since I haven't done anything, so it made me realize it must be something else. Really? If it's a lie, I'll get really angry, you know? I swear. Tia's fist, which was beating me, lost its momentum, and finally, peace returned to my face. I get it, I believe you. No, I know Ed would never do such a thing, but I can actually use your powers, so what does that really mean? I don't know. I'm sure there are still plenty of things I don't understand even though I've regained a little bit of my memory as the Demon King. It might be different if I could regain all my powers and memories. I see. So I guess our course of action from here on out will be to defeat the Demon King and recover your power and memories in every world we go to? Yeah, that's what we're going to do for now. Of course, if we come up with a better idea during the course of the trip, we will consider changing course. In short, we will maintain a high degree of flexibility and respond flexibly in light of the situation at hand. Is that any different than just doing whatever comes to mind? No, it's not. Mainly in terms of coolness or persuasiveness. I guess so. Tia, who had placed her hand on the crystal ball and made it glow, walked straight to the new door. I hurriedly followed her back, but somehow I felt Tia's attitude was cold. What's with the cold attitude? Did I say something weird? Nothing. I just thought. Foo. Ed is Ed after all. Is that a compliment, or are you making fun of me? I'm making fun of you. T/N. This is the sentence I don't really get why he says that in the next line. If any one of you know, please comment. Thank you. A verb. A new word with my name attached to it is suddenly being created. You're a Demon King. You should be able to handle that much. Come on, let's get out of here. Wait, at least let me take care of my master's sword. Hey, Tia-san. Take it out, please. Oh, well, there's nothing I can do about it. Here you go. Oh, thanks. Receiving there, Dawnbreaker, that she took out from there, single bank. I repaired it properly in the forge, which I haven't used much yet. But still, it was the master's sword. I was able to slay the Demon King without a hitch, and the blade didn't even chip. Okay, I'll finish it soon, so please wait a moment. I'm the one who rushed you, but there's no need to rush. I don't mind watching you do it. Tia, whose expression changed from time to time, now gazed at my work, as if she was in a good mood. I really don't understand the female mind. Well, I don't mind if she's in a good mood. I was used to taking care of swords, but rough maintenance is a disgrace to a swordsman's reputation. Listening to Tia humming in a good mood, I polished the Dawnbreaker, and after confirming that its blade had regained its dawn glow, I walked through the door to a new world with Tia. CH 127. Yosh.ho. This time we landed in a rather dense forest. Even though we were surrounded by tall trees, somehow it was not dark. This is Ara. Is this an elf forest? You know this? Of course. Who do you think I am? Tia was a little peeved at my slight surprise. Of course, we both knew this and were just joking around with each other. Incidentally, an elf forest was a forest where a certain number of elf settlements existed. The trees in such forests are said to be strongly influenced by the spirits, and have the advantage of being stronger, harder to burn, and lusher than the trees in ordinary forests. The fact that the surrounding area was bright even though the light was supposed to be blocked by the dense foliage and branches was probably due to such spiritual influence. By the looks of it, the village is that way. Is that our destination? Yes, that's right. One of the elves in the village is a hero. We will be cooperating with them. Alright. So, as we head over there, can you tell me about this world? Hey, be careful. It goes without saying, I have never seen a single elf catch their foot on a tree root while walking through the forest. Even when they were hunting and moving at high speeds, it was unlikely that Tia would trip over them while talking. I'm the one who should be careful. I'll reiterate, we're going to the Elven village. There are many things that will happen there, but I won't say anything about that now, because it will be too suspicious to know the ins and outs of a village we are visiting for the first time. Why don't you just be natural and not think too hard about it? In other words, it's the same as usual, isn't it? In that case, shouldn't I ask about the hero and the Demon King? I'll tell you secretly after we actually meet in person. There shouldn't be any problem with that. As for the Demon King, what's wrong? Something hard to say? Seeing my troubled face, Tia tilted her head and asked, It's not that. As far as I remember, I have never heard of the existence of Demon King in this world. Huh? Does that mean there is no Demon King? Up until recently, I might have answered maybe so, but now I can affirm that that is absolutely impossible. You remember how it was in Rebecca's world? That the Demon King is a fairy tale? Maybe, but I think it's like that here, too, and the existence of the Demon King is not widespread among the general public. But is it treated like a myth, or is it unknown around here because it's active in distant places, or is it so stealthily active that it hasn't even been discovered? This is the first time we're going to look into those differences, so it might take some time. I see. Well, it's all right, I guess. There's no reason to rush. That's exactly right. Look, it's coming into view. We could see a building that had clearly been altered by human hands in the scenery peeking through the gaps between the trees. As we approached the building, a voice suddenly called out from above us. Who are you people? What is your purpose for coming to this village? Oops. My apologies. We're Tia. The person directly calling out to us was the elf on the watchtower at the entrance to the village, but I could also sense multiple other individuals aiming at us from the trees nearby. But I pretended not to notice it and raised my hands above my head, and just as I was about to say hello to, Tia restrained me with her hand and stepped forward to speak. I am Lunarisha, an elf born under the protection of the spirit tree of Kilkia, in the east of Nordland. As a place for the leaves of the dancing trees to gather in the wind, I seek a momentary refuge in the lands of my brethren, far, far away. What? The elf standing on the watchtower looked puzzled as Tia spoke cheerfully, and Tia, seeing this, looked at me, with the same puzzled expression on her face. What should I do, Ed? Even though it's a customary greeting between elves, I can't get through to him. You're from a different world. And when you're far away, even the rules are different. What are you going to do about it? The way I knew the process was that I would be warned here, but insist that I was just a traveler, and then I would be given permission to enter the village by completing some of the tasks that the elves would give me. However, Tia had greeted them so openly that the elves in the village were looking at us as if they did not know how to react. It was only natural that anyone would think that there must be some kind of agreement if someone so brazenly announced themselves. And if they have no idea what it is, they would hesitate to respond in a rash manner. What do I do? If I were alone, I could use the standard "I'm lost. Please help me." But since Tia, an elf, was with me, there was no way I could get lost in the forest, so I rejected this. The would-be hero was not recognized as a hero yet in the village, so a complete stranger visiting them would be considered suspicious. Then, excuse me, but is there something disturbing going on in this village? What are you? Suddenly, this time I stepped out in front of Tia to talk to the elf on guard, and he, who had returned from his sea of contemplation, gave me a quizzical look. Okay, I've got you. Then, well, actually, this lady, my traveling companion Lunarisha, said that she felt the shadow of a spirit near here. So we were exploring the area, and while doing so, we found this village. And I thought that the shadow might be in this village. Of course, I don't have any proof of this, but I wonder if something happened. Shadow of the spirit. That elf said. Yes, right, Tia. Hey? Oh, yeah, yes. Somehow, there was something that felt like really dangerous. Dangerous? What the hell is that? No, but Tia's words, which she understood what I was saying and took part in the conversation, caused the elf on guard to return to a puzzled expression. This time, however, the look of bewilderment was different. Of course it was. The danger level was quite different between a fellow countryman who says something that you don't understand but seems problematic to dismiss out of hand and a stranger who somehow knows that there is a problem in the village. As I was thinking how to negotiate, another elf appeared on the watchtower, and after they talked about something together, he approached us again. Perhaps the instructions from above had been received. Yosh, all right. Let us invite our distant brethren and her friend into our village. Wait a moment while I open the gate. Understood, I replied and waited for a moment, and then the large wooden gate towering in front of us was pushed open. At first glance, the fence surrounding the village next to the gate looks like a simple wooden fence, but it was a complete trap. Unlike its appearance, it was protected by a strong magic, and if you tried to jump over it, you would be tortured by hell. I would probably be able to push my way through if I used my banishment skill. But since they opened the gate normally, of course I wouldn't do that. While I was thinking such a foolish thought, a nice-looking young elf man stepped out from the open gate. I'm sorry to keep you waiting. Lunarishadono, and Ahmed. I understand. Then, Lunarishadono and Edono. Our village head is pleased to welcome you both. So would you mind accompanying me first? Yes. Of course. You all right with it, Tia? Of course. I mean, the village head is going to go out of their way to meet with us, you know? Yes. The village head was interested in Lunarishadono's greeting. And perhaps a few words about Edono's earlier comments. This way, please. Guided by the man, we entered the village of the elves. What greeted us was not a simple but lively town, but a quiet town with a somewhat dark atmosphere. CH 128. What should I say? The atmosphere in the village feels gloomy. What's really going on here? Unlike human towns, most of the buildings in the elven villages were made of natural materials. Although there were no houses built on trees, a good number of the houses were made of wood, and although the streets were paved, there were no cobblestone pavements. And such a townscape, a village? The elves living in the forest were naturally present, but their expressions were all gloomy. The forest where we landed seemed brighter than the village where the land had been cleared. That's not for me to say, although I'm sure you'll know right away because there's no way we can hide it. Is that so? Yes, sir. This way. We walked through the village, guided by the elven man. Then a large tree came into view in front of us, and as we approached the tree, Tia's expression turned grim. It was a spirit tree, a large tree, if not a giant tree, about 2 times larger than the surrounding trees, and its pale light was a sign that the tree was filled with the power of the spirits. But now, there was a shadow on the light. This was because something like a black vine was entangled in the lower half of the spirit tree, and the black haze generated by the vine was blocking the light. Terrible. Please talk to the village head. We are almost there. The man who was guiding us distorted his face in pain at Tia's muttering, which must have leaked out unintentionally. We walked and eventually arrived at a large meeting hall-like building, where we were ushered into a hall where an elderly elf with a long white beard and a mature elf man who looked to be in his 40s or 50s were waiting for us. Welcome, my fellow brethren from far and wide. I am the head of this village, Darutalato, and this is Ho. I am just an old elf, who has lived the longest in this village. I came here because I heard that someone had appeared who greeted in a very nostalgic way. You are quite young, eh? Who in the world taught you that greeting, huh? That was normal in my village. But it seems it's different around here. That's right. People who used to make such ostentatious greetings have long since disappeared in the last 300 years. It's been 200 years since I last heard it myself. Now there is no one to teach it. Does it mean anything? Tio asked with a serious expression, but the old elf, who identified himself as just an old man, laughed, rubbing his beard in amusement. Ho, meaning. If you ask me what it means, it's because it's long. Right? I guess the majority of people thought that it would be better to just greet people normally without being so ostentatious, and that's why no one says it anymore. Huh? Is that okay? Tradition should be preserved and handed down, right? There is no good or bad. It's the flow of the time. What is necessary is born and what is unnecessary disappears. Some of the things that disappeared may have been necessary, but if they are truly necessary, they will be born and disappear again and again. And one day they will take root as common sense. If you try to preserve what is unnecessary, it will eventually disappear. If you try to erase what is necessary, it will always come back to life. That is how we have erased something and brought something back to life. It is the privilege of youth alone to claw at the great will that flows in the heavens. Looking at her expression sideways, it seems that Tia was not quite sure what to make of it. Well, to be honest, I don't understand it either. Maybe it's an elf feeling or an elderly feeling. I don't have either. Yeah, I don't know, but I'll agree that it sounds like he is saying something profound. Ho ho ho, you don't need to force yourself to understand. Anyway, I just wanted to meet a young lady who was talking about something I hadn't heard in a long time. I am sorry, Chief, but my business is done now. I understand. Well, that's enough about the Elder's business. Let's move on to mine. I heard you said earlier to the Watcher that you felt the shadow of a spirit. Did you see it before you came here? Yes. It was in a very, terrible state. Right. I thought I was doing my best to do something about it, but I am ashamed as there. Village head that even outside of the village, signs of it had leaked out. No, no, Tia hurriedly shouted because she didn't actually feel anything. But the village head shook his head emphatically and continued talking in a somber voice. It doesn't matter, although it has only been 30 years since I took over as village head. Years have nothing to do with my duties. Therefore, I would like to ask you, have similar problems occurred in other villages? If you can do something about those black vines, please tell us how. Of course, I will give you a reasonable reward. How about it, Ed? Yeah, first of all, would you mind showing me the spirit tree again? When Tio asked me to talk about it, I answered, and the village head looked at me with a surprised look on his face. You are going to look at it? Not Lunarishadono? Oh, no. Of course Tia will come along. But I have my own knowledge and experience. If there's something I might get to know if I look, I'd better look. Or is there a rule against letting humans near it? There's no particular rule about that, but... No, but... At my suggestion, the village head folded his arms and began to ponder. According to my knowledge and experience so far, there was no strict rule as to whether or not elves can have extra people of other races near the spirit tree, and it may or may not be a problem depending on the feelings of the elves who live there. If we could gain the trust of the elves, we would be able to get close to them, but there was no trust, as we had just met them. In short, we need to make a good first impression. Please, Satoshi-sama, I cannot bear to see the spirit tree in that state. I don't know if we can do it, but if there is anything we can do, we would like to help somehow. T/N, Satoshi-sama village head, chief. Unlike me, who was somewhat calculating, Tia, who had completely good intentions and turned even my own greed into good intentions, expressed her desire to the village head, perhaps sensing Tia's heart in those large jade eyes. His mouth eventually opened slowly. I understand. If that's the case, I'll allow it. No, rather, I'm in a position to ask. Please save the spirit tree. We will do our best. Right, Ed? Of course. Then, let's go right away. Elder and Anael, come with me. Understood. Ho ho, all right. The village head, Dorutlato-san, Anael-san who guided us, the elder who seemed to have lived more than 300 years judging from his story, and me and Tia. The five of us walked back the way we came and walked to the spirit tree. Along the way, there were elves standing guard, but when the village head called out to them, they naturally gave way. When we reached the base of the tree, the village head opened his mouth again. This is the current state of the spirit tree. We frequently use spirit magic to promote plant growth, and I have tried special fertilizers and holy water imported from the land of humans, but the situation has not improved in any way. I would like to say that maintaining the status quo is the best we can do. But even that is tough these days. Poor thing. The tree was covered with a thin layer of black ivy, and the mist emanating from the ivy was indescribably painful. Tia slowly reached out her hand to touch the tree. Stop. Don't touch it. Tia's hand had gently touched the trunk of the tree. CH 129. Are you crazy? Why? SHH. I controlled the village head with my hand while gesturing to him to keep quiet. In the meantime, Tia was concentrating with her eyes closed, still touching the spirit tree, and the black mist was gradually beginning to cling to her body. Oi, Ed Dono, are you sure you don't want to stop her? It's all right. Let's just wait and see until the very last minute. I'm worried too, but Tia showed no signs of suffering. Then I should trust Tia. As I watched, waiting so that I could immediately pull her away from the tree if she showed even the slightest strange reaction, Tia eventually pulled her hand away from the tree and staggered away from it. Tia. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm sorry. Haha, it's fine if you're okay. I chuckled, trying my best to keep my composure. I didn't want to let her know that my hands were sweating profusely. Men always want to look cool. So, did you figure anything out? Yeah, it's like they're Power is being sucked out of the tree? The power of the spirits that resides in it has gone somewhere else, and yet no new power is coming in. If this continues, in the not too distant future it will just become a tree, not a spirit tree. What? No way. Is that what spirit trees are like? The village head was exaggeratedly surprised by Tia's line, but I couldn't hide my surprise in another way. I had always thought that a spirit tree was a type of tree called a spirit tree, but if it's just a tree, then perhaps it's not? I see. I guess you don't know that. A spirit tree is not the name of a special tree, but a tree in which many spirits dwell. And the reason why so many spirits dwell in a particular tree is because the inside of that tree is the most comfortable place for the spirits in the neighborhood. Comfortable? How can I put it? Ho ho ho. Quite ordinary? Well, yes. I had imagined something more sacred or special, so it was quite unexpected that they were simply gathered in a comfortable place. But my reaction made the elder laugh, scratching his beard with even more amusement. Ho ho ho. Of course the spirits would want a comfortable place to dwell. Furthermore, the reason why the elves build their villages near the spirit trees is because they are comfortable there as well. It is not that the elves cannot live without the tree, or anything like that. What? Is that so? What? Ed didn't know. I've never heard of it. Because elves are very protective of their spirit trees. Tia said this with a shocked look on her face, and I exclaimed with all my might. But Tia, seeing my reaction, gave a wry smile. Well, the presence of a spirit tree is a clear guarantee that it is a comfortable place for us to live. If the tree is weakening, for whatever reason, the power of the spirits nearby is weakening, which means it will eventually become uncomfortable unless it is addressed. In that sense, we take good care of them, and we are usually attached to them afterwards. Well, the spirit trees in our village are like our grandparents who have been watching over us since the earliest times, right? Another misconception that people tend to have is that we elves reject civilization. It is not that we hate or deny civilization, it is just that natural objects, mainly wood, are easier for spirits to dwell in, and as a result, it is easier for us to have a comfortable environment. You understand? To a simple person like you, who cannot feel the power of the spirits, I would say, yes. It's like saying, I'd rather live in a house far from town, where the sun shines and the wind blows pleasantly, even if it's a little inconvenient, than in a house where there are many stores nearby and it's convenient for shopping, but there's a bar nearby and the noise and smell of drunken people is in the air every night. I see. I nodded in deep agreement with the elder's explanation, which seemed to supplement Tia's words. Wow, it wasn't about principle or religion or anything like that. It was simply that this state of affairs was in the best condition and they were keeping it that way. Wow, I've never heard of such a thing before. Really? I was completely wrong about elves. We don't correct it because it's not a misunderstanding that we're bothered by. That is also the way of the time. We are not left behind, we are here by choice. No, I have learned a lot. Thank you, Elder. What? I don't mind this much. Ho 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 ho. Wait, we're getting off topic. It's not about that. It's about the spirit tree. Oh, yes. Sorry. It was a pretty interesting story to me, but surely the state of the spirit tree was an order of magnitude more important. Nodding with his eyes at my honest apology, the village head turned to Tia once again. So, Tia Dono, what do you mean when you say that the power of the spirits is being sucked out? Or rather, was it safe for you to touch this? I don't know how to say this, but perhaps even someone other than me, who can touch the spirit tree and see the state of the spirits, would come to the same conclusion. And as for why it's okay to touch it, I'm not sure why. But somehow it is. What do you mean by somehow? That's just unbelievable. I understand. I do understand. But even though I knew that, I still felt like it would be okay to touch it, and since nothing actually happened, I can't really explain the reason. Tia glanced at me as she answered in a timid manner to the village head, who looked suspiciously. I don't know anything about spirit magic either, even if you look at me like that. Speaking of which, I think I've seen something similar to this recently. You saw? I don't know. Where the hell did you see that? Where was it? As I racked my brains, a flash of lightning flashed through my mind. Yes, this looks just like the ivy-like thing on the door leading to the Demon Lord's place. Which means that, I don't know. And no way. While the village head was surprised, I slowly reached out my hand to the spirit tree. Then, of course, a black haze clung to my body, but I felt no effect on myself. No, nothing at all. It feels like it's trying to connect to somewhere. It's bad. What's wrong? I see. I think I know what this is. Satoshi Dono. What the hell is that? This is something called pollution magic, a special kind of magic that cannot be purified or converted into other magic. Was it? And, if you come in contact with it, the magic power in your body will gradually be replaced by this contaminated mana, which is dangerous and will eventually lead to death. I guess that the reason why the power of the spirit is gone is that the power sucked out from here is going to the source of pollution magic, and this pollution magic is being sent instead. Such a thing. So, how should we deal with it? Should we do something about the source? I think that's the only way. Or if you can use extremely powerful holy magic, you might be able to push back with that. Perhaps, but I think that with a force as strong as Real's, it would be possible to push out the contaminating mana that has accumulated inside the spirit tree and drive it out. In that case, there would be a new problem of how to deal with the contaminated mana, but that is a different problem, so that's okay for now. But Real was a saint and a hero. I don't think it's that easy to find someone who can do the same thing. We have no knowledge of anyone who has such a powerful power. The reason Lunarish Dono and Ed Dono are okay with touching this is because they have that kind of power, isn't it? No, we don't. We have been studying this before, so we are just a little more resistant than other people. It is just as bad if you touch it for a long time. Aside from Tia, the source of the contaminating mana power is my power, so it doesn't matter to me how much I touch it. However, since I don't know what kind of actions the Demon King of this world will take as a result, it wasn't a complete lie to say that it would be bad if I touched it. So, we still have to hit the source of the contaminated mana? Do you know where it is? We will help you as much as we can. Thank you very much. I would like to cooperate with your investigation, even if it is only in a small way. Therefore, I would like to ask for permission to stay in this village. I understand. I will give you permission in the name of the village head. Thank you very much. The village head, who had regained his composure, held out his hand to me. I smiled and took his hand, and somehow we managed to get permission to stay in the village. CH 130. With the help of the village head, we were able to rent a room at an inn, which was the only one in the village. After being introduced to some of the village representatives and having a brief explanation of the rules and regulations of the village and where not to go, I returned to the inn for the night, and found a defenseless Tia in my room. It's been ages. Hey, aren't you a little too relaxed? I couldn't help but giggle at Tia as she rolled around on my bed, but even as I pointed this out, Tia didn't even get up, keeping her face buried in the pillow. It's nice. It's like coming home. It's so calming. You see, the elven village I went to with Real in the previous world was like. Well, we were busy back then. In the previous world, we had saved an elf village. But at that time, we were in the middle of running around the world to get assistance in defeating the Demon King, so we could not stay in the elf village for a long time. In contrast, this time they have said they will investigate the cause, so there was no need to leave here in a hurry or get kicked out. Then there's certainly no reason to stop Tia from enjoying the atmosphere of her hometown that she hadn't experienced in a long time, even if it's not strictly true. Hey Ed, speaking of which, why did you say that? The Demon King. If it's you, you would have known where the Demon King is right away, right? Then why didn't you just go and defeat him? Tia looked up from her pillow and asked me curiously. But that question was exactly why I couldn't help but smile again. Hey Tia, aren't you forgetting the original guideline of action now that we're able to defeat the Demon King? The condition for us to leave this world is not to defeat the Demon King, but to be exiled after joining the Heroes Party. If we easily defeat the Demon King by ourselves, how are we going to join the Heroes Party after that? Oh, I see. Then what about the Demon King? Don't tell me we're not going to defeat him. The plan for now is to casually meet with the hero in this village under the guise of investigating the spirit tree, and then negotiate with the village head to have them accompany us on our journey to defeat the Demon King. Hey, the opposite of the usual, right? Yes, that's right. Up until now, we had always been a part of the Heroes Party. However, in this world, the hero has not yet formed a party with anyone, nor are they aware that they are the hero in the first place, nor did they engage in any activities that would be typical of the hero. Therefore, We need a plausible reason to ask them to accompany us on our journey. But that's something we can do in this timeline, right? What did you do before? In the first round, it took me 2 months just to enter this village. In the first place, I finally gained their trust and entered the village, but I had no idea why the spirit tree was like that. So I just stayed here for half a year and then he got kicked out. What? I don't feel like there's a single good thing about it. I can't help it. Looking back on it now, it's not like I was able to do anything back then. This is the 62nd world. In other words, it was much earlier than the world of real. At that time, I had become reasonably strong, but of course, I had no knowledge of pollution magic or the power of the Demon King. So there was really nothing I could do against the spirit tree that was wrapped in black ivy. I had a feeling that the hero was here, so I tried to get into the village, but from the elves' point of view, I was a suspicious person who persistently tried to enter the village without knowing why at a time when the spirit tree was in trouble. And when I did get into the village after a lot of effort, I couldn't do anything about it because the hero was just a child. And then even after desperately trying to get into the village, I did nothing but play around. I had to deal with a lot of confusion and trouble. Well, I did get kicked out after 6 months, so I was able to return to the white world safely. Well, looking back, I can't think of another world where I was forced to waste as much time aimlessly as here. Isn't that strange? A demon king who hasn't even been confirmed to exist, and a child hero. From the way things have been going, shouldn't the timing of our coming here be more like when the Demon King started rampaging and the child grew up to become a warrior? I don't doubt that, but there's a lot we don't know about world travel, and more importantly, we don't know how to find out. Sure, we can guess from the trends we've seen so far, but there's no way to know for sure. I shrugged my shoulders and replied, and Tia buried her face in the pillow and muttered, I can't help it. There's nothing I can do. It was tempting to abandon my thoughts with words like that, but now that I've regained my memory as the Demon King, there's something that's stuck with me. I had accepted it carelessly so far, but now I look back and see that every time we had jumped, it was definitely a turning point in history. If so, is there something we should be interfering with at this time? Remember. What's the difference between the first round and the second round now? I clawed desperately at my not-so-pleasant memories. I tried to recall not only the first round, but even the crappy memories before that. But there was only a margin of error difference there. I don't get it. When I scratched my head in frustration, Tia finally got up from the bed, took my hand, and patted my head lightly. Look, you shouldn't be so rough with yourself, okay? We've only just arrived, so it's fine. Tomorrow, when we go around the village, you will probably notice or remember something. Well, first, let's go see this baby hero, shall we? That's right. I should have thought there was no need to be in a hurry, but unbeknownst to me, I was in a hurry myself. I was grateful to Tia for reminding me of this, and as I turned around, I slid my hand under Tia's armpit and pulled her out of the bed. Hey, I'm just going to go to bed now that we've decided on tomorrow's schedule of activities. So, Tia, go back to your room. What? It's already kind of a hassle. Can't we sleep here together? Of course not. They took the trouble to get us 2 rooms, so you should sleep in your own room. Yes. Ed, you are stingy. What did you say? Nothing. Good night. I laid down on my bed again as Tia, with her tongue sticking out, left the room, closing the door behind her. The comfortable warmth that remained there had me sound asleep in no time at all. And the next morning, after finishing breakfast, we started investigating the elven village as planned. This way? Yes. The destination was a residential area, because we were heading towards the place where outsiders are least likely to set foot and where people wouldn't want me to go. We were looked at with suspicion many times. However, as we continued to walk, what I found there was just an ordinary house. I'm off. A boy of about 12 years old burst cheerfully out of the door of the house. He had reddish bronze hair, which was unusual for an elf, and he was the hero of this world. What's wrong, Ed? Tia's words drifted from right to left in my ears and disappeared. I continued to stare at the boy with that much concentration, but I could no longer hide my astonishment at his back as he moved away from me. No way. Why, the boy who was supposed to have been the hero all this time. But I couldn't feel the slightest sign of him being a hero at all. CH 131. Strange. This is not possible. I have been to many other worlds, and even before the first round, including the time when I was living in the gruesome days of suffering due to the conspiracy of God, there has never been a time when a hero ceased to be a hero. But right now, I certainly didn't feel any sign of being a hero from the boy running away in front of me. What is this? Ed? What's wrong? Is that child the hero? Why yeah. He should have been. What do you mean? I don't know. I barely managed to squeeze out a reply to Tia. I really don't know. But I certainly want to know why. But I can't just ramble on in the middle of the street like this, especially when the people around us are giving us the look that says, there's a stranger here. Fine. Let's just walk. Tia pulled my hand somewhat forcefully as I stood there, unable to recover from the shock. As I walked away, Tia spoke to me not with her voice but with her mind. Have you calmed down? Would you like me to sing you a lullaby? No, I am not sleepy. Oh, really? But once you go to sleep, you will naturally calm down, right? And over here, it's okay to sing to your heart's content. Haha, well if you were walking around town singing lullabies, you would definitely look like a weirdo. By having a silly conversation, my heart, which had been boiling with surprise, gradually quieted down. I let out one big breath and spoke to Tia normally, smiling at my own pettiness. Thank you. I'm fine now. Thank goodness. About what's going on? Should I ask now or is it better to ask later? I'll tell you now. There's very little I can explain. You are right. The kid who just came in was supposed to be the hero, but apparently he's not the hero now. So, what about now? Does that mean you're going to become a hero from now on? Well, who knows? I was frustrated that I could only reply brusquely. To begin with, when I jumped into another world, there was always a hero there from the beginning. I have never seen the moment when someone becomes or ceases to be a hero, and based on their records of the hero's story, and the verification with real before this, a hero was a hero until death. Wait, die? Don't tell me the hero is going to die and be replaced? I put my hand over my mouth and stifled my voice at the prospect that came to mind. Forcing myself to swallow and suppress a feeling of disgust bordering on heartburn, I forcefully pulled on Tia's hand and walked into the shadows nearby. Hey, Ed? What's wrong? I'm sorry, Tia. Wait a minute. Manifest. Akashic Compass. The Demon King's power banishment skill responded exactly to my whisper. Then I visited the location of the hero, and what I saw there was not that boy, but the Elder. What? The Elder is the hero. I see. Beside Tia's astonishment, I was convinced of one fact. It was true that I had never met that elder person in the village before. I just thought it was because he was not interested in me that I had never met him. Calm down and listen. Tia, that elder will probably die within 2 months. What's that supposed to mean? As I told you last night, it took me 2 months to get into this village on my first round. And when we met here 2 months later, that boy was definitely the hero. So I think that during those 2 months, that elder died and the hero was replaced. That's. At my words, Tia looked startled. But it was only for a moment, and soon she grabbed my shoulders and rocked my body. Ah, but if we know that, we can help him, right? Hey Ed? Oh, yes, that's right. If he dies from external factors, there is a possibility that he can be saved. But, when I came to this village, I didn't feel that anyone had died in an incident or accident. I was thinking that maybe he had died of old age. Considering that, I thought maybe he died because of old age. Yeah. Tia's hands, which had been gripping my shoulders, slowly weakened. No matter how many memories I have of the past, I can't do anything about people's life expectancy. Even so, if it was 10 or 20 years in the future, I may be able to extend it somewhat by having them change their lifestyle. But when it comes to the life expectancy of an old man who will die in 2 months, there really was no way to do anything about it. I see. Right. It's quite presumptuous to think that we can extend someone's lifespan. I understand that your feelings are heavy now. The most we can do is to be a little concerned about him and tell the village head about it, okay? But if we are too specific, they might suspect that we did something. I want to do something, but I can't do anything. Tia's expression was distorted by this bitterness, but I also didn't know what to say to her. At least, at the very least, I want to make the elder happy. What's the best way to do that? Well, I guess you'd have to ask him. Foo. That's right. Hey Ed, from now, I know. Let's just call it part of the investigation and go talk to the elder. Yay. That's my Ed. Tia's face lit up and she jumped on me, hugging my neck. I caught her and spun around, setting her down at a brightly lit alleyway, and we started walking. Fortunately, the elder was a well-known person, and we could easily find the house by asking people nearby. Hello. Are you the elder? Ho. I'm coming. A quiet house with a slightly different structure from the others, located somewhat far from the hustle and bustle of the city. When Tia called out to him at the entrance, the elder came out of the house with energetic steps. Well, from the looks of it, I don't think it's going to take 2 months, but then again, it's really easy for people to die. Ho. If it isn't the young lady from yesterday. What brings you to this old place? Yes, I wanted to ask you about the spirit tree, this village, and many other things. Ho. Certainly. I'll talk to you as much as you want if it's okay with you. Come on, don't just stand there, go over to. Or better yet, go over there. The elder, who seemed to be trying to invite us into his house, unexpectedly walked out of the house. We followed the elder as he walked, and just halfway around the house, we were struck by the strange sight. Are the inside and outside of the house connected? Ho. This is called a bench. You can open the door and you are connected to the outside, and if you sit like this, you can easily drink tea while looking out. So I sit here sometimes. I see. I sat down on a wooden bench that seemed to grow out of the house. Tia was sitting right next to me, patting the surface of the bench with a nostalgic look on her face. Wow, I haven't seen this ages. Was it rare even where you lived? There isn't much of it, you know. See, there's only a door separating the inside and outside of the house, so quite a bit of air comes in. Some people like it because it has a certain elegance to it, but most of them are old people. Hey. Ho. That's right. As we get older, it becomes more and more difficult to go outside, so we want to feel the outside while staying at home. Here, have some tea. It's hot, so don't burn yourself. Thank you, elder. Thank you. We thanked the elder, who returned with a steaming ceramic cup on a thin wooden tray, and reached for it. After letting the steaming cup cool, we drank it, and the savory flavor, different from that of black tea or herbal tea, filled our mouths. CH 132. Good tea, isn't it? And the garden too. Yes, it's very nice. In our hands, we had a cup of refreshing light brown tea, and in front of us was a garden with colorful flowers. Both were simple but elegant, and just being there seemed to relax our hearts. Ho. I'm glad you like it. Well, aside from the tea, I haven't done anything to the garden. Is that so? No, but the flowers in the garden were of various kinds, but they were clustered in a certain area. It was hard to believe that these were natural blooms, but the elder answered my question with a happy smile. Ahaha, it's not a lie. You know, the spirits do this on their own. The seeds of the flowers that fly in the wind fall here just in time, or the nourishing soil that is carried away by the rain happens to accumulate here. So the gathering of spirits was the true nature of this garden. But, if that's the case, if the spirits love you that much, wouldn't you be able to create an even more amazing garden if you used your spirit magic properly? Tia's question seemed to express my innermost feelings. The elder's ears twitched, but his smile remained unchanged. Ho. Yes. If I wanted to, I could make a mountain out of this little garden and a river running through it, and create a garden that would be a condensed version of nature. If I were younger, I might have stuck to such a plan, but I am too old. I don't want to do everything in my power, but it is enough to just have a little bit of feeling for things as they are. But, elder, for the first time, the elder's expression became slightly clouded. His ears were drooping, and he was not displaying the same vigor he had shown just a few moments ago. The spirit tree is in such a state. The power of the spirits in this area is gradually weakening these days. If things continue as they are, in less than 10 years, this flower garden may become nothing more than a meadow. That would be a little sad. Well, the only saving grace is that my life will probably end sooner than seeing such a lonely garden. But, both you and the garden are so healthy. Why? Ho. I know I haven't counted my own age since I passed the 300 mark. But even so, I know that my life is about to end. I feel like I'm getting closer to the spirits. I think the weakening of the body makes it easier for the soul to come out, and that in turn makes it easier to be in touch with the spirits. Tia was unable to say anything because she had heard from me about the elder's life expectancy. Then the elder gently touched Tia's cheek. Don't give me that look. I have lived long enough. If I have any regrets, it is that I will not be able to see the beauty and vibrance of the spirit tree again. I'll do something about it. Oh, Tia, we'll figure something out. That's why. Ignoring my surprise at her sudden declaration, Tia turned her forceful gaze on the elder. The elder, however, had a troubled smile and removed his hand from Tia's cheek. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it that way. Young people should not overwork themselves for the sake of an old man like me who has no future. Do what you can, as much as you can. If you hurt yourself by pushing yourself too hard, you will hurt the man next to you. Don't be in a hurry. Take one step at a time. Just receiving your kindness, it's more than enough for me. Thank you, elder. The elder had a broad smile on his face, and neither Tia nor I could say anything more to him. After drinking tea and looking at the beautiful garden, we had some casual conversation and left the elder's house. Well, see you later. Yes, thank you for your time. Excuse us. With the elder seeing us off, Tia and I bowed and started walking. After a while, Tia looked at me with a determined expression on her face. Hey, Ed, I know what you're going to say, but honestly, it's not a very good move, you know? The current hero was the elder, but the maximum life expectancy of the elder was approximately 2 months. In other words, we will not be able to fulfill the work together for half a year requirement for our return, and in the first place, it was too impractical to go on a journey to defeat the Demon King with an old man who has only a short time left to live. The best thing to do would be to wait for the boy to become a hero, and then talk to the village head and take him on an adventure to defeat the Demon King, spending half a year defeating him and then returning, where we would part ways and be banished. This way everything would work out. I know, but I see. If you understand, then it's good. I pulled Tia's hand and continued on our way. My plan was to return to the inn, but when we reached the main street, I turned my feet in the opposite direction from the inn. Ed, that's not where the inn is, right? What are you talking about, Tia? You know, right? That's the best way, but it's not the most satisfying way. So how about we kick some risks and problems and do what we want to do? That's how we do things, right? I grinned at Tia, who looked at me with her mouth hanging open. Then Tia's jade eyes first widened, then slowly filled with tears, and finally sparkled as she jumped toward me. T/N, someone is a softie. Ed, you're the best. Hey, stop it. It's embarrassing. It's fine. I am going to brag to everyone that my partner is the best. Ah, I get it already. Get away. We have to hurry and go shopping, or the store will close. Ah, that's right. Hurry. This girl. Tia, separated from me and then running quickly ahead, turned and beckoned me, and I followed her with a wry smile. Most of the things we originally needed were in their stranger box, so after purchasing some extra preserved food, we went to the village head and told him that we would be leaving the village for a while tomorrow to do some more investigation, and then return to the inn. I want to hurry. Don't be reckless. Even if we know the direction thanks to Akashic Compass, it's still dangerous to walk in the forest at night. Even the village head warned us about that, right? I know, but don't you think we'd be fine? It's not impossible if we push ourselves, but if we are talking about the fastest, leaving Tia here and me acting alone would theoretically be the fastest way to reach the destination. If I were alone, I could force my way through with Invincible and Hermes Dash. However, the world was not as simple as saying, just drive straight toward your destination and you'll get there. If there were mountains and valleys it would work, but if there were big rivers and oceans, it would be impossible to just jump over them, and if I had to cross a border, I would have to go through all the formalities. It was possible to get through by using Mirage Shift, but trespassing borders was usually a felony, so it would put a big restriction on subsequent actions. The time wasted and the risk taken were too great compared to the time that could be saved. And honestly speaking, it was not worth it unless the circumstances were very serious. And even if I make it that far and get to the Demon King, if you ask me if I can defeat him alone, yeah, It's still impossible no matter what I think. Nope, nope. I know how you feel, but don't be in a hurry. First of all, after we leave the forest, we need to go to a nearby town, register with the Adventurers Guild and get an ID card. We need to gather information on the Demon King outside of this village to know how to move forward. Ugh. What a hassle. I agree, but it's necessary. In that sense, the existence of Rule was a godsend, as she was able to take care of all these complicated procedures and certifications by saying, "It's God's will." I had almost forgotten how troublesome it was to be an adventurer. Got it. But first thing in the morning. We'll leave first thing in the morning. Yes, yes. Let's go to bed early today. Okay. Good night. I watched Tia fly out of my room with mild amazement and a smile on my face, and went to sleep early to prepare for another departure. The next day, I visited the village head's house to say a few words before our departure. Please will you allow this child to accompany you on your journey? Please. With these words, the soon-to-be hero appeared in front of us. CH 133, Satocho-sama? What do you mean by accompanying this child? The village head's eyes were on Tia. But I asked him why. The village head turned his head back to me and explained the reason. It is definitely abrupt. Let me explain it properly. The truth is that it is time for this child to leave the village. But with the spirit tree in the state it is in, I don't want to reduce the number of warriors in my village. But I can't send this precious child out alone. So I was wondering what to do, and then I heard that the two of you were leaving the village to conduct an investigation. So I was wondering if you could take him with you. Excuse me, what do you mean by out of the village? Oh, it's no wonder that Edono, an ordinary person, doesn't know about this. In this village, when a child turns 50, he or she is sent out of the village for a certain period of time. This is to avoid the child's knowledge and common sense becoming narrowed and fixed by being shut up in the village. I didn't know there was such a custom. It was certainly a reasonable or even a necessary ritual. I nodded my head in agreement, understanding that they wanted to avoid having the village warriors leave the village for a long period of time under the current circumstances. So, what do you think? If it is a survey, there is not much danger. And from what I have heard, both Lunarish Edono and Edono are accustomed to traveling. Of course, we'll pay for that separately from the investigation of the spirit tree, and you can stay with this child until he gets used to the outside world. How long will it take to get used to the outside world? Will it be possible to bring the child back to this village, depending on the results of the investigation? There is no problem bringing him back to the village. In the past, there used to be a rule that once a person left her village, he or she should not return for 50 years, but this rule has been abolished now because there were many cases of people who did not return to their villages after the period and started their families outside the village. While it is unacceptable that a short stay in a nearby town is all it takes to separate themselves from their family and hometown, no one says anything if they come back occasionally and stay a few days. And it is even recommended that they tell the children and their parents about the outside world. As for how long he should be together with you, right? How about we give it a year at most, or until Edono determines that he is capable of working alone. A year? Isn't that too short a time? The boy looked at him and us alternately with a startled expression on his face. But the village head placed his hand on the boy's head and continued his words with a laugh. Don't be unreasonable, Elise. If the elven warriors in the village accompanied you, you could certainly stay with them for 10 years or so, but aside from Lunarish Edono, Edono is just a human. I can't trouble them for that long, and I shouldn't take advantage of them. However, this is certainly a special case. If you find it unreasonable, you are allowed to return to the village and try the separation ceremony again in a few years' time. How about that? I understand. If that's the case, Lunarish-sama, Ed-sama, I'll probably cause you some trouble, but what do you think? Would you be willing to accompany me? What do we do, Ed? Tia looked at me with a troubled look on her face as the boy stood up straight, looking nervous. I told the village head that this was just a research trip, but what we were actually going to do was a trip to defeat the Demon King. The severity and danger of this trip was naturally different from the investigations in the neighborhood, and it was not a level of difficulty that could be taken by a child leaving the village for the first time. But let me just clarify a few more things. First of all, the reason we are going on this trip is certainly to investigate the cause of what happened to the spirit tree. but investigating the cause means that we may get to the cause and possibly work to eliminate it. In other words, this is not a safe trip, even if it is called a survey. Of course, if you decide to accompany us, we will take your safety into consideration as much as possible, but we cannot assure you that we will absolutely protect you. Are you okay with that? Mew. That's ... The village head pondered with a difficult look on his face as I asked him with a serious expression, and the boy Lee's expression instantly turned pale. I understand how he felt, because he thought we were just going to take it easy and go somewhere nearby, but now we might be involved in a battle with someone who would do that to the spirit tree. If the cause is identified, would you consider coming back here once? As a special case, we can allow for an extended stay in the Elise home at that time. If the cause of the problem is nearby, it would be possible, but if the cause is weeks or months away, for example, it would be difficult. Of course, we can still give priority to returning, but that means leaving the tree in a state of pain, so we have to assume that it will be too late. Mew. That's true. Satoshi-sama, if that's the case, you don't have to force them to accompany me. You see, after the problem with the spirit tree is solved, I can leave. You never know when it's going to happen, do you? It is true that a gap of 5 or 10 years is not a big deal for us elves, but this is a milestone ceremony. Unless there is a war or some other serious circumstance, we want to send you off properly. Well, how about at least accompanying him to the nearest town and spending the first week or so with him? If there is no problem with that, the rest will depend on the circumstances of Ed Dono and others at that time and the will of Elise. On the other hand, if he is clearly inexperienced, we would like him to be sent back to the village. Regarding the escort to the village, if it's not convenient for Ed Dono and Lunarisha Dono, I don't mind you asking the elven adventurers who are active locally. We will pay for that. How about this? If that's the case. How about it, Tia? Alright, I'm fine with that. I see. And what about you, Elise? At the words of the village head, Elise was troubled. It was certainly a bit heavy for a child to make a decision of his or her own volition. Oi, Elise. Kun? Elise is fine. What is it? Ed-san. Sama? Haha, Ed-san is fine. Well then, Elise. This is just a small piece of advice. But if you're struggling, it might be better to just stop. Even a journey that involves moving from town to town can easily lead to death if you're constantly worrying and getting lost. To be indecisive means that you're lacking in knowledge, experience, determination, or perhaps all three, and that can be fatal. Elise frowned at those words. But do not misunderstand, my words are not over yet. But they can be learned and developed through actual travel. The journey will be full of pain and suffering. But if you trust us and follow us, we will do our best to teach and train you. What will you do? You can either stand tall and take your chances, or you can step back and get ready. But the only time to choose is now. You have to decide for yourself right here, right now. Earth, who had been slumped down, let out a small voice. Elise, who had been slumped down, let out a small voice. After a few seconds of hesitation, he took a step toward us with his fists clenched. I'm going. Please let me go with you. Are you sure? Yes, because I can always prepare myself, but I can only go with Ed Dono and the others now, right? If I have a warrior to protect me, it will be no different if I stay in the village. If I'm going to leave the village anyway, I want to be able to stand on my own 2 feet. His eyes, the same reddish bronze as her hair, looked straight at me. I grinned at their eyes, which were shining with hope, pushing aside any anxiety. All right. Then we'll train you. Nice to meet you, Elise. Nice to meet you, Elise-kun. Thank you very much, Ed-san, Tia-san. Elise was not yet a hero. Therefore, this was not a hero's party. Yes, this was the first moment since I started traveling around the other world that I formed a party with someone other than a hero. Ch 134. We left the elven village before noon, with Elise joining our party. Elise was leading the way now, as a guide and to see what he could do, and Tia and I were following him, chatting about nothing important. This chatting was also an excellent training exercise. If I couldn't be vigilant of my surroundings after devoting so much of my attention to conversation, I wouldn't be able to live out my days as an adventurer. Even a child is fast, as expected from the elves. Thank you, Eda-san. I've been hunting in this area with my friends. Oh, you've hunted before? That's right. They wouldn't send a guy out with no combat experience at all. Ha ha ha, right. The Elise, prepared to draw his bow even as he spoke, exhaled a short breath and shot an arrow. The arrow pierced the feet of a nearby grey wolf, and the 3 or so grey wolves that were there turned and ran away. Tia confirmed this and asked Elise with a serious face, "Didn't you hit just now, or did you miss it?" "I didn't hit it. It is quite a long way to the town, so I thought it would take less time and be less dangerous to let them escape than to finish them off poorly and get into a fight." "Yes, that's right. If you made the decision after thinking it through and were able to follow through with it, then you passed the test. You were so timid before you left, but look at you now." "That was, you see, I was a little nervous." "Give me a break, Tia-san." "Foo-fa-foo, what should I do?" Tia smirked happily at Elise, who pleaded with a troubled look on her face. "I had no worries to begin with, but it appeared that the 2 of them were getting along just fine." "Tia, don't tease him too much." "By the way, Elise, from what I've seen so far, do you use a bow as your primary weapon?" "Yes, that's right. I was thinking of using a bow as my primary weapon with spirit magic to support it." I had heard that elven archers are favored in most parties because they can make simple, disposable arrows with spirit magic from branches around the area. "I see. Certainly an archer who doesn't run out of arrows would be strong." What is it?" "No, it's nothing. Just stay alert and keep moving forward." "I understand." Tilting his head slightly, Elise continued to advance, and after that, he proceeded to defeat or drive back the demonic beasts without any problems. The overnight encampment went without a hitch, and by just afternoon the next day, we had made it to the nearest town. After registering as adventurers with Elise, we went to the guild's recommended armory. Ed-san, we have weapons and armor from the village, so we don't need to buy. Don't be like that. There are a lot of weapons here that you won't find in the Elven village. You never know what's right for you until you actually use it, and even if you're an archer to begin with, you should at least have one melee weapon, right?" "Huh? Is that how it is?" "That's the way it is." "So, old man, can I see some of your weapons?" "Alright. If you're a beginner, just get one of those cheap ones on the shelf over there. But not the cheapest one at the far end. They are disposable weapons for those who can use them properly. If a beginner uses them without knowing it, the weapon will break and you will die in no time." "Got it. Let's go." "What about you, Tia?" "Well, I'm going to look at some swords. It's going to be hard to find a replacement for my beloved sword." "Ha ha ha. I understand that too. I hope there's something good." Tia responded to my words with a quick wink and moved away from us. The beloved sword that Tia had lost was, of course, the Silver Spirit Sword. I had thought that if I did well, it would be registered as her default equipment, but when we returned from that world, the Silver Spirit Sword was not on her waist. I don't know if it's because it was used against the Demon King, or if it was simply too high in rank, but anyway, the sword Tia was using right now was like a backup. If I am able to replenish the materials in this world, I would like to forge that sword again when I return. I'll keep it as just a secondary goal for now. While I was thinking about this, Elise and I arrived at a shelf where many weapons for beginners were on display. There were, of course, the usual long swords, but there were also large swords, daggers, spears, handcuffs, and the odd ones such as a sickle, a chained iron ball called a morning star, and a spiked iron rod. There are so many different types of weapons. Some of them I've certainly never seen before. I didn't expect this, but in a good way. I didn't expect this much variety. Although I had my doubts about whether a beginner can use a morning star, the assortment of items on the shelves was truly impressive. While Elise was browsing through the various items, I found the one I wanted and picked it up from the shelf. "What's that, Ed-san?" "This is a twin sword. It is a perfect melee weapon, but it can also be used as a throwing weapon if you have the muscle power. Once you learn how to use it, you can use both hands for either attack or defense at the moment, so it is a weapon that has both a strong defense and a high offensive capability." It looks very powerful." "Yes, it's my recommendation. Do you want to try it?" "Yes." Elise held the twin swords and started swinging them around. The old man looked at me from the back of the store with a dumbfounded look on his face, but I paid no heed to that. Well, I understand what he was trying to say. Apart from the irony that it was on this shelf, the twin sword was not a weapon I would recommend to beginners by any stretch of the imagination. The short blade length meant that you had to get close to the enemy in order to attack, and the lack of centrifugal force made it difficult to generate power. It was a weapon for experts, requiring not only a high level of physical ability but also quick and sophisticated judgment to master. Of course, I knew that, but I dared to recommend it to Elise because, wow, this is really easy to use. Look. Yeah, it looks pretty cool. Hey, right? Elise's swordsmanship wasn't that of someone who had just picked up a twin sword for the first time. Yes, from what I saw in my banishment skill, Rainbow Glasses, he had a talent for twin swords at a level that was something to be praised. Or rather, his talent as an archer was honestly ordinary. The same went for spirit magic. If he took advantage of the fact that he was an elf and trained for a long period of time, he will eventually reach at least the top level, but that was the limit. Even if he was not lacking in the skills needed to be an adventurer, he was not at all skilled enough to be a hero to fight against the Demon King. But with the twin swords, it was different. If I could pass on what I know about swordsmanship and trained him in my own unique way, he would be able to overcome his mediocre talents in no time at all. I like it. If I could imbue spirit magic on this, it'll be even better, but I don't have enough money to buy a weapon made of mithril. Ha. Work hard to make money from now on. So, what do you want to do? Want that one? Yeah, mister. I'll have the twin swords. Alright. Hina-chan, is this guy really a newbie? No, he's an elf, so he's probably not as old as he looks. He's definitely a newbie. We just registered as an adventurer today, you know? It's amazing how talented these young guys are. You are young enough to... Certainly. Come here, I'll find you a sheath that fits it. Okay, Ed-san, I'll be right back. Yeah, I'll wait here and make sure you get it right. Yes. The discouraged old man with a resentful look on his face and the dancing feet of Elise disappeared into the back of the store. Foo, the future hero enhancement plan is off to a perfect start. CH 135. The 1-week period promised to the village head. We had come to a nearby forest to see the culmination of the week's work, and in front of me and Tia, who had accepted a request to take down a beast, Elise was engaged in battle with a single demonic beast. Elise, who was about 150 centimeters small, was confronted by a huge red-haired bear that must have been about 3 meters long. A stranger looking at it would be tempted to yell out, "Run now!" But predator and non-predator are, in fact, complete opposites. Gah, ha! With a yell, the giant bear, Dalton Bear, swung its thick arm down toward Elise. But he stepped forward and slashed the palm of the bear's hand that was coming toward him with his right sword, with a sputtering slash. Gah! If his opponent was someone who knew how to fight, he would have continued to swing his arm without worrying about injuries. If he had done so, Elise's small body would have been blown away by the bear's powerful arm, and he would have been at a disadvantage. But even a demonic beast was still a beast. The sharp pain in the palm of its hand caused the bear to pull back, and as a result, Elise successfully slipped into the bear's pocket and stabbed him deeply in the stomach with his left sword. Gwah! Oops! The furious Dalton Bear swung its arm at him again, but the small Elise slipped under him and, taking advantage of the opportunity, stabbed his right sword into the back of Dalton Bear's right thigh and kicked the hilt to escape. Gah! Gwah! Yua! Scary. Foo. He had already lost both of his swords, while the bear was flailing its arms recklessly in pain from the deep stabs of the sword. But Elise was in no hurry. His twin swords, which were only long till his elbow, were highly portable, and the specially made sheath on his back was designed to hold 3 pairs of 6 swords. That meant he still had 4 swords. If it's on the rampage, there's no need to approach him. Nevertheless, his weapons were by no means limited to twin swords. He picked up a nearby fallen branch and turned it into an arrow with spirit magic. It would be difficult even for a skilled archer to hit an arrow that had no feathers or arrowheads, just a straight wooden stick with a pointed tip, but he had spirit magic. Go! With a hissing sound, 3 arrows, each clad in green wind, were shot out at the bear in rapid succession. 2 of them were easily broken off by the swinging arms, but the last one pierced its right eye. Gwah! Deprived of sight along with pain, the bear, completely out of reason, rushed toward him with its huge body. However, the sword that was still stuck in its stomach and thighs was causing it pain just by moving, and its body was slightly slumped and its thrusts were not fully powered. Then, Elise tossed his bow nearby and, undaunted by the approaching giant, pulled out 2 swords from his back and wrapped them with the spirit magic he had prepared to put on the arrows and hurled them at the bear. The weight of the light wooden arrows and the short iron sword was completely different, so the swords were not fast enough to pierce the thick fur of the bear, but when they flew in front of its face, the Dalton bear reflexively turned its face away from them, and Elise did not miss that opportunity. This is the end. Drawing his last 2 swords, Elise slid under the bear and stabbed it in the throat with his right sword, and without a moment's pause, he thrust his left sword into the bear's shoulder, forcing it to break free with the force of his arm, and spinning in midair, he dropped his heel onto the bear's head. The weight of its own body and the impact of the kick drove the dagger deep into its throat, causing the bear to squirm in agony. After taking up the distance again, Elise picked up the bow that had fallen to the ground and held it at the ready, but when bear eventually stopped moving, he finally released his stance after a count of 30. Foo. So, how was it, Ed-san? Yeah, it was fine. I emerged from the grass and told him, who reported his victory, with a smile. Tia, who was also hiding and watching the situation, approached the dead Dalton bear and closely observed where and what kind of wounds it had. Fine, huh? I thought I was getting stronger. But, you are really getting stronger, you know? It's a hell of a thing to be able to beat this thing in a week. But that's not the problem. A Dalton bear was a demonic beast that took a party of 3 or 4 adventurers to defeat. But Elise, who had only been an adventurer for a week, had single-handedly defeated this beast, so his growth was nothing short of amazing. I knew he had talent, but I didn't expect him to grow at such a rate. But the all-too-easy increase in ability had also brought with it its own downsides. I know you're getting stronger, but you could have fought a little more carefully. Tia-san. Carefully? Yes. For example, now that you've used up your entire stock of twin swords, what are you going to do if another demonic beast attacks you before you can retrieve them? It's good that you remained vigilant, but that's a minus. But I did it because I thought it was necessary. Did you have to throw your sword when Dalton bear came at you? You could have dodged to the side, or you could have mixed the stones with the wind and sent them flying. Did you really have to throw the sword? Well, you didn't fight this wildly when you were helping to hunt in the village, did you? I know you've gotten stronger, but don't let your strength get in the way. Yes. Tia scolded him, and his face became very gloomy. The growth of his mind had not caught up with his rapidly increasing ability, and he had become careless and conceited, which he should not have been. In other words, he was getting on a roll, which was the problem that he must overcome now. But these mental things are hard to notice if you are on your own, and even if you do notice them, you can't fix them. He didn't realize it before because he never left his village. But now he understands better. If we hadn't come, this would have probably killed him. If the spirit tree had remained in that state, Elise would have had to leave the village not too far in the future even if we hadn't come. In that case, I didn't know whether he would go solo or in a party with someone else, but at some point he would realize that he had a talent for twin swords, and he would grow up to be conceited and leave his friends behind, and die easily when he let his guard down. Thus, the story of the hero ended without him even realizing that he was a hero, leaving only a glimpse of his rapid growth as a hero. It somehow makes sense to think that we were sent to prevent this from happening. I guess that's enough from me for now. How about you, Ed? Oh, yeah. Hey Elise. This is the end of the promised week, so what do you want to do? While I was thinking about something unimportant, Tia's sermon seemed to have ended. She asked me to talk again, and I asked Elise. Me? Yes. In the past week, your ability has increased to a level far beyond what it was when you were in the village. There is no doubt about that, but on the other hand, you lack the discretion and prudence that you used to have. In short, the stronger you are, the more likely you are to die. This may sound contradictory at first glance, but do you realize it? Well, yes. Ha. Don't you understand? Well, I get it. The bigger you get, the smaller we must seem to you, right? His slumped gaze slightly slipped away from mine. I couldn't help but chuckle at his very obvious reaction. It's easy to understand, Elise. Then I'll show you the reality in a more easy to understand way. With that, I drew my sword from my waist, not the Dawnbreaker, but the steel sword I bought as a spare. Come at me. The peak of swordsmanship. I won't say that, but I'll show you a little bit higher. CH 136. Right now? Yeah. You're not too exhausted to move, right? Tia, I need you to set up a perimeter. All right. That's it. Now, go get your weapons and get ready. As I said this while shaking the tip of the sword, Elise, with a mortified expression on his face, retrieved the sword from the corpse of Dalton Bear, washed off the blood with spirit magic, and holstered it together with a bow. Then, with a pair of swords at the ready, he turned to me and spoke again. Are you serious? Of course. I'm not going to say something weak like holding back. Even if we feel a little awkward with each other after this match, as long as we don't disagree with each other, we're only a party until today anyway. So don't worry about anything and come at me with all you've got. Depending on how you look at it, it could be interpreted as I'm going to beat the shit out of the new guy who's getting too cocky, or from Elise's side, I have no problem embarrassing the guy who's acting like a senior. Therefore, he smiled a little and gave his answer with a smile mixed with a sense of superiority. Understood. Then I won't hesitate. Elise, who was holding his swords in an irregular manner, with his left hand in the forward direction and his right hand in the reverse direction, lowered himself and lunged toward me. If he had just come straight at me, I would have kicked him in the face and that would have been the end of it. But when he took a half step into the space between my swords, his body suddenly shifted to the right with an impossible maneuver. Taking advantage of his light weight, he forcibly changed his trajectory by daring to blow himself away with his spirit magic. HMPH. Sweet. I blocked his sword that was about to cut through my side as he ran by me, by switching the sword to my left hand. I also tried to hook his leg by extending my right leg, but he evaded by jumping over and ran through behind me. Elise, which should have been running at full speed, however, instantly reversed and thrust his sword at me. This was also spirit magic. What I could only do with a huge banishment skill, Elise could reproduce with a very simple spirit magic. I was envious, and if I had been a demonic beast, I would have easily been struck by a blow, but, you idiot. Twisting my body with my left leg as my axis, I dodged his thrust from behind. I then half-turned my body and slammed into Elise with a centrifugal force using my sword, which sent his small body flying about 2 meters. Although the defense with the sword was barely in time and it was far from a fatal wound, Elise, who had already gained an advantage in the spacing, now had to start all over again by getting in close again. Who speaks up when trying attack from behind? GGH. Then, Elise, with a frustrated expression on his face, now switched his right to his forward hand and slashed at me with both swords. The fact that he was using 2 swords simply meant that he had twice as many moves. Right, left, up, down. Elise's swordsmanship comes down on me like a storm in a beautiful trajectory, just like the basics. But it didn't work on me. With only one long sword, I block all the attacks of the 2 swords, which were faster and more efficient than the 2 swords of Elise. How can you block all of them? Of course, it's because I know from where they're going to come. You can't do. I can do it, and I understand. That's your immaturity. This guy. While preventing the swords from flailing about, I kicked Elise in the stomach. Normally, this would be a bad move that would likely result in a cut to my leg, but Elise, who had focused all of his attention on the sword fight, could not prevent me from doing so. The distance between us widened again, and Elise pressed his belly painfully. Damn it, why? Even though I've gotten stronger. No, you have certainly gotten stronger. But that strength has no core. Both your mind and your body are being controlled by the strength you've acquired. So you can overpower a lower-ranked opponent. But you can't handle a higher-ranked opponent. Because normally, with that much skill, you'd make it much more of a struggle. Are you looking down on me? I'm not. I'm just telling you the reality. And kinda refreshing seeing this rope, cut, thrust, slash, sweep, slide. I was assaulted by dozens of sword dances, including a wide variety of sword cuts and sword changes, with no 2 swords having the same pattern. But I still couldn't get through. The only thing I could do was to match my sword with his. The sword, mastered only by talent in a short time, was too beautiful. And I could see the whole picture from the sword muscle to the way the power was applied. Even though the technique will have tremendous effectiveness against demonic beasts, those who have learned swordsmanship may feel a sense of illusion, being taught to defend against it with the words "please block this." Why can't I get through? If you were a demonic beast, you would have been torn apart by now. Well, that's because I'm not a demonic beast, and this isn't getting us anywhere. With a snap, I deflected both of Lee's swords. He immediately tried to pull out a new sword from the holster on his back, but it fell to the ground. I put away my iron sword and readied the Dawnbreaker. Lee's hand. No, not just his hand, his whole body was trembling. Despite that, he somehow managed to take the third pair of swords and assumed a stance, but with his waist so timidly withdrawn, it was only a stance in name. Even in the face of such Elise, I showed no mercy. I held my sword in a natural stance, but concentrated my mind on killing the enemy in front of me. Whenever Elise's body shook, I envisioned myself slashing at him, taking advantage of the opportunity. Hit 5 bodies, then 10, and in no time at all, Elise's corpses were piling up in my imagination. Tears were in his eyes, and he looked as if he would collapse on the spot at any moment. I took a step towards him. Elise stepped back, but I took another step to catch up with him. The chase ended after 3 steps, and Elise, who had stopped moving, was already between me and my sword. I slowly raised my sword and swung it down at the Elise. It moved like the steps of a tortoise. You could follow it clearly with your eyes, and it was so slow that even a child could dodge it by simply jumping back. But Elise's eyes were glued to the sword as it was being lowered, and I stopped it just as it touched the tip of his nose. "What's the matter? Is this the end for you? Getting slashed like this?" You are." The screaming Elise threw the sword in his left hand towards my face. The sword was not thrown to stab, but rather in a trajectory that was really just a throw, so I couldn't dodge it by moving my head. Furthermore, he used his spirit magic to roll up the surrounding branches and leaves to block my vision. And when it cleared, Elise's figure disappeared before my eyes. I searched for signs around me, but I didn't feel that he was lurking somewhere to get a jump on me. I glanced at Tia, and she casually looked in the direction from the forest to the street. In other words, he had clearly realized the difference between his and my abilities, and decided to make a run for it. This was just a training exercise. Of course, I had no real intention of killing Elise, and I'm sure even he knew that, but he ran away. Towards the future hero who is such a smart coward, it seems like he remembered. Looks like it, right? In that case, I guess it's a passing grade. T/N. I am kinda confused on the first part. Any help will be appreciated. This is the raw greater than. I laughed, offering words of praise that could not possibly be heard. Ch 137. Hey Elise, you don't have to be so scared, you know. Using Akashic Compass, I easily pinpointed Elise's location, and after catching him, we returned to where we fought. But for some reason, as soon we got back, Elise hid behind Tia with a face like a puppy that had been abandoned. No, well, it's because I scared him. This makes it hard for me to talk to him. Look, the mock battle is over. It's not scary, okay? I feel like you are making fun of me, and I don't like it. Then what should I do? Anyway, come here and listen to me, huh? Don't worry. If Ed does something weird, I'll take care of him. Yes. With my coaxing and Tia's cheering, Elise came to me. But there was still a hint of trepidation in his demeanor, and a subtle sense of guilt welled up inside me. No, number. I just did what I needed to do by turning my heart into an ogre. Then, I'll ask you again, how was the mock battle just now? I understand now what you were saying. I'm still weak. No, that's different. But it doesn't matter right now anyway. More importantly, how was it confronting me? How? It was, scary. T/N. This is without any skills, she said. Yes, that's it. Fighting is scary. You're fighting for your life, after all. And that's the feeling you've forgotten so well in the last few days. Wow. Elise's mouth dropped open when I pointed this out. The sense of crisis had been missing from his mind to such an extent that he took such an attitude. I'm glad I did it here after all. Hey Elise, you never felt scared in your recent battles, did you? You may have thought you were in danger, but you never once thought beyond that. That you would die, right? At my words, Elise looked a little puzzled. Because of this, he easily won the battle, even though we chose a demonic beast with only a margin of safety as his target for defeat. That was why I had chosen a slightly stricter approach this time. But even so, he got through it unscathed. There's no way a kid who just became an adventurer wouldn't get drunk on his power. So, I was not going to scold him, and if possible, it would be better to take the time to slowly teach him how big the world is. But there were circumstances that didn't allow that to happen this time around. If it's normal, well, that's okay. That kind of growth is a privilege of youth, and whether or not you can recover when your talent is defeated by reality is one of the qualities of an adventurer, so even failure is a valuable experience. But in your case, you became too strong too quickly. You couldn't make any more mistakes because you skipped all the opportunities to experience that kind of thing and became stronger. Do you understand? You beat a Dalton bear unscathed, but it wasn't an easy victory. You just didn't realize it, but you managed to beat an enemy who would have put you in a tight spot and left you to die with just one small wound. What if goblins or something else had intervened? What if you get caught on muddy ground after a rain? What if you accidentally step on a tree root and stumble just a little? Those ever-present little bits of bad luck and carelessness can easily kill you. But then, you could have just said it with your mouth. Idiot, that doesn't make any sense. Because you knew that much, didn't you? I am more surprised that you are surprised. Elise, you've hunted with adults in the elf village before, right? Then there's no way you wouldn't know such an obvious thing. If you've been hunting for years, you've seen, heard, and experienced it all. Even against wild beasts that are not even demonic beasts, it is easy to kill people if you are not careful. That is why a hunter must be extremely careful when facing any kind of prey, and hunt the prey seriously. That is why a hunter, no matter what kind of prey they are confronted with, takes precautions and hunts their prey seriously. Or what? Did the guy who taught you how to hunt teach you that the prey is just a small fry that runs away when it sees you, so just shoot a bow at random and it'll be alright? T/N, kinda new for Ed to be this serious. That can't be true. There's no way. That's right. It can't be true. At first, Elise raised his voice, but soon his voice became quieter as he reflected on his past actions. Although he may look about 12 years old, the elf Elise was 50 years old. In fact, on the way from the village to the town, he had been fighting even goblin-sized enemies with great caution. Then how could I not know? It was impossible not to remember. There was no way that one could really forget in a week the common sense that had been accumulated over the past years. This time you remembered your fear of death for the first time in a few days when you fought me. You realized yourself what it was like to fight and how careless you were. So, well, now you just have to make sure you don't do the same thing again. Now you are just a long, thin branch of strength grafted on top of a big tree forged in the village. When you climb up on such a tree and look down at the earth with pleasure, it will soon break and you will fall. So water it well, pay attention to it, and let the branches grow into a big tree worthy of the tree's stump. Don't just make it grow taller, make it thicker, sturdier, and with a solid foundation. Then your tree will become a giant tree that will pierce the heavens. I guarantee you that. Eda-san. I gave him a thumbs up, and Elise gave me a look that cleared his doubts. Thank you, Eda-san. Your advice really hit home. I'm glad to hear that. I'm relieved that you agree with me. Some people don't get it, even if I say so much. There are a certain number of people who, once they become stubborn, will never listen to the opinions of others. No matter how sound the advice is, it is meaningless to such a person. If you still want to help them, the only way is to somehow build a relationship of trust with them in a very roundabout way, and then gradually guide their opinion. To be honest, if it is not a very important partner, I would consider abandoning them. Fufu, if Ed-san hadn't beaten me so easily, I might have thought, what's a guy who is weaker than me talking about the obvious? I might not have taken it seriously. Even so, I'm sure I would have realized it at some point. But it seems very likely that when I realized it that's when death would be inevitable. Oh, it's standard for the villain of a story to say something like, if only I had done that back then. I mean, I went through a period like that myself. Really? Well, when it comes to getting carried away with sudden power and doing stupid things, I don't think there's anyone who can outdo me. You know, there was a time in the latter half of my first round, when I was getting stronger with all my banishment skills, and I was getting on a roll. It hurts too much to think back on it now, but that's why there's no shortage of stories of failure. and it's safe to say that it was necessary, considering that I understood how Elise felt because I had been there. Okay? Yeah, let's put it that way. Well, what can I say about that? Stories about stupid things done by fools are just something to laugh off with a drink. Besides, it's not like it's a story worth telling sober. Unless, maybe you want to hear it? I'd love to. Oh, you're not going to leave me out of such an interesting story, are you? After the sparkling eyes of Elise, even Tia, smiling with a grin on her face, was impatient to talk about my failures. Well, I don't really want to talk about it too much, to be honest. You brought this on yourself. You think you can get away with it without talking? Now, that's enough for today. Let's go back to town and hear what Ed has to say. Yes, let's go, Ed-san. Tia-san. I don't have an option to not speak. Elise-kun, you've worked hard today. Ed's going to treat you to anything you want. Really? Thank you, Ed-san. And it's on me? Isn't it usually the one who listens that buys the drinks? What, Ed, you're not going to let Elise-kun buy you a drink? That's not exactly the way you want to treat your elders, you know? I didn't mean to do that. I understand. I'll pay for it. Yay, thank you, Ed-san. I'd like you to do the same for me. Then, when you're done talking and you're depressed, I'll pat your head. Okay? No need. I am not definitely paying for you. Yes, I'm looking forward to it. TSK. Even though this incident didn't happen during the first round, I can picture in my mind's eye me being forced to buy a meal for two. Biting back the unreasonableness of the world, I followed them back to the town with a wry smile on my face. CH 138. It has been 2 weeks since the appointed day, that is, 3 weeks since we left the elf village. We were still working with Elise in the first town. The reason for this was that Elise, who had become so inconsistently strong, had no one else to partner with but us, and he herself wanted to continue adventuring with us. But their most important reason was that we had discovered that the location of the Demon King was much closer than we had thought. Well then, Ed-san, Tia-san, see you tomorrow. See you later. Sleep tight and get some rest, okay? Good night, Elise-kun. The third night of the third week. After saying good night in my room at the inn, Elise returned to his room, and Tia, who showed no sign of returning to the room, looked at me and smiled. Anyway, it was kinda nostalgic. Well, it's not so much that I feel nostalgic. No, I guess I am being nostalgic after all. That night when the 1-week deadline arrived, I ended up treating them to dinner, and in desperation, I told them about my many failures in an amusing manner. But, well, the distance between us had become a bit closer than I had expected, and I feel that I was long the senior adventurer but more like a friendly neighborhood Nichan. It's not like we're overly familiar, but it's like my sense of wariness has decreased notably, just like relatives are? Something wrong? Nothing. Looking at Tia, who was completely defenseless, I couldn't help but smile. Yeah, the closeness I felt to Elise was the same as with Tia. What is it? I have always had an image of elves as being rather uptight or cold and unapproachable, but I wonder if they were in fact a very friendly race. Or were these two the exception? Well, I don't know for sure. Incidentally, it was not only Elise who changed his attitude after the expose but also Tia had started looking at me very kindly and taking care of me. Tia, who was acting like a big sister, was slightly annoying, but the fact that she wasn't maliciously teasing me also made it worse. No, that's all right now. Now, Tia. The usual routine report. How's it going for you? I still don't have any information. Tia, sitting on the bed with a slight look of impatience and irritation on her face, said. I had asked Tia to gather information about a Demon King-like entity, but it seems that she had no luck this time either. I see. Then there's a good chance they haven't done anything noteworthy yet. With that said, I took out a paper map from their stranger's box, and spread it out on the table. It was not a shoddy map that one could buy at the Adventurers Guild that showed the connections of the roads, but an extremely elaborate map that was made using copy and fake, and auto-mapping. Well then, on my part, the location of the Demon King is almost certain. Several black dots struck on the map and lines extending from them. By adding a new one to it, a black line intersects the still blank part of the map. My banishing skill, Akashic Compass, could only tell me the direction in which the object I was looking for was located. If it were an ordinary object, I could just go straight ahead, but this time, The object I am looking for was the Demon King. If I got too close and made unexpected contact, it could lead to a battle, so I went out alone and used their Akashic compass from a distance to determine the direction in which the Demon King was located, and then I was able to locate his location. It was finally a fruitful result. Based on the information I've gathered, I think it takes about a week by carriage to the nearest town. From there, it's probably another 3 or 4 days on foot. But I don't know the exact details after this point. I think we should gather information about the surrounding area in the nearby town as a precaution before we launch an attack. Yeah, it's pretty close. Yeah, it's close. We still have a chance. A chance to make it in time. If the Demon King is definitely there, and if it is possible to come into immediate contact with him and easily defeat him, there is still a possibility that we will somehow make it in time for the Elder's lifespan. However, the Elder's life expectancy was only estimated to be within 2 months, so whether we would really make it in time is still unknown. Nevertheless, the current situation was the best and the fastest. If we wanted more, we would have had to abandon Elise and work tirelessly, but even that has its limits. At the worst, there was a possibility that the Demon King was in a place that we could not reach even after chasing for 2 months. In other words, the current feelings were based on hindsight. I was feeling if we are focused on that, we can deal with it faster because the Demon King happened to be nearby by chance. If the Demon King had been far away all along, I would have felt there was no way we could have made it in time. Why did we abandon Elise and focus on investigating the Demon King? I get it. Then we leave town tomorrow? No, the wagons aren't leaving, so we'll leave the day after tomorrow. Then all that's left to do is to figure out what to do about Elise. I'm going. Please take me with you. The next day, when we explained that we had identified the location of the cause of the pollution of the spirit tree and that there was probably a vicious demonic beast there that would be the source of the problem and that we would have to fight it, Elise told us so almost without hesitation. Then, Tia said to him with a troubled look on her face. That said, "Hey Elise-kun, you heard what we said, right? Where we're going may be far more dangerous than what you've seen so far. But you two are going to such a dangerous place to save the spirit tree in my village, aren't you? Then I, the elf of that village, should be the one who has to fight first." That may be so, but, Ed. Hey Elise, the place we're going to is a place where even we might die. If you're going to follow us there, does that mean you're prepared to die too? Tia looked at me with a troubled face, and I asked Elise. Then, Elise shook his head slowly with a thin smile on his face. No way. I won't die. In order not to die. In order to prevent anyone from dying, I want to go with you. Oh? At first glance, it sounded like the statement made by Elise on that day when he forgot his fears and became arrogant. However, the determination conveyed in his words was completely different from that of that day. I think the reason I have become so strong so quickly is because God must have gotten to me in time to help Ed-san and the others. I don't think I would be a hindrance now, and if I could, I would sneak into the shadows to provide cover, or at least get a safe place a little further ahead. Or at least if I felt it was too dangerous, I would return to town on my own. I would leave on my own right there. I will leave. So please, I beg you, please let me fight alongside you for the sake of everyone in the village where I was born and where they raised me and sent me off. All right. Then let's go together. Yay. Elise, who had been bowing deeply, looked up at my words with a shining smile. But Tia looked at me with concern. Ed, are you sure? Yeah, if he is not taking the situation lightly or overconfident in his abilities, and he wants to fight for what is important to him, that is already a warrior's decision. In that case, no one wants to regret I should have done it when they succeed more than I should have quit when they fail. Besides, after all, a hero is indispensable in defeating the Demon King, right? Tia gave me a bewildered smile as I curled the corner of my lips upwards. Well, yeah. Okay, then I'll just do my best to be prepared for that. I'm counting on you, with a future hero, the best partner, and me, the current Demon King. There was no way we could be defeated by a Demon King who was only 1/100th the size of the Demon King. Thus, the heroes, without a single hero, set out on a journey to defeat the Demon King without a single person missing. T/N. Sorry, no coffee chapters today, I was out so didn't have time. Ch 139. We easily made it to the place where the Demon King was supposed to be, the nearest town, without any particular incident. Well, it was only a matter of riding in a horse-drawn carriage on a proper street, so it was only natural. We visited the Adventurers Guild in the town we arrived at, and first tried to gather information about the place where we thought the Demon King was. Ah, that's the Forest of Tranquility, isn't it? The Forest of Tranquility. Is it really a place with such a big name? I casually broached the subject with the young lady at the reception desk, asking her about the topography of the area. I thought it was a rather empty place since Tia couldn't find out anything about it. Ahaha. Indeed, it sounds like it could be the name of something, but actually there's nothing there. To be precise, it's more like there used to be something but now it's completely gone. Gone? What do you mean? The lady at the reception desk continued talking to Tia, who was tilting her head next to me. About 10 years ago, the number of demonic beasts living in that forest gradually decreased. With that, the plants that could be used as a source of income stopped growing, and even the number of animals decreased. Now there are only small insects in there. So it's kind of been called the Forest of Tranquility for the past few years. Not just demonic beasts, but almost no flora or fauna. How is that possible? I'm not saying that there are no plants at all. There are some plants and flowers that are not worth any money, but they grow normally. In the beginning, there were a lot of lumberjacks who came here because they didn't want to be disturbed, but it seems that the quality of the trees has declined over the years, so now there are only a few requests a year for surveys. I see. Thank you. You're welcome. We thanked the young lady at the reception desk and left the Adventurers Guild. Afterwards, we gathered in our room at the inn and decided to rearrange the information we had just heard. That's how it is. So Elise, what did you think when you heard the story at the guild? It's a mysterious forest. Oi, don't state the obvious. I chuckled, and Elise rushed to speak up. It's not like that. It's not that I haven't thought about it, it's just that it's really strange. From what I've heard about the disappearance of demonic beasts and animals and the quality of the trees, it's possible to consider that the power of the earth has weakened and the forest itself is dying. However, if that were the case, wouldn't the trees and grass be visibly withered for everyone to see? Phew, good. You're thinking about it. So, Tia, what did you think? Elise, with a sullen face, was poking me on the shoulder, but I didn't pay attention to that, and talked to Tia. Tia gave us a warm look and shared her thoughts with us. I think Elise's point is valid. That's why I don't think it's the Earth's power that's weakening in the Forest of Tranquility. What do you mean? Of course, it is the power of the spirits. Elise raised his voice at Tia's words. Foo-foo, isn't it obvious? It's the root of the entity that's stealing power from the spirit tree, right? Then it must be the power of the spirits that is being lost from there. I think the reason why medicinal herbs of any kind don't grow anymore while regular trees and plants do is because of the different amount of spirit power it takes to make them grow. Most of the plants that the guild buys from us have a high concentration of magic, so their growth must be affected by the power of the spirits. I see. As expected of Tia-san. That's a good point. Well, I'm the last one. I agree with both of you, and I'm reading that not only is it deprived, but that the pollution magic is permeating thinly over that area. If you were to take away an inexhaustible amount of spirit power centered there, it would have an effect on the surrounding area, wouldn't it? Instead, by taking away a certain amount of power and filling it with contaminated magic, it would appear at first glance that there is no imbalance, wouldn't it? Oh, certainly. If there is such a thing as a being that sucks the power of the spirit, the elves would immediately recognize it. But since the amount of power taken is being filled in sequentially, there is no void that's being created, so no one has noticed it until now. If water were draining from a large lake at a great rate, anyone would notice the anomaly. But what if something else enters the lake to make up for the loss of water? At least from the outside, no one would notice any change in the lake. The only time anyone would notice is at the very end, when even the surface of the water has been replaced by something else. At first glance, there is nothing unusual going on. At a quick glance, nothing out of the ordinary was happening. That was why the Forest of Tranquility was not caught in Tia's information gathering, which was looking for overt anomalies. That's what I'm talking about. Maybe, at this stage, the Demon King doesn't have much power. So he gathers power around grass and other plants that contain a lot of magic, and the animals that feed on them feel the effects of the pollution magic that accumulates in their bodies and flee the forest, and then the stronger animals and magical beasts that feed on them disappear. I think that's what's going on. In other words, we can easily take it down now. Maybe. I grinned at Tia, whose jade eyes widened. It's an impromptu conjecture, but I was rather confident in it. The reason was that Elise, the hero of this world, will be in his prime about 100 years from now. If a hero was born to prevent the rise of the Demon King, then they would originally face each other in the future 100 years from now. If this world's scenario was that the Demon King, having built up his power over the coming decades, would begin his activities, and the hero Elise would defeat him. It was quite possible that the Demon King was also vulnerable now that the next generation of heroes had not even been born. You two are awesome. Haha, well, it's just a difference in the amount of information and experience we have, so it's not something to brag about. But it's amazing. Both of you are what I'm missing. You can grow up slowly, but you can't just spend your life in idleness, no matter how long you elves live compared to other people. Okay, just living for a long time doesn't make a person grow up. Whether you become a child who lives long enough or a skilled adventurer depends on your attitude. Understood, Tia-san. Mew. Tia's words were slightly painful to my ears, but I decided not to listen to them. Yes, I'm still in the process of growing up. It is possible that my actual age is like billions and billions of years old, but my mental age is 20 years old. It's just the beginning. It's just the beginning. Let's do our best together, Elise. Yes, I will try my best. I tapped him on the shoulder, and he responded with an innocent smile, though Elise looked a little strange. Oh, how dazzling young people are. No, I'm young too. I'm sure I'm young. It's all about the feeling. Anyway, so, we have easily gathered the information we wanted. Then I'll go and see the site in person later. Elise, what about you? Right. Based on what you just said, it doesn't sound that dangerous, so I think I'd like to go with you. How about it? I'm fine. What about you, Ed? I think it's okay taking him with us. But if I or Tia tell you to run away, don't ask why and immediately run away as fast as you can. Understood? Yes. That's a good answer. Then, let's have a good meal and get some rest today, and tomorrow we'll go to this Forest of Tranquility. The meeting was settled neatly, and no one raised any objections. Then, tomorrow, all of us finally meet the Demon King of this world. CH 140. What can I say? It's just another normal forest, 3 days' walk from the town. We stepped into the Forest of Tranquility, which we had come to in a hurry, and Tia looked at me with a startled expression when I muttered something. You are lying? What part of this is a normal forest? I meant in general. Looking around again at Tia's suggestion, this place where trees and grass were growing normally looked like just a forest. The only thing that was unusual was that there were no signs of monsters or beasts around, but most wild beasts would run away at the first sign of a person, and even monsters were not encountered that often unless we were in a place with a high density of mana. After all, from my point of view, the current situation was a peaceful forest. But to my words, Tia shook her head in disbelief. Incredible. It's the first time I've ever thought that I couldn't understand Ed so much. Yeah. What about you, Elise? Do you feel anything? Yeah, it feels a bit suffocating, like something important is missing. Right. There is no spirit power around here that we would normally take for granted. To put it in a way Ed can understand, it's like the spirit version of climbing a high mountain and the air getting thinner, I think. That's right. Well, I certainly don't get it. Tia's analogy was extremely convincing, but at the same time I knew that I couldn't understand it in any way, because I couldn't feel the power of spirits in the slightest. Is it because this body of mine is human that I can't feel the power of spirits, or is it because I'm a demon king and I'm incompatible with spirits or something? Wait, is that okay? It's okay. It's not that I'm going to die just because I've lost the power of the spirits. It's just that my body is confused because of the loss of something that I take for granted. Also, it's impossible to use spirit magic here as usual. If there is a battle, I am sorry to say but I may not be able to be of much help. Right. It's fine, it's better to know in advance. Tia, who was unable to use spirit magic, would have much lower combat power. She would still be stronger than the average adventurer, but if she fights the same way she always does, She may make an irreversible mistake. We have to be careful about this. Then I guess it was rather a good thing that we brought Elise. I think so. I think that Elise Khan is stronger than I am now in terms of pure swordsmanship without the aid of spirit magic. No way. It's true. Counting on you. Okay, Tia-san. Yes, I'll do my best. When Tia easily admitted that she was the weaker one and relied on Elise, who was younger than her, Elise was surprised and puzzled, but responded with a good spirit. Of course, neither Tia nor I had any real intention of relying entirely on Elise, but it's good to be motivated. I'll just have to provide the necessary support so that he doesn't spin out of control. And so, while engaging in light conversation like this, we continued onward through the forest. We arrived at our destination with the Akashic Compass, which was introduced as a useful magical tool to Elise, and found a magnificent tree that was about twice as thick as the surrounding trees. It must be here. I went around the tree in a circle to check, and the response was definitely this is the tree. There was a small peephole in the trunk, so it was probably in there. I'm getting a reaction from this hole. Now what do we do? Look into it? Or should I stick my finger in? I don't want to do either of those things, Tia said jokingly, to which I replied with a wry smile. Only a dumb goblin in heat could imagine having fun in such a dangerous place. Of course, my head was not made for such happy imaginings. However, it was also true we would find nothing staying like this. So we want to somehow widen this hole so we can see inside. Can't you just burn this hole with magic? Normally I can do it, but it's impossible in this place. Like I said earlier, it's impossible to control the output, let alone the precise control. I see. Well, if you can't do it, I guess there's nothing we can do. Can't we just try sticking a stick or something in there? I do have a way to do it manually, but it's inside there. I want to confirm it without stimulating anything if possible. Which is better, cutting it down or not? If we cut it down, a large shock would be generated, but it would only be transmitted secondarily to the contents. On the other hand, if a stick was inserted, even though it was a small shock, it would directly stimulate the contents, so I think this was more dangerous. And that action was more like an attack, regardless of the intent. Yosh, let's cut it down. After a reasonable amount of contemplation, I chose to cut down the tree. When cutting down a tree, we can get away from it as soon as it is cut down, but when poking it with a stick, we have to hold it in our hand at a short distance. Once that was decided, all that was left was to do it. I had them stand back and took their Dawnbreaker in my hand and readied myself. I was thinking of cutting off the top part from the peephole first, and if that didn't make any difference, I was going to cut off the whole part from the base. Kiki kikaki kiki kakakakakaka. Whoa! As if sensing my murderous intent, a familiar cacophony of sound suddenly echoed from within the hole. At the same time, the tree that seemed to contain the Demon King's power began to tremble and wither at an alarming rate. TSK, he's on the move. What should we do? Attack? No, wait a minute. It was quite an unfortunate encounter last time, but it may not be the same this time. In front of me, the dead trees condensed into a human-like shape as I stood on guard, protecting Tia and the others behind me. Kikakaki. It also spewed a black miasma from the chest area, but it did not spread indiscriminately and only lingered around the dead wooden doll. After waiting for a while, the black miasma cleared up and there was a crude wooden doll that looked like me. Kikakaki. What is that, Eda-san? Tia-san, what the hell is this? Shh. Shut up now. Elise, who was the only one here who did not anticipate this, asked Tia a question, but Tia responded sharply. I was able to confirm that Elise was not distraught at all from that exchange alone, so I called out to the Demon King in front of me once again. Yo, Musama. Do you understand me? Kiki. Stomach, hungry. Are you hungry? Well, want some food? I take a piece of dried meat from my waist bag and hold it out in front of the Demon King's face. The Demon King looked at it curiously and his gaze crept up my arm, up my chest, and up to my face. Stomach, hungry. Power. A lot. I have a really bad feeling about this, but why don't we talk about it first? Conversations are important, you know. Power. Eat. Me, same. Damn it, Is there no room for discussion? Numerous black tendrils extended from the body of the wooden Demon King. I hastily jumped away from the scene while cutting them off, and my dependable companions lined up beside me. Well, yes, of course. I knew this would happen. Then why didn't you attack first? There are certain steps that adults have to take even though they know. Let's go. Me, Tia, and Elise, holding our swords, in front of chuckling wooden Demon King with his tendrils wiggling. Looks like the other side is totally willing to do the same. Now, subjugation of Demon King begins. Yes, wait, Demon King? Leaving the astonished Elise behind for a moment, Tia and I leapt at the Demon King. CH-141. With a yell of determination, I struck down the torrential downpour of tendrils with my sword. But the tendrils which caught my sword were difficult to cut off, and even if I did, it grew back quickly, so I was forced to stop where I was. TSK. If my opponent wasn't the Demon King, I could push him with the invincible. What comes back to my mind was the previous deadly battle with the Demon King. At that time, I had my banishment skill sealed by being grabbed by the Demon King, and Tia cut off my arm as compensation for escaping from that restraint. I learned two things from that. One was that banishing skills, such as invincible, do not work on the Demon King and may all be nullified. The other was that if the Demon King is touched, my banishing skills will be sealed and may not be restored until I defeat him. Of course, both were just possibilities, not absolutes. I'm not absolutely sure, but I have no desire to test it. If that was the case, what was required of me was the extraordinary feat of dodging all of the Demon King's attacks and striking a blow to its main body. Then, I'd like to create a bigger gap somehow. I glanced to the left and right and saw that Tia and Elise were also fighting there. However, the scene was a little different from what I had expected before coming here. Yoch! With a short shout, Elise, who was wielding his twin swords in all directions, was able to handle the tendrils well enough. With the number of cuts he was making, he was a warrior who had only just become an adventurer, so he was doing far better than we had expected. Tia, on the other hand, was swinging her sword frantically with a twisted expression on her face. The thin sword was not suitable for cutting, and more importantly, the spirit magic was blocked. Her movements, which were less sharp than usual, looked quite dangerous. Tia, don't overdo it. Stand back and support me with your bow. Don't be silly. A sword can take down more of these just by standing here, but a bow with no spirit magic on it would be absolutely useless. That may be true, but don't worry, I have an idea. I'll definitely make an opening, so I'd be ready to strike then. Got it. If Tia said so, I just have to believe it and wait. I took only half a step forward and continued to desperately defend against the slightly more violent tendril's attack. A little harder, a little louder, a little harder, a little louder. As my strength and concentration were being whittled away, the distance between me and the Demon King was slowly closing. But a little more. I want to get a little closer if I want to get the kill. The future hero responded to my intentions unexpectedly. Yoch! A life-threatening battle was a more valuable experience than any kind of training. Elise's swordsmanship, which had continued to grow in the course of the battle, finally began to push back the black tendrils. I glanced at Elise and saw a large bead of sweat on his forehead, and he seemed to have no energy to spare. However, his sword dance, which could be called his final shining moment, slowed down the tendrils that had been attacking me and Tia greatly. Good job, Elise. Take it easy and back off. I took 2 steps toward the wooden Demon King, and without looking back, I threw my praises to Elise. At the same time, the tendrils became more intense all at once, but I just barely managed to stay on my feet. All that remained was the spear of the red sunset shines red and swirls with flames. A pair of 4-fingered spirit arms that cling to the light and pierce through, piercing, tearing, burning, and extinguishing. In the name of Lunarisha, manifest the volcanic lancer. A chanting was heard behind me, but I couldn't feel any heat behind me. If there are no spirits nearby, then bring a spell that can be activated in a place where they are present. 3 seconds. I won't check. I will not take my eyes off the Demon King. With all my might, I knocked away the tendrils, and as I sat back and gathered my strength, a spear of fire rained down from there. Heavens, and pierced the wooden Demon King's brain. The wooden Demon King cried out as his body was engulfed in flames. But there was one more spear of flame that rained down. The Demon King's tendrils all crowded toward the heavens to prevent it. And an empty path formed in front of me. There was no need to go out of my way to inform the opponent who had exposed me. I just silently advanced and slashed my Dawnbreaker, filled with my dreams and accomplishments as a Demon Lord killer. In the blink of an eye, 4 flashes. The Demon King's 4 limbs were cut off, and when I was about to send his head flying, his face, which had been looking up to the heavens, twirled around and looked at me. Go back. Dozens of black tendrils sprouted from his gaping mouth. But that much. Whoa, huh? If the scream I heard behind me had been tears, I would have sent the Demon King's head flying as it was. But because it was Elie's voice, I turned around and saw a large amount of tendrils growing from the arm I had cut off, extending toward the battle-weary Elise. Damn it. Elise. 2, 3. Elise flicked the oncoming tendrils with his twin swords, but Elise, who had used up all his strength, was unable to prevent them any further. I quickly swung my Dawnbreaker to cut off the tendrils extending toward Elise, but there was nothing that could be done if the blade was connected the next moment after it passed by. What then? Rationally speaking, the best thing to do is to abandon him. I don't know what would happen if he touched those tendrils, but it would still be possible to treat him as long as he didn't die instantly. The worst thing that could happen, on the other hand, was that I would be injured protecting Elise. I'm the only one who can fight the Demon King here, and if I can't fight, the situation will quickly become unfavorable. I should abandon the child brat who is not even a hero at the moment. Having met him less than 2 months ago, he is just a necessary sacrifice for a sure victory. If me and Tio are still alive and well, we can reorganize as much as we want. If anything, the more Elise attacks, the less the Demon King has to attack. So it's better to have him hold back him a little to improve the odds of winning. Don't you think? Elise would be happy to be of use. The power of a hero is inherited by someone else when he dies, right? Then, even if Elise dies, someone else will become a hero. Next time, if you can properly defeat the Demon King together with the hero, the heck, I know that. I activated Hermes Dash, and hugged Elise's body from the front to protect it. A moment later, the black tendrils touched my back, and from there something eroded my body as if it were taking root. Gah! Ed-san, Ed, the pain as if I had been stabbed through with a burning iron stake, and the discomfort of something inside me being sucked, or even eaten away. I stumbled unsteadily, but this time, fortunately or unfortunately, my body was still moving. I half turned my body and smashed tendrils connected to me with Dawnbreaker. This time I was able to sever the tendrils without them reconnecting, but the weariness and sense of loss that overtook my entire body made me fall to my knees on the spot. Eda-san, no, it's my fault. Don't flinch. This is just the beginning. Ahahahaha. Delicious. I yelled at the upset Elise, and looked up with energy. I was staring at the Demon King, whose arms and legs had been cut off and bound together with the outstretched tendrils, screaming with an ecstatic expression on his face. If you just want to support me or have a particular novel in mind that you'd like to request, please join my Ko-fi or Patreon. The links are below. Once again, thank you Momo Clan.